It's 5 to 7, and we are 5 minutes away from the start of qualifying for this year's Motorcycle Grand Prix. I'm Dave Moore, and before we turn our attention to what's happening on the track, let's have a look on what's happening in the skies, especially after yesterday, in which the session which was due to take place then and is now being rescheduled for this morning didn't go ahead because the track was damp, lots of puddles and standing water everywhere, so it just wasn't possible to get the bikes out, even though we ended up having a good day weather-wise here in Macau. First thing yesterday morning just was not suitable for motorcycle qualifying. So yeah, in terms of today, everything's looking good. No sign of rain. We have a dry day forecast for the Macau area all the way through today. So this morning we are going to be qualifying at 7 a.m. Bikes will be away from pit lane at that time. A whole hour is scheduled. That's what they've got to use, which will then at 8 o'clock will come to an end. And then there'll be a gap of an hour and 10 minutes. There'll be a press conference for the top 3 riders in qualifying. And then they will be, as we look at Maurizio Bottalico, a newcomer, one of 4 newcomers to Macau this year. Then we'll have a little bit of a delay. Hopefully might even get the chance to go down into pit lane and have a chat with some of the other riders as well ahead of this year's Motorcycle Grand Prix, which is due to get away local time 9:10. We are 8 hours ahead of the UK, 7 hours ahead of Europe. And there's the man, Peter Hickman, who, after a crash at the Isle of Man TT this year, is getting better and stronger. Returned to the British Championship a couple of months ago. And so with Peter Hickman, interesting as well, I had a chat with Peter after the free practice session, and he said there were a couple of parts of the track that since last year, because obviously it's a normal everyday street circuit, there are parts where they'd painted or repainted the white strips on the surface, and some of them had actually been raised. And it's amazing, you think, what a little bit of paint will do. It had actually, because it was a little bit higher, ounce of a millimeter higher than last year, he said by the time he got there, when he hit those patches, boom, the back just skipped a little bit. So anyway, the plan was, not yesterday, but the end of all the qualifying sessions on Thursday, that a skipper would go around and just edge those little white bits off. So hopefully they will have been knocked back a little bit, and the bike will not be as lively as it could have been, or as it was certainly when they went out for free practice on Thursday. So it's now looking to get a little bit business like down in the paddock. We are just over 90 seconds away from pit lane opening, so we've got an hour to play with. Of course, 1 or 2 maybe using the end of the session to scrub in a race tyre. We'll go through the options and what have you in a moment. But it looks like the majority of riders are pretty much ready to go. So it's interesting as well, because the tyres that they use here at Macau, even though it's a road race, these will be very similar to what they would use for a short circuit British Championship race. Because the race distance is only 12 laps, and obviously they can change tyres during qualifying, but as the race distance is only 12 laps, then they'll have a British Championship style tyre on the bike. There's a man who was 3rd quickest in free practice, Rob Hodgson. 5th place has been his result, best result the last 3 years. 5th back last year, 5th the year before that, and 5th the year before that as well. But 3rd quickest in free practice. A brand new SMT Honda for Rob Hodgson this year, but no teething problems for him so far. Now, if you've seen any of the promotional videos, Peter Hickman, assisted there by Luke Brown. No Darren Jones this year. Darren's elected not to be his crew chief here at Macau, having a little bit of a break from the event this year. But Peter Hickman's certainly keen to get out first and lead them around. Alongside him is 71 Phil Crow. Number 2, Paul Jordan as well. Another one you'd have to say would be handy for a top 6 Nick, not a podium position. But yes, as I was saying about that promotional video, at the end of it, Peter Hickman says, I'm going to win the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. He's won it 4 times. There are a few others out there, including that man just disappearing at the bottom of the screen, number 38, Erno Costomo, who won it back in 2022, was on the podium since then as well. I also meant to ask Peter as well, he's mentioned this in the past, where he used to... Oh, someone just... they're shooting a little bit there. I'm not sure whether that was Michael Sweeney or not. And it's good, I should mention Michael Sweeney, if that was him. On Thursday's free practice session. Oh, no, it was Costomo. So, Erno Costomo. He did have some electronics issues, but he's on his way again at Lisboa. But I was mentioning Michael Sweeney. The only moment we had in a reasonably steady free practice session was when Sweeney had a water pipe issue which leaked fluid onto his rear wheel. It caused him to topple at the second gear Donna Maria left-hand bend. He was quickly on his feet, minor damage to the bike, and they have all the parts they need to replace, so they're back out this morning. But everybody is out on track right now. Amazingly, it was pitch black half an hour ago. Oh, there you go. I've just shown myself up there. Davey Todd. I was just looking. He's shown us out for some reason, but Davey Todd is yet to go out. Lauren Hoffman is another rider, actually. He's yet to go out as well. But Davey Todd will like to have a little bit of clear track ahead of him. And also the good thing is, since they were last on the circuit here, the gear circuit on Thursday, there has been a lot of car action. Lots and lots of car action. You can see maybe just a little bit has to go around Donna Maria. Not quite hugging the inside. They'll just be checking out the track first thing. No reward for heroics in these early opening minutes of this session. Coming down into Fishman's, Phil Crow, number 71. So Davey Todd is going out now. So Todd is on his way. Meanwhile, everyone else completing their first lap, and now the timings will begin. So Peter Hickman, he's a builder when it comes to qualifying. Rob Hudson just brings up the rear of this little group, but and Paul Jordan also following Peter Hickman, looking to get a tow. But Hickman likes to build. Doesn't go too quick to begin with, but certainly he's keen to have a look at the track, and it's coming up to this part of San Francisco. This is the part he was talking about. Just that little moment, just as they disappear into, and that picture there, at race speed, both wheels momentarily in the air. But just these parts around here, the white lines were quite raised compared to last year, and it's incredible how a racer would know these things. But they've scrubbed them back a little bit. So Paul Jordan keeping close on Peter Hickman's rear wheel. Lauren Hoffman has still not gone out. Whether he's still in bed, who knows? It is very early here. And I arrived around 6:25. I think Almeric Blanc was the only rider who was here at that point. That was just over half an hour ago. You see, this time they were not going through those car parking spaces on Thursday. Now that it's been had a little bit of car action on there and it's cleared all the muck and dust and everything away, even though the officials do go out and take street sweepers out, etc. There's nothing beats a fast car to clear things away. So Davey Todd still on his opening lap. He will will get a time coming up, but it's not a flying lap. He's about to begin his first flying lap. This is on board with Davy Todd, going around our bend and just coming past our commentary position there on the right-hand side. And this is obviously the fastest part of the Macau gear circuit. Just coming into Mandarin now. This is the first timing sector. You have to be fast out of the apex. And really, this is where the bike has to be geared for this section. Because a lot of it from San Francisco, the top of San Francisco, all the way to Macau is in second gear. It doesn't really matter about getting the gearing right, the lower gearing, because no one's overtaking anyone generally through that part. But the crucial bit is you've got to get it right through turn 2 to make, if you're going to win, you've got to get that absolutely right. So now it'll be generally second gear for Davy Todd as he goes through that section. What about this boy, Mitch Reese? Newcomer to Macau, was 6th fastest in free practice. Now, yes, free practice is free practice, but he's looked really impressive. In fact, everywhere he's gone this year, he's looked impressive. Mitch Reese, the Kiwi from New Zealand. He's on the Jackson Racing Honda Metzler tyres. There's Lauren Hoffman, so Hoffman is out. So Lauren Hoffman is out on track. Meanwhile, we're back with Davy Todd at Donna Maria. Then coming down into the Melco hairpin. First gear around here. And second. Third. Fourth. Into 5th. And then it's down the box into 2nd. It's really, you're heading towards that wall. Pull it back out, and then 3rd, 4th, 5th, you're around 150 miles an hour through there. Then it's back to 3rd for our bend. Then 4th, 5th gear through this section, the start finish, and Davy Todd puts the time in, and it's the fastest, 2:25.6. He's fast out the blocks already. So 2:25.6, and that, I suppose, is the advantage of going out on your own. It's a theory that Michael Dunlop adheres to as well. So I think Michael Evans might be into pit lane. I'm just keeping an eye on Michael Evans as everyone else now puts in times. Rob Hodgson second quickest at 2:29. Paul Jordan 2:30. Peter Hickman 2:31. But Davy Todd, first flying lap, 2:25.63. The lap record still held, of course, and it counts only during the race. But that is still in the hands of Stuart Easton on the Kawasaki back in 2010. 2 minutes 23. Just looking to see somebody else is just making their way in. Michael Sweeney's just coming back into pit lane as well. We're back with number 92, Mitch Reese, who is out on track. So Mitch Reese, 6th fastest so far, 2:31.9. So the plan was for Davy Todd to go out, post the time, get comfortable, and they will be looking to make a change to the rear suspension. And then, of course, they'll put a qualifying tyre on towards the end of the session. That's the plan for Davy Todd. Peter Hickman giving a signal there to Rob Hodgson to go through. Coming into Fisherman's, Rob Hodson second fastest so far. And despite being third fastest in free practice, the SMT team have made a few small changes to the front and rear suspension. They made a gearing change because in the practice session the bike just wasn't using all its revs in sixth. And it's rare they hit sixth, to be perfectly honest. So we're sticking with the same compound rear Dunlop tyre throughout, and the same for the race. And Rob was saying that the track was a little bit sketchy in FP1 with no rubber on the track. So now that all that rubber has been laid down by the cars, there's Paul Jordan just cruising as well, maybe looking to follow Rob for a little bit. In fact, Rob just easing up as well as they go out of Lisboa, but that was Rob's plan. As for Paul Jordan, we just saw there, they've been looking at suspension changes as well, trying to get a little bit of better balance, less front wheel up in the air, trying to bring that front wheel down. There is Paul Jordan and Rob Hodson. They put fresh tyres on for the start of this qualifying session. Might change for a second rear later in qualifying. And also, what they're trying to do, some of the riders, they don't want to expend all their energy now, because this is an hour-long session. And then you've got the race, 12 laps at 9:10. Say normal circumstances, this session would have taken place yesterday. They'd have had a little warm-up lap this morning, nice and just a refresher, and then go racing. So here comes David Todd. Andy Lewis is his man this year in the pit lane, looking after him. So 2:24.9. He said he surprised himself on Thursday with how quick he went, despite the track being so green. Yeah, pretty much everybody's out. Michael Sweeney's managed 3. I don't know what's going on with Erno Postamo. He's only managed 2 laps. Paul Jordan is fueled for 10 laps. So these are 24-litre tanks. Davey Todd looking up, maybe looking to see if he can see a time. And that's another little issue as well. Because the first 2 laps, certainly going into Lisboa, with a tank full of fuel, it makes the bike really difficult to brake, but it will improve as the load lightens. So really the first 2 laps are really crucial as we see Paul Williams coming into pit lane. But many riders like Paul Jordan will only have a few litres of fuel in. Just come in as well. No surprise really, considering that we saw him touring around. Eddie Fair, the French rider there on 36, just coming out of Mandarin into Lisboa. Erno Postamo, again looking for his braking point, a little shake of the head. Now whether he's looking for his marker or whether he's still trying to get that BMW singing sweetly. That's the second time, in fact this time, that is Almeric Blanc, who has also just found it. But we've seen this many times in the past here at the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. There's a slight, near police, there's a slight little run-off as well, but not much. Sam West on bike number 6. One of the old-timers here at Macau, the regular. Cosmo, winner in 2022. It's just on, off the throttle. You just hear the lack of gear change. It's so tight and twisty. Through Donna Maria. But sometimes in police they nick it back to first. See it much as we watch Erno Cosmo coming out of Fisherman's, but you have to keep the bikers upright as much as they can. Say from this moment on, really. Todd having a chat about something. I'm not seeing a great deal as well. He didn't have the best of time on free practice. Was number 23, Marcus Simpson. Sorry, not number 18. Sorry, Michael Evans in the RC Express Dafabet bike, the Honda. They're using Honda now instead of Kawasaki. They're having a few issues with, I think, with the chain during free practice. So they're trying a stiffer front and rear Maxson suspension. They've got the new front and rear tyre as well, a longer wheelbase. So they've had to fit the new chain. And the plan is that they were going to come in after a few laps to try and adjust it. There'll be a new rear tyre for most of these riders around the last 10-15 minutes of qualifying. David Todd still with the fastest time, 2:24.9, almost 4 seconds quicker than Paul Jordan. And 6 seconds faster than his teammate and 810 Racing team owner Peter Hickman. But as I mentioned earlier, Peter Hickman is quite happy to let it build as the session goes on. Eddie Fair, the Frenchman, just going around Donna Maria. He's just inside the top 15. The surprise has got to be Costomo down in 15th. So there is Peter Hickman, goes third. He puts in a 2:29.6, so he goes a couple of seconds faster than his previous best. And you know there is more to come from Peter Hickman. Just makes his way past Phil Crow. So a bit of clear track in front of him. Can he now start to threaten that 2:24.9 of Davey Todd? Stuart Easton time back in 2 minutes 23.61 is the lap record. Ooh, that was close to the wall. So it is Mikey Evans. Crosses the line, number 18, and he is 11th fastest so far. He has a 2:30.8. So things maybe just going a little bit better for him than they have been so far. Michael Evans back again at Macau. That's where just along there they nudge it into 6th. Some riders, some keep it high in 5th. Tend to break around the 250-meter mark. So this is Evans up over San Francisco. So maybe a little bit of a nip back into 1st before maternity, and then out of maternity into 2nd gear now. And here is Hickman, whether he's improved his time. It was 2:29.6. And Hickman does a 2:28.9, so shaves a few cents of a second of his fastest, but he's still 3rd quickest. There is still plenty more to come from Peter Hickman. He's 4 seconds slower than Davey Todd. But Hickman is getting in the groove. He's just coming through as well. Sam looking to break into the top 10 if he can. He's currently on row 4. And he does. He just gets on the end of row 3, moves up. And in fact, as he does that, Costomo goes 3rd fastest. Erno Costomo with a 2:28.7 pushes Hickman back. So things are looking better for Erno Costomo. It's a BMW Honda fest really at Macau this year. Funny, I mentioned Stuart Easton putting in that, holding that lap record on a Kawasaki. There isn't even a single Kawasaki on the grid this year. We've got one Yamaha, I think. A couple of Suzukis, are there? No, just the one Suzuki. And then it's the majority BMW, quite a few Hondas. Sam West also one of those on a BMW. In fact, pretty much half the field are on BMW. Which, if you think back to 2010, BMW were just starting to make an impact on the motorcycling world. And you can see there Hickman much closer, much happier with the surface, really hugging the Armco around Donna Maria. 1st gear into Melco. He's been pushed back onto row 2 by Erno Costomo. So his best was 2:28.9. Just coming in now to our bend, the final turn. It looked rapid earlier. Is it as rapid this time? 2:28.1. He's getting closer to Davey Todd. Todd's done 5 laps. That is 8 laps now for Peter Hickman. 2:28.1. He goes on to the front row alongside Paul Jordan. Row 2 at the moment is Costomo, Hodson, Lucas Mora. And he has switched from Kawasaki. He's on the Yamaha. Phil Crow, Davo Johnson, Mitch Reese on row number 3. Sam West, Bodelico and Michael Evans, row 4. And row 5 is currently Simpson, Hoffman and Furr. David Todd still happy to sit things out. And I suppose if you've posted a 2-minute 24.9 lap, then yeah, you've got to think, yeah, why push the envelope? So he will look. We're coming up to the halfway point in the qualifying session, so I would expect a little bit of action towards the end of the session from David Todd. Of course, sometimes the chance that you take with situations like that is if all of a sudden the session is suspended for any reason. Costimo with a 2:27.1 has pushed Hickman along the side, the front row. So Davey Todd is still in pole position, Costimo and Hickman. So it's an all BMW front row as things stand. Quite a few bikes in at the moment. Sam West has come in. David Johnson is also in. David Johnson, that third on the PBM Ducati back in 2019. His best result here. 81 is also in at the moment. Lucas Mora. Mitch Rees has gone 5th fastest. So Mitch Rees is now on row 2 of the grid. Bike 92. So Todd, Costimo, Hickman is the front row. I wonder if Erno, if he ever drove the fastest milk cart in the west of Finland. Certainly he's on one of the quickest BMWs in the east right now, in the far east that is. And he's improving his time. He's just gone through sector 1 quicker. He's just done his fastest time through sector 1, Erno Costimo. Paul Jordan would love to be on the front row as well. Got a few bikes in. Phil Crow's just come back in as well. Jordan's out, so too is number 38, Costimo. They're together on the track. They're all putting in fastest times now, which is what you would expect of a qualifying session. Paul Jordan has also put in his fastest first sector. Davey Todd is just leaving the pits now. He's just out as well. So Davey Todd is going to put a few more laps in. I'm not sure what's going on with Michael Sweeney. He's only managed 3 laps. Ryan Whitehall's only managed 6 laps as well. Eddie Fair is the one who's been out. I think he's not been in yet. The only rider possibly that's not coming back into pits. Lucas Moore, I think, has stayed out as well. The thing is, though, with Michael Sweeney, the aim, I think, was that they were going to see how the bike was in the first few laps, to see how rideable it is, as there was quite a bit of damage in the crash. And also, it's the spirit of not just Macau, but of motorcycle racing as well, that you see a lot of the teams, 4 bikes to a garage, they all help each other out. And a big shout to 810 Racing and Peter Hickman, their team. They got it stuck in with Michael to get the bike ready. So instead of just leaving Michael and his boys to get on with it, they've helped out as well. So that really just goes to prove what a close-knit community motorcycle racers are. And there is Paul Jordan just coming over the line. Peter Hickman has come in as well. He's done 10 laps. He's now come in for the first time. Tend to sometimes get this lull around this time. The great thing is the clock is still ticking, we're still going. We've had no delays, no interruptions. So I'd expect Paul Jordan perhaps to come in at the end of this lap. Now then, Davey Todd is under investigation for speeding in pit lane. So what that might mean, I don't know what the penalty is for speeding in pit lane at Macau. It's something that tends not to happen. Michael Sweeney, they are still working away feverishly, trying to get that bike ready. So they are in the garage at the moment. They've only managed 3 laps, desperate to get back out. As it stands, 2 minutes 41.1 is Michael Sweeney's fastest time. And back at Macau for the first time since 2019. Keep an eye on Davey Todd, by the way. He's purpled the first 2 sectors. So he could be on for being inside 2 minutes 24.9. So here we are with Davey Todd. He's purpled the 3rd sector as well. Sector 4 is from Moorish, the right-hand turn into Donna Maria and then down into Melco. So just went to see it, and he's done it again. So this is a hot lap from Davey Todd. Purple's all the way. Trying to work out what it will be, but by the time I've done that, he'll have crossed the line anyway. So 224.9 is his best so far. There he goes across the line now. It should be inside that, and it is 223.8 for Davey Todd. 223.8, that is 0.2 of a second outside the outright lap record set by Stuart Easton back in 2010. So Davey Todd, and it looks like he's not letting up either. So 223.8. And he's been beaming really all week. He said he's so happy. The bike is set up pretty much the same as it was when he won the Southern 100 Championship back in July. He wants to end the year as the king of the roads. Had a first full year in the British Superbike Championship and on a brand new BMW. However, they have to use certain suspension tyres and suspension settings, etc., to participate in the British Championship, and therefore, he's just a bit slow. He's purpled the 2nd sector again, but so yeah, he goes back to the settings that he's happy with, that he doesn't have to use in he's not allowed to use, I should say, in the British Championship. Just looking down, he's just going to be outside. So I think that 223.8 is going to maybe stick just a little bit longer. 2 seconds faster than Erno Costomo. So Todd, Costomo, Hickman, who effectively were the top 3 last year as well. Rob Hodson, Paul Jordan. I should be mentioning Mitch Reese a lot more because that is astounding. Row 2. As things stand for the Kiwi. I'm just trying to find out what the if Davey Todd is found guilty of speeding in pit lane, what the penalty is. So 25 minutes remain here at Macau, the Motorcycle Grand Prix. Oh, Davey Todd with a 223.5. So 223.5 for Davey Todd. So there was a yellow flag, and that's the reason why. So Maurizio Bottalico, another newcomer here at Macau. So that, I think, is at turn 3. Back on board with a very, very happy Davy Todd as things are standing right now. Qualifying and racing, of course, two different things. Michael Sweeney still in the pits, by the way. They're still working, trying to get that bike right. Davo Johnson on bike number 20. On the Racing for Inclusion by RBS BMW, the Australian, as I mentioned earlier, was on the podium back in 2019. As things stand, he currently heads row 3. He's improved his times though. He's done a 2:29.8. He's inside 2.5 minutes. He's on the 3rd row alongside Lucas Mora and Phil Crow as things stand. So Costomo is back in. Yellow flag again at Lisboa. So there is a yellow flag at Lisboa. I'm guessing maybe someone has, like we saw with Bottalico, just looking for the perfect braking marker. And there we are. So yeah, Almeric Blanc is on his way once again. Meanwhile, back with Davo Johnson, just getting this fast out of the apex. Here they are, the blast down towards Lisboa. Back with Davy Todd though, as he's coming around Mandarin. 2:23.4 by the way, so he's gone even quicker. 2:23.4. Glenn Irwin was doing very similar stuff when he raced back here when he won back in 2019. In fact, Davy Todd just backing off. So but 2:23.4, that's nearly 3 seconds faster than Costomo, he's back out, Costomo. No, he's still in, sorry. Costomo's, in fact, quite a few riders are in at the moment. Costomo, Hickman, Hodson, Jordan, Mitch Reese, Mora. Phil Crow's just going back out. Sam West is in. Michael Evans is just going back out as well, along with Almeric Blanc, which we saw. Whitehall is in. Paul Williams is in. Michael Sweeney still in. Poor old Michael Sweeney. So Lauren Hoffman, who is 14th fastest so far, the Belgian rider. Always interesting that Davy Todd and Peter Hickman, Todd elects to go with a Metzler. Peter Hickman happy with a Dunlop. So even though they're teammates, they both use different tyre manufacturers. Here is Lauren Hoffman looking to improve, and he has. He's up to 11th now, so he does a 2:32.2, so he goes up onto row number 4 alongside Bottalico and Sam West. So quite impressive really from Bottalico as well. His first time here, he's done a 2:32, the Italian rider. But 20 minutes to go. Still a little bit of time. But that 2 minutes 23.4, a tenth of a second outside the outright lap record. What has Peter Hickman got in terms of a response? 4 seconds between the pair at the moment. Sandwiched between them is Erno Costomo. And I suppose you'd expect to see Rob Hodgson on row 2, certainly Paul Jordan on row 2. Would you expect to have seen Mitch Reese on row 2, though? No. David Johnson, by the way, is now up into 7th fastest. He's on the head of row number 3. And mention too for Don Gilbert, the other newcomer, 2:35.8. He's done more laps than anyone else, which as a newcomer you would suppose you would expect, as you want to learn as much as you can about the track. Interesting to see Lauren Hoffman just a little bit wider around Donna Maria than we saw Hickman. So it looks like quite a few riders are in at the moment. In fact, I think there's only around about 6 riders out on track with less than 20 minutes to go. Now then, Marcus Simpson, flight 23. So what does Marcus do? He was 14th fastest and he remains 14th fastest. Can't improve on his time, his second time here in Macau. But of course, after last year, could you really call that a full Macau Grand Prix last year? With only one proper session taking place, so they were really limited on track time last year. Phil Crowe, 9th fastest, just ahead of Bottalico on the timing charts. Costomo has gone back out. Yeah, it's all very leisurely at the moment. Yeah, Irwin, of course, was 2017, 2:23.0 was his qualifying time, which is inside Stuart Easton's lap record. So 17 minutes remaining here, Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. We'll have the 50th anniversary in a couple of years' time. 60th anniversary, sorry, in a couple of years' time. 1967 was the first time motorcycles raced around Macau. So Costomo is out and looking to improve on 2:26.1. Phil Crowe, his last lap was his fastest, as alongside Maurizio Bottalico. Michael Evans has improved his time as well. Aymeric Blanc has also gone a little bit quicker. Sam West is now back out on track. And there is Bottalico, the Italian rider, 2:31.3, his best so far. You're just getting an onboard picture there in the top left of your screen from Costomo as well. So, but so far, as he makes his way up over San Francisco and into Maternity and through Teddy Yip, he's just improved on his second sector. So he'll be nowhere near, well, I say nowhere near such that astounding time from Davey Todd, 2:23.4. Certainly will be looking to shave a second or so off his best time so far, Erno Costomo. As long as you're on certainly the first 2 rows, and even row number 3 here in Macau, if you can get a good start and get down to Lisboa, then you have a very good chance, on the opening lap of the race that is, then you have a very good chance of success here. You'll tend as well in the race not to see too many overtaking manoeuvres along this top part of the circuit. It drops back down here through Macau hairpin, and there's a short blast down towards Fisherman's. This is good from Costomo. No, Costomo on his way then, looking to improve. 2 minutes 26.1. He should be inside 2 minutes 26. Oh yeah, he will be. There we go, crosses the line now. Oh no, he's not. Knocks it back. It's 2 minutes 27 was his last one. So it was that first sector that did him. So he was just almost a second down. So he remains 2.7 seconds slower than Davey Todd, but a second, or 1.2 seconds ahead of Peter Hickman. Rob Hodgson is now back out as well, with less than 15 minutes to go of qualifying. The race will begin in around just under an hour and a half from now. There'll be some tyre changes going on, etc. The news from Costomo's camp, everything's good, just fueling the bike, changing tyres, etc. So Davey Todd will, I would imagine, be going out soon. Hickman, they went out first, trying a new front tyre, scrub the rear in, change the rear, try another new rear. That was the plan. And they'll put a soft rear on that they've raced on in the past, that they know a lot about. So again, won't be panicking too much right now. So as things stand, it's Todd, Costomo and Hickman on row number 1, Hodgson, Jordan and Rees Still on row number 2, Johnson, Moore and Crow on row 3, Bartolico, Hoffman and West on row 4, Evans, Blanc, Simpson on row 5, Fair, Gilbert, Whitehall row 6. Michael Sweeney is back out. Good. Michael Sweeney is back out. So he's managed to get out. However, he's going to be very limited on time. So Sweeney, before the event, you would certainly, even though he's not had the greatest of results at Macau in the past, he certainly would have been hoping for a top 10 finish. In fact, from memory, I don't think he's actually finished inside the top 10. If he has, then I apologise, but I think he's not been inside the top 10 on his previous visits. Not that he's been here that many times, but Michael Sweeney is out on track. As things stand, he's at the back of the grid with Paul Williams. There's Sam West just coming down towards Fisherman's. The majority of this field with superstock engines. Just the odd superbike here and there. Costomo uses a superbike engine. Peter Hickman's on the superbike. Rob Hodgson also on a superbike. Sam West, who first came here back in 2015. And along with Davo Johnson and Peter Hickman, has been here 6 times before. This is his 7th visit to Macau. He finished in the top 10 back in 2023, having qualified 14th. So he's 11th as things stand on the qualifying table. In fact, I think this will be his best qualifying position if he can maintain 11th place. Yes, in fact, 14th, just going back through the records, 14th has been his best position so far, Sam West. So he's just done his fastest time as well, 2 minutes 31.7. Quite a few bikes now starting to go out with just under 10 minutes remaining. Davey Todd is still in, by the way, but Peter Hickman is back out. Cosmo has just come in as well. Mitch Reese still holding on to 6th place, row number 2. Also as well have that situation regarding speeding in pit lane for Davey Todd potentially, but we'll deal with that when it rears its head. So Hickman is now going a little bit quicker as well. Peter Hickman is just on his way up over San Francisco. In fact, he's beyond there now. He's just gone through Teddy Yip and he's making his way towards Payol. Sam West crosses the line and does his best lap, 2:31.2, and he just pushes Bortolico back a position on the qualifying leaderboard. So Sam West now 10th, which will be his fastest. And interesting to see Paul Jordan on the back of Peter Hickman. So Paul Jordan looking for a tow, and it's worked so far because Paul Jordan is he can continue this, and if he can stay with Peter Hickman, as long as Peter Hickman doesn't slow, then Paul Jordan could be improving his best lap time so far. So Hickman and Jordan both on sector 4. They do their best sector 4 time so far. So let's keep an eye on them. 2:27.3, 2:28.2, the best respectively for Hickman and Jordan. So Hickman looking to go inside 2:27.3. So crosses the line, does a 2:26.6 and a 2:26. In fact, Jordan goes quicker than Hickman. Jordan goes 3rd, Hickman is 4th. So certainly Jordan worked that toe superbly. Jordan goes on to the front row. Peter Hickman goes back. Davo Johnson goes on to row number 2. Johnson with his fastest time so far, 2:26.8, just 0.2 of a second slower than Hickman and Jordan on that lap there. So, and Paul Jordan again is fastest. Hickman again is not, it's very similar, and we're talking nths of a second once again, but yeah, Peter Hickman just not putting a green on that first sector. Jordan has. Todd and Costomo still in the pits. 6 minutes to go. But as it stands, it's Todd, Costomo and Jordan on the front row. Hickman, Johnson, Hodson on row number 2. I suspect, though, with just under 6 minutes to go now, it's not going to stay like that. Rob Hodson and Mitch Reese has been pushed back then to row number 3 alongside Moore and Crow. Is that job done for Davey Todd? So a new rear tyre for Erno as well. So I would imagine perhaps if it's all happy in Davey Todd's camp right now, job done. 22:23.4. Someone's overshot at Lisboa. So, in fact, there he is. So Marcus Simpson just making his way back onto the track again. Cosmo, the new tyre, he's back out as well. So we are really in the sharp end now as Hickman crosses the line and he pushes Jordan back to row number 2. Hickman with a 2:26.3, 3/10 of a second faster than Paul Jordan. David Johnson does still on that 2:26.8. So David Johnson still in the middle of row number 2 alongside Rob Hodson. And I suppose, Sweeney's up to 12th, by the way. Great to see Michael Sweeney up into 12th place, getting the laps in, so he's improving. Paul Jordan, though, cruising, so it looks like a row 2 start for Paul Jordan. You'll be happy with that, Paul. In fact, if it stays that way, he qualified, last year was 6th. He was 7th back in 2023. So Paul Jordan on the row 2, having been on row 3 2 years ago. Unless, of course, David Johnson, Rob Hodson and Mitch Reese have got something to say. But Mitch Reese is in. Lucas Mora is in as well. Peter Hickman did do a fast first sector. In fact, Hickman is certainly one worth watching again now. 3 minutes to go, just across the top. He is just under 3 seconds off the best time of Davey Todd. In fact, with a glance around, you know that Peter Hickman is not going to improve. It looks as if it's going to be 3rd fastest for Hickman, unless he's got something up his sleeve for the final circuit. Davey might do one more lap, possibly might do one more lap. That's the message I'm getting. So we'll keep an eye on whether Davey will just put one more lap in. Erno Costomo, in fact, our 3 Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix winners complete the front row as things stand at the moment. And I was going to say, if you were going to pick a top 6 before the event got underway for qualifying, pretty much is what you've got now. Whether you'd have picked them in that order, what you may not have done is said Mitch Reese on row number 3. Incredible. So here we go, Hickman is upping the ante. So let's keep an eye on Peter Hickman on the 810 BMW. Can we see, and it would be sensational, should Peter Hickman get a time inside 2 minutes 23.4. So his first sector time, as he comes down into Lisboa, is 24.6. So he's fast, but not fastest. He's gone faster. And look who's out. So yeah, Davey Todd is out. Said possibly one more lap, so they've got one more lap. Keeping an eye on Hickman now, or he's not. He's certainly, yeah, we saw that he's eased off, so 27.7. Costomo might improve on his time. So here he is, over the line, and goes to 2:25.7. So he goes quicker even still. Erno Costomo, 2.3 seconds the gap to Davey Todd. So Costomo with a 2:25.7. Just looking at Peter Hickman's times, he might threaten that. Peter Hickman might just threaten that. Costomo will also get another lap in, of course. That's someone at Lisboa. Just looking at different screens, trying to keep an eye on what's happening with Hickman's time as well. Whether he can go inside that 2:25.7. He's 0.6 of a second slower than Costomo as things stand at the moment. It's all bragging rights, really, I suppose, but I suppose, again, it's better to be in the middle of the front row than on the outside of the front row. There is the checkered flag. So Erno Costomo, can he improve on that time as well? He is going quicker. He's certainly not going Davy Todd quick, but he's going quicker than Hickman as things stand at the moment. Oh, Hickman goes second, 2:25.5. 2:25.5, 2.1 seconds outside Davy Todd. So Hickman will be on the middle of the front row unless Erno Costomo can do something about that. And I'm not sure, but there's the 2:8:10 racing riders. What a year it's been for them. Yeah, thumbs up from Peter Hickman, happy. Davy Todd, yeah, 1-2. But Costomo is still out on track. Can Costomo nudge Peter Hickman back? And Costomo's improved his time. He's just gone quicker on sector 4 than Hickman did on that final lap. It's all eyes really on number 38, Davy Todd, with the stoppie, customary. Well, what has Costomo got? Just keeping an eye, there it is. Costomo, those greens on there. It's Hickman that he's going to threaten. So where is Erno Costomo? Crosses the line, and he goes second fastest, 2:25, half a second quicker than Hickman. Erno Costomo, well, we said 8-10 Racing have been dominating, or certainly their riders have dominated Macau in recent years, but Erno Costomo has certainly given them something to think about. 2:25.0 from the Finn. As I called him, Erno, the fastest Finn in the East. So Paul Jordan, David Johnson, Rob Hodson on row number 2. Row 3, Mitch Reese, Phil Crow and Lucas Mora. Michael Evans putting in his fastest lap. Bottalico putting in his fastest lap at the end there as well. There on row 4 alongside Sam West, who in the end, he was up into 10th at one point. He's back down into 12th, but he's on row 4. Michael Sweeney will be on row number 5. Alongside Lauren Hoffman and Almeric Blanc. Then it's Marcus Simpson, Eddie Fair and Don Gilbert. But there we go, a sensational end to what has been an incident-free session, thankfully, for the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix qualifying. The race will take place in just over an hour's time. Will be a press conference with the top 3 riders. But also, hopefully we'll get down into pit lane and have a chat with some of the riders and see what they think, get their thoughts ahead of that race in less than, just over an hour's time. 9:10 local time, 12 laps the race distance here. We're just getting confirmation then of that grid for the race. Todd, Costomo and Hickman. Jordan, Johnson, Hodson on row 2. Reese, Crow, Mora on row 3. Evans, Bottalico, West on row 4. Sweeney, Hoffman and Blanc on row 5, Simpson, Fair, Gilbert on row 6, and then Williams and Whitehall at the back of the grid. Again, we'll have to find out about this, whether or not there is a pit lane issue for Davy Todd, but we'll find out shortly. But for now, I've been Dave.
Johnson, you are Johnson. What an absolutely fantastic qualifying session for 57th Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix that was. David Todd top of the time sheets, 2:23.4. Erno Costello podium in the second right session, just pipping Peter Hickman to the top three. David Todd, Erno Costello and Peter Hickman. Paul Jordan in fourth, ahead of David Johnson with Ron Hodgson in sixth. And the fastest newcomer this afternoon, this morning I should say, Richard Prix, right time of 2:28.812. He's ahead of Phil Pro, Lucas Warren, Michael Evans running at the back of the Maxis, and Lorenzo Montalico in 11th. Southwest 12th, Michael Sweeney recovering well from that little off they had on Thursday the 13th. Lauren Hoffman 14th, Ulrich White in 15th on Simpson. Eddie Ferrer the newcomer 17th, and Charlie newcomer Don Gilbert 18th, Paul Williams 19th, and Ryan White on that 20th. The Grand Prix gets underway just over an hour's time. I really can't wait for it. It's going to be an absolute stunner. 12 laps of the gear circuit to come. It's a front row, but David Todd, Costello, and Peter Hickman.
今天的排位赛真的是非常的精彩，英国车手卫冕冠军8号托德成功的夺得杆位，而且创造了惊人的单圈速度，2分23.413，几乎要打破赛道的记录。如果第一个烈性圈当中的U弯前出现比较危险的后轮把球车的动作的话，我相信那个圈托德应该是有把握破纪录的。排在前排是最后一刻超越了 Hickman 的科斯塔霍，他做出了成绩2分25.041，如果没有托德的2分23.4，如果要是放在比如说前年，这个成绩足以让他夺得杆位，但是今年碰到托德2分23.4，这个2分25.014的这样的成绩，多多少少就显得有点暗淡。不过没关系，前排起跑，然后边上是托德的队友88号，经验丰富的老将 Hickman 做出的是2分25.518，排在第4的是保罗乔丹2号车，2分26.6，第5位是20号，已经是相当长的一段时间没有在东方人出赛，重新来到这里的强森。44号 Rob Hawson 排在了第6位起跑，而第一次在东方人赛道出战的 Prix 92号车不进入前10，这个成绩已经非常亮眼了，在第7，71号 Todd 在第8位，而81号 Lucas 在第9位起跑，埃文斯在第10位起跑。另外一位首次在东方人赛道出战的意大利车手 Todd 在第11位。所以接下来车手们将会稍事休息跟调整，很快在9:10将会进行澳门格兰披治电单车第57届大赛，总共要比12圈，看看谁能够把炙手可热、正处于巅峰状态的 Todd 在比赛里面组织成功。托德在今天毫无疑问是卫冕成功夺得冠军的大热门，所以我们稍后9:10为您送上正赛的12分较量。
Welcome to the qualifying press conference for the 57th Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. In third place for Zico BMW Motorrad, Peter Hickman. Second for Racing for Inclusion by RVS, Erno Costamo. And taking his second Macau pole position for Zico BMW Motorrad, Davey Todd. Davey, congratulations. That was some pace early on as well.
Yeah, really happy with that. Tried a couple of different tyres. I had the race tyre at the beginning of the session and just wanted to spend a little bit of time on that, seeing as we're a little bit short on time now. Wanted to try a couple of things in warm-up that's now disappeared. So we're trying to use it as a bit of a practice session as well as qualifying. Feel really comfortable on both tyres. We made a few tweaks to the bike from the practice session the other day. Oh, steady. Made a few tweaks and it's definitely a step in the right direction. So happy enough with the bike. I feel like I've got a little bit more pace in hand if I need it. But I said to the team, we're quite comfortable. These boys both put a lap in right at the end of the session and got a little bit closer. But I think I've still got a nice little buffer there, and I've got the consistent pace at that pace as well. It's not just a qualifying lap.
好，歡迎大家嚟到第72屆澳門格蘭披治大賽車、澳門格蘭披治電單車第57屆大賽排位賽嘅賽後記者會。咁剛才咧第一嘅陶德咧都同我哋分享啦，其實佢覺得自己喺排位賽裏邊嘅速度咧都非常之好啦。咁其實佢由喺練習開始就已經不停咁樣去測試同埋調整佢嘅賽車同埋佢嘅輪胎嘅抓地力等等啦。咁佢可以咧，佢喺排位賽裏邊都可以有一個好好嘅速度。雖然呢兩位對手喺排位賽嘅後段咧都擦出咗一個快圈，但係佢覺得自己都係有一個爭勝嘅空間嘅，佢相信陣間嘅競賽都會好精彩。
No, coming to you, a great lap right at the end of the session there, which puts you right in the mix.
Yeah, qualifying was good for me, and free practice session is horrible for me, and maybe 6 laps. All practice session is many problems with bike. And now bike and me is good.
而排第2位嘅柯達摩咧，亦都表示其實自己喺自由練習裏邊咧，只可以擦出6圈左右嘅圈速啦。咁同埋佢嘅賽車咧，亦都係有好多唔同嘅問題要去調整嘅。咁佢好開心可以喺排位賽裏邊攞到第2嘅成績。
And Peter, another front row start for you here in Macau. What's the plan today?
Bray later put the throttle on earlier. I think that's what I need to do. No, honestly, I'm actually quite happy and content with where I am at the minute. Wasn't even sure I'd be able to do a 25, and we did a low 25 in the end. So happy enough, you know. I'm concentrating on race pace, concentrating on me and my fitness and what I need to do with myself and my body. But overall, pretty happy. You know, I actually managed to do quite a lot of laps in that session, which is good for me. I had as long a break as I could do before going back out, and yeah, for us, we're just concentrating on race pace the entire time. No sticky tyres or anything like that. So yeah, really happy with the Zico BMW, and yeah, the team's working really well. Bike's working pretty good. So let's see what the race happens. We've got the same front row as we did last year, but fingers crossed we actually managed to get a race in this time.
而排第3嘅克爾文咧，亦都表示佢對自己嘅排位都好滿意啦。其實喺佢好開心可以翻嚟參加賽事啦。咁其實喺成個比賽嘅過程當中咧，佢比賽週末進行到依家，佢都擦出咗唔少嘅好嘅圈速嘅。咁佢依家咧就會專注喺自己嘅比賽當中，咁陣間嘅競賽應該都會好精彩。多謝車隊為佢準備咗一個好好嘅賽車。
And finally, Davey, I'm sure it's all about the race win, and you don't worry about lap records. Absolutely, the lap record is stood for 15 years. You absolutely smashed that. In fact, all of you, I think, went under that in that session. You were only 0.3 of a second off the fastest ever lap here, really early on as well. So, is that something that might be in your mind, or not bothered?
No, honestly, not really. It'd be nice. We've talked a lot this week about that lap record that stood for 15 years and just how fast that actually is, and the fact no one's really been too close for it the last 15 years, really. So it's nice to have that pace. I think that is the pace that we were aiming for. Of course, it's unofficial. It's in qualifying. But I'm sure we can be somewhere around that for the race. We should there we could do a bunch of laps at that pace. I think 4 or 5 laps all in the 23s, which I think's been a long time since anybody's done a bunch of laps at that sort of pace. So no, really happy with the pace we have with the Zico BMW Motorrad team. All the boys are doing a fantastic job. Like Peter said, we've got a reduced team here. We've got a small team over at Macau, but the boys that are here are doing a fantastic job.
而剛才亦都有提問咧，其實澳門嘅電單車嘅圈速紀錄裏邊咧，已經有15年咧冇人可以破到㗎啦。咁但係陶德嘅圈速咧，其實都非常之接近嗰個紀錄嘅。咁佢亦都表示，其實佢冇一個要打破紀錄嘅心啦，但係佢好開心自己嘅圈速成績可以非常之接近到嗰個紀錄，亦都希望咧，佢亦都認為咧自己喺正賽裏邊都可以追到一個差唔多嘅時間。咁佢覺得車隊為佢準備嘅賽車咧，都可以令到佢達到嗰個結果嘅。
Well, good luck for today, gents. In third place for Hickman BMW Motorrad, Peter Hickman. Second for Racing for Inclusion by RVS, Erno Costomo. And taking his second Macau Grand Prix pole position for Zico BMW, Davey Todd.
再次恭喜3位車手。
We're here in pit lane. Michael Sweeney, good to see you finally got out in the end there, but it was looking a bit touch and go.
It was, yeah. After the accident the other day, Dave, up at one of the slow corners, a water pipe blew off the side of the bike and put water on the back tyre, and it done quite a lot of damage. So we didn't think we were going to get back out. There's a lot of damage done to the front of the bike as well. So we said we'd try it this morning. We got it all done, went out, and it just wasn't right. So we came back in, more adjustments, changed things, went back out, back in. And I thought that was it, and then we just said we'll try one more thing, and we just trying to adjust the handlebars because the triple clamp, there's a bit of a kink in the triple clamp that no one has a spare here, so it's the only probably spare we didn't bring with us. So yeah, so we're just still adjusting the handlebars now to suit, so we'll go and try again. Lucky enough we got one lap in and got a time on the board.
I believe also we're just seeing Peter Hickman and David Todd in the background. The 810 boys and others have been helping you get back out on track.
Yeah, they got stuck in yesterday evening, you know. They were at it for a couple of hours, they were at it, so it was great. Massive thanks to them and my own lads as well, you know. They all got stuck in and done the best they can, so all we could have done was tried it this morning, and we did. And luckily enough, we tried one last thing to go out, and we got one lap in and got a time on the board. So we're just going to adjust another few, move a few other things now to try suit me. It's not ideal braking because the front of the bike is kind of, it's off a little bit. So when I'm braking hard, the rear of the bike is skipping around. So we're just going to have to live with that and just be careful.
Your first time back since 2019. You're looking what, a top 10 finish would be?
Yeah, be ideal. That was in my head to come over here, and then that obviously happened the other day. So honestly now, yeah, I'll push on. If I feel as if I can push on, I'll push on and try to get into the top 10. That's the plan. But if the bike is not right, I'll just go around and see where we are. And if it's too bad, I'll just pull it back in.
Well, Michael, we're delighted that you're back out there, and we wish you the very best of luck in less than an hour's time.
Yeah. Thanks a million. Cheers.
Thanks, Michael.
Thank you.
So that's the thoughts of Michael Sweeney. I'm going to try and get another word with another rider who's just sat over here. Unfortunately, he's by a bit of a disco, but I'm just going to see if we can have a quick word with Davo Johnson. So if I can interrupt Davo, we're live around the world at the moment. Davo, if you can give us a second. So Davo, you pulled your finger out eventually at the end there.
Yeah, well, it's a tough one because that was my first proper crack on the bike with no dramas. Like, yeah, with the first session we had a few issues, like simple mapping issues, but so that the first session was a write-off really, and then that session we had similar, not really problems, but just getting the bike a feeling for me in that session. And it was like, right, take the freaking brain out and go for a lap, and I did, and that was as far as I'm prepared to go right now because I'm still learning the thing because it's crazy. You only get one practice these days and one qualifier. So it's for not been able to ride the bike before I came here. That's like, it's pretty nuts that I have to do that. So
but you must be stoked to be row 2, middle of row 2.
Very happy. It's yeah, I didn't really know what to expect, but I knew the bike was going to be good, but just I didn't foresee the problems that we had initially. But yeah, they're normal problems that you have sort of at a meeting where you get 2 practice and 2 qualifiers. But yeah, 1 practice, 1 qualifier. No, we're racing. I don't feel ready to race, but we're freaking racing now. So let's do it, I suppose.
Could that be an issue? The fact that this is unprecedented, really, here, isn't it? The fact, you know, with Macau, normally you'd have the practice, you'd have the qualifying yesterday, but you've just done an hour. Now you've got another 12 laps.
Yeah, I could do with another. Well, 2 sessions would be nice just to learn.
Well, I'm thinking more in terms of energy-wise.
I feel really good. I am fitter than I look, but I did 16 laps and everyone gives me crap about not looking the fittest, but yeah, I feel quite good on the bike, so 12 laps would be no dramas, but yeah, just to be able to push for that podium, I'll see. I'll get the race up and running and then see where we're at.
Well, I hope whatever happens that you'll be smiling at the end of it, mate. So,
exactly, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, cheers, Davo. So that's the thoughts of Davo Johnson. Let's try and get a word with Mikey Evans, if we can. Mikey, you've had some issues as well, unfortunately, haven't you?
Yeah, just a couple of just setup issues, really. Just trying to get used to the Honda around here and trying to find something I'm comfortable with. Still not quite there, really. So we're changing it every time I go out and trying to use the laps well.
That's like suspension and things like that,
yeah, just suspension, just trying to get a bit of confidence. The first day I wasn't very confident with the lack of grip and stuff, and then obviously we just dropped in this morning, made a bit of a change, and I've gone a couple of seconds quicker, but still not feeling quite comfortable. So we're making a change for the race. It's going to go 1 or 2 ways, either going to help us or we're going to kind of go back, but you know, we've got to learn, we've got to try these things.
What's the track been like out there? Compare it, because we were out 48 hours ago and then it was quite green, but now with all the cars having been around it.
Yeah, no, it's much better than it was. You know, there's a lot of rubber down it you can see and stuff. Still, a few of the white lines are probably a little bit too high for the bikes. I think maybe they've painted over them so you can feel them a bit. But definitely, you know, a huge improvement on Thursday morning. So yeah, and it's only getting better.
You've done plenty of road races at different places. This is totally different, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
And what is it that makes it totally different?
I think the kind of obviously it's very enclosed, and just the track is so different to anything else. You know, you can do all sorts of road racing, and even Thursday morning I came here and my first few laps I felt so out of place, and I was just, you know, you've got to take your time so much. You've got to really respect the place. You know, there's not really any room for error, so you've got to kind of ride within yourself until you feel comfortable, and that's kind of, I try and do that all the time, but obviously when you're struggling with a bit of setup, you've just got to rein it back a bit and just try and look at the bigger picture. But yeah, it's such a unique place, and it's really great fun as well.
And this will be your first real race here now, won't it?
Second.
Oh, second.
Yeah, I did 23.
Oh, you did 23.
Yeah,
okay.
23 was my first race, and then yeah, so yeah, it's been a little while since the last one, so yeah, hopefully we get a good, clean race and everyone just relaxes and has fun.
Okay, I was just saying to Davo as well, was there any conserving energy or anything this morning with the fact that you've got a race coming up so soon?
No, I think we should be able to. Everyone should be able to do a qualifying and a 12-lap race round here if we're at this level. Not for me anyway. I think you have to put everything you've got into qualifying because it's so important around here. So yeah, there was definitely no holding back. And you know, I think that a lot of people I was out to the very end anyway. I know Davey's obviously got a bit of a gap on everyone else, but yeah, that's his race. So yeah, we'll go.
Very quickly, set yourself any targets or?
No, I think it's always just improvement for me in road racing. I think to put too much pressure on positions and stuff isn't really the best idea. I've gone 2 and a bit seconds quicker than I've ever gone before already. So, you know, at the moment I'm happy, but you know, we're racers and we want to do well. So
best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. We need to have a quick word as well with the man who was second on row number 2. We're live around the world at the moment. Paul, well done. If you can come out a second, congratulations, is it? Or you're a little bit disappointed not to make it on the front row?
No, I'm happy. You know, from last year we went 3.1 seconds faster than we did last year, so we've made a big step. So, you know, we just need to get a good start and get away with them. You
followed Peter Hickman for a little while there. Was that a little tactic to help you along?
Yeah, yesterday or 2 days ago, I got out and behind Pete, and you know, I thanked him for it, and I asked him if I had an opportunity to get out behind him again, would it be possible? So, yeah, I got out behind him there and tried to make as much of it as possible as I could.
You all wear different colours, but you're one big team all together, really, aren't you?
Yeah, that's it for sure. You know, and he trusts me and I trust him, so that's a big part of it, isn't it?
Yeah. So in terms of where you are with the bike and everything, you're happy ahead of racing, or are you making any more little final tweaks?
No, I'm ready to rock and roll. You know, if they said to start now, I'll go.
I know you set yourself a little target?
Yeah, I've already achieved the target I came here to set, so just get into the race and enjoy it.
Right. We wish the best of luck, Paul. Paul Jordan, well done.
Thank you.
So there we go, that's the thoughts of Paul Jordan. I don't know whether we've got anybody else who's knocking around. And just see, obviously it's quite busy in the garages. It would have been, we've spoken with Davo, Peter Hickman we've heard from the press conference as well. Let's have a quick look and see if we've spoken with Michael. Mitch Reese is the one we'd really like to speak to. So I'm going to just see if I can find Mitch Reese. Oh, in fact, I'll get Rob Hodson. If Rob's got a second, if he could come out and have a quick word with us. So Rob's on a brand new superbike. He's with the SMT Racing Honda this year. So Rob, congratulations. Happy with that?
Yeah, we thought we could have had a bit more there. I was up for a really good, well, half-decent couple of laps there in the second part of the qualifying, but just caught a couple of slower riders, which, you know, they're doing their own thing. So, yeah, dropped back and then went for another one. And yeah, just couldn't quite beat what I'd done before. So, yeah, we're all right, starting P6, so we can't complain. If we can get a good start, we're away with the front bunch, and you know, other riders kind of tagged on the back of quicker riders, which is always the way to do qualifying if you can. But yeah, it's good to know I can kind of do the times by myself, you know. So yeah, we'll see how we go in the race. But yeah, the SMT Fireblade's working well. Like I said, new bike for this event. Just did one race of testing before we got here, so yeah, we'll be right enough.
What is it about a new bike that you have to find out? I know that sounds a bit daft, but what's the biggest issues that you have to deal with a new bike?
Generally, if you're swapping manufacturer, it's a big, quite a big thing because you've got new chassis, you know, suspension, and there's quite a lot to work at. But we're not too bad with this this SMT Fireblade because we've gone from the 23 model to the 25, so that's very similar chassis. We've got similar, same swing arm and forks. It's just the edging characteristics are a little bit different with the split throttle bodies and things like that. So yeah, it's helping around here. I went faster than I've ever gone around here before. So in that qualifying session, so we're just yeah, we're just picking time off where we can and doing the best I can, really.
Just tell us a little bit about having to work in these kind of conditions. It's nothing like the Macau pit lane garage, 4 machines in there all crammed together, but everyone gets on well, and it's good crack.
Yeah, we've got. Yeah, it's not too bad if you get along with the people. I mean, I'm with Paul, so I can't say too much. But no, when there's bikes running, when everyone's trying to get prepared and things like that, it's pretty hot, and you've got a million cameras around. So yeah, once they sod off, we're all right.
Yeah. I'm going to mention this because I've been mentioning it in commentary. You keep coming 5th here.
Yeah, I've had 3 5ths now. So yeah, to be fair, yeah, it's not, you know, yeah. If we can, you know, I'm expecting a little bit more if we can, but you know, it's going
to be tough against those BMWs.
Of course it is, yeah, they've got the power and the speed, but you know, we're not too shabby ourselves, so yeah, we'll get away, see how we can do, and just do the best we can. But you know, the competition is pretty stiff. It is the Macau Grand Prix, and you know, we're not at a small club event, you know, so everyone's pushing on. Everyone's worked hard all week. We've done the the press stuff for the organisers and things like that, so we've done all that. We've got our bikes prepped, like you say, in the small garage, and worked hard to get them right. So yeah, everyone deserves their own bit. You know, everyone's pushing to be up front, myself included. So yeah, I'll do the best I can and see where we end up at the end.
Best of luck, Rob.
Thanks very much.
So there we go, Rob Hodson. We'll just try and find, if we can. I know he's just fresh from the press conference, but there's a couple of things I'd like to ask Peter as well, if that's okay. We're just live around the world, Peter, so
live around the world, please don't sweat.
Exactly. Just from conversations that we've been having, obviously we've just heard in the press conference, but there's been a few other little things, and I was talking to Mervyn White, who's part of the organisation here, and you were saying when you first got here that there was issues with white lines, etc. So
yeah, somebody had painted some more paint onto the white line, so there's around here in Macau, the centre white line is not broken, it's always a solid white line, and up over the top in certain areas the white line was way too thick. So the problem with that was every time we ran across it, and obviously we run across it a lot with a lot of lean angle, the front and the rear tyre was almost hopping over it, so it was very easy that we could have either took the front or lost the rear. Or so after the first session, myself, Davey, a few others had mentioned it, wrote on a map where we would like it changing, and they went out that evening. Obviously for the cars it makes no real difference, but in the evening they went out with like a surface grinder and ground the top of the paint off, and seems to have done the job.
They say in racing you have to beat your teammate, but to beat your team co-owner as well, I mean, I don't know if you've ever discussed it at all, but how's this going to, you know, how are you going to play this, the two of you, you know, if you are 1-2?
Yeah, I mean, this is the same conversation we've had for almost a year now, that people think that we would fall out. At the end of the day, we're against each other, whether we're in the same team or in opposite teams. So yeah, it doesn't really make any difference. Yeah, I want to beat him, he wants to beat me, of course. We're in slightly different positions at the minute as well, with obviously everything that's happened to me this year, but that's life. That had happened to me if we were in different teams. It makes no difference. And as soon as we put the helmet on, obviously we still have respect for each other, just like we have respect for everybody else on the grid, and we still want to beat each other. We both think that we're better than the other person, so that's just a normal racer's mentality.
If you are trailing to him with time to a little bit, or time's running out, will you take a risk?
I don't mind taking a risk. I'd be no different with Davey than I would be with anyone else. You know, in road racing in particular, you know yourself, the risks are extremely high. So unless the move is absolutely 100% on, then don't do it. That's just how it is in road racing. So and particularly here, the gear circuit in Macau, it's super hard to pass anyway. Not a lot of room, and obviously absolutely no runoff whatsoever. So yeah, I don't ride any different against Davey to what I do anyone else.
So my final question is, what's more important, a Peter Hickman win 14 or a 1-2 8-10 racing result?
A 1-2 racing result with me first, thanks.
All right, Peter, we wish you the very best of luck out there and look forward to watching you out here at Macau again and maybe win number 5.
So we'll soon find out, won't we? Thanks, mate.
Thanks. Cheers, Pete. Thanks. So there we go. That's the thoughts of the pit lane this morning. And so, yeah, hopefully we'll be getting racing again very soon at 9:10. But for now, from myself, Dave Moore, it's goodbye.
Attention in pit lane, GB bikes. Pit exit will open in 10 minutes. GB bikes, pit exit will open in 10 minutes. Attention in pit lane, GB bikes. Pit exit will open in 1 minute. Pit exit will open in 1 minute. Attention in pit lane, GB bikes, pit exit is now open and will close in 5 minutes. Pit exit is now open and will close in 5 minutes.
Welcome back if you've just joined us again here at Macau, the Motorcycle Grand Prix. Due for a 9:10 start, but the bikes have gone out early, so they've let them out. Having wandered around pit lane, everything seems quite good. The mood is very good. Everyone's reasonably happy with the way things are going. Interesting to hear from Davey Todd saying that he thinks he's capable of posting consecutive 2-minute 23 laps. Obviously his priority is to win, but if he can break Stuart Easton's lap record, a lap record that stands for 15 years, I mean that is something very special for Stuart Easton. And even if it does go, it's something that Stuart Easton could be very proud of. The fact that he did that back then in 2010. You think of other events where Fogarty held the Isle of Man TT record for, what was it, 7 years. Mike Hailwood's lap record was that 7 years, and then Mick, 9 years, was it? 8 years, 9 years, and then Mick Grant broke it back in 1975. So, yeah. For a lap record to stand for so long is something very, very special. We will, of course, have many of the bikes will just now sit here and wait for a little while. As they line up, it'll be obviously Davey Todd in pole position, Erno Costomo alongside him, Peter Hickman, and all BMW front row. And you'd have to say it's between those three. Now, Davey Todd this year has been on the big bikes sensational, the king of the roads. Will he confirm that here today? However, Peter Hickman missed a huge chunk through injury following his crash at the Isle of Man. But if you look at their BSB results, Peter tended just to finish ahead of Davey towards the end of the season when Peter made his return from injury. However, Davey, as he keeps saying, is super happy to be on a bike that is all his settings. So it is a question of who is going to win. Will it be Davey Todd? Will he win his first Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix race? He did, of course, win the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix last year, but that result was based on the qualifying session. So this will be the first time he'll be looking to win the race. Erno Costomo did win the race back in 2022. It was a bit of a depleted grid. It was coming out of the pandemic, of course, but even so, Erno Costomo right in there amongst Todd and Hickman here at Macau. So I think it was 2018 when Costomo first came here. Finished 17th, 9th the year back in 2019. But there is the man in pole position, Davey Todd. And looked after by Andy Lewis. So here is Erno Costomo in second place as well, the Finnish rider. So Litka with the umbrella alongside him. So yeah, Erno Costomo, maybe not quite on the pace of Davey Todd, but certainly he'll want to get a podium position. Peter Hickman, relaxed as ever. And he'll be building. Interesting to hear what he's been saying about winning this race. So then we go on to row number 2, Paul Jordan. He would be ecstatic with a podium. But Paul looking to finish a race inside the top 6. He took 6th place last year. And David Johnson as well, 3rd back in 2019 on the PBM Ducati. Still just about got his head around the BMW, he was saying there earlier, and yeah, he has forced his way in. And Rob Hodgson as well, looking to improve on 3 fifth-place finishes in the last 3 Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. And Rob, you're cool enough. You don't need to keep yourself cool that way. But anyway, then we go on to row number 3. And what about this guy, Mitch Reese? Absolutely sensational. Really, and big thumbs up for Mitch Reese, because he has been superb. Then we got Phil Crow. He is in the middle of row number 3. Phil would be a top 10 finish, would be his best ever result, so he's on for that. And then we have Lucas Mora back. He missed last year, Lucas Mora, but back at Macau. Then we go back to row number 4, Michael Evans. Brand new bike for the team. And also this guy, Maurizio Bottalico, has proved to be no slouch. His first time ever here at Macau. And he is also on row number 4. And alongside him is Sam West. Oh, sorry, Michael Sweeney. It should be Sam West. Well, Michael Sweeney got into 12th position. Yes, he has. So sorry, it was Sam West is coming up on the official screen, and there is Sam. So he is heading row number 5. And Lauren Hoffman back at Macau as well. Belgian rider. Alongside him should be Almeric Blanc. Again, an international feel to this event. Almeric Blanc, the only rider on Bridgestones. Then we have Marcus Simpson. And you should have Eddie Fair. There he is, number 36. One of 2 Frenchmen at the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix this year. And also well done as well to Don Gilbert, newcomer. He'll be delighted that he wasn't right at the back of the grid. There is Paul Williams. Alongside him, Ryan Whitehall from the Isle of Wight. And those are our 20 contestants here in the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. There is Don Gilbert. So, we got an issue? No, he's ready to go, ready to rock. So one of 4 newcomers at the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix this year, Don Gilbert. Oh yeah, they want to get this tyre warmer off. As the grid starts to clear, we are 90 seconds away from the start of the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. So I'm getting a message that Davey Todd and Erno Costomo are under investigation for violation of starting procedure. Now, I've heard no more of the Davey Todd speeding in pit lane issue, but now they are, Davey Todd and Erno Costomo, under investigation for violation of starting procedure. Whatever that means. Whether anything will be applied at the end of the race, I don't know, but I wouldn't have thought so. I've never heard of violation of starting procedure before. And if I get any more information, I shall let you know. I certainly would like to know. So 20 riders lining up on the gear circuit for the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. Davey Todd on the left of the picture in pole position as we look at it. Costomo alongside in the middle, and Hickman. And you have to say, it's between those 3. Well, we're slightly delayed. We were due to get underway at 9:10. That's now gone, but we're not too far away. So green flag displayed at the back of the grid. So revs rising as they go off on this sighting lap, and they'll come back round and they'll get things underway. Of course, these bikes full of fuel, 24 litres. It will really make braking an issue as they come into Lisboa, especially on the opening couple of laps. The bikes will improve as the fuel load is lighter. So they're standing here. The apex is so far around there as well, so then coming into Lisboa, knock it down into first gear, click it back up into second for this next right-hand turn for the climb up San Francisco. A little touch of the rear brake as well, just to keep the bike from popping the front wheel up. So third and fourth momentarily, then it's into the first and second gears now. Generally second gear all the way through here, through maternity. Through turn 6 and 7, turn 8, Teddy Yip. Then into turn 9, 10, 11. The sun coming out now as well. It's been overcast this morning. The other thing to mention as well, earlier this week we had plenty of wind. And the flags, there's very little wind, as we saw while Rob Hodgson there was fanning himself. The Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix, the cars have been run later in the day, absolutely sweltering conditions. But because they're going now earlier in the morning, first thing before the cars get out, temperatures are reasonably cool right now. Sun is breaking through. Looking at temperatures around 23, 24 degrees Celsius at the moment, and we're expecting it to get even hotter as the day goes on. It's coming out of the Melco hairpin. That stretch from San Francisco to Melco, very rare we'll see any overtaking manoeuvres. But again, you've got to get good drive out of Fisherman's. Take it as close to the wall as you dare on the exit. It's really bumpy along there as well. A lot of the track, obviously it's a road, it's a normal street, so it is generally bumpy, but certainly round through this part is bumpy as well. So it's the last great road race of the year, the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. Davey Todd, on what he's proved so far in free practice and in qualifying, has to start as favourite, but what can former winner Erno Customo do? What can four-time Peter Hickman do about Davey Todd? Can Paul Jordan or Dave O'Johnson or Rob Hodgson get themselves onto the podium? Can Mitch Rees, a newcomer to the Macau Grand Prix, come away with a top 6 finish? Can Phil Crowe or Lucas Mora or Michael Evans get themselves into the top 10? Even Michael Sweeney, who knows? So the red flag is displayed. We are not too far away from racing here at the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. The green flag is displayed. We are all set to go. And then it'll be watch the lights. Lights go out and away. Davey Todd, Costomo and Hickman left to right on the picture. All anxious to get away. There go the lights. And out go the lights and away they go. And it's a great start from Todd. Hickman up the inside of Costomo as well. Look at Hodgson. Front wheels popping up as they go into the first left-hand turn. But it looks to be Davey Todd who is going to lead them. Indeed it is. It is Todd from Hickman. Costomo's fighting back. And Costomo goes past Hickman. And Costomo is chasing after Todd as well. Through Mandarin they go. But it is Todd from Costomo, from Hickman. But certainly Hickman got ahead of Costomo. Costomo hit back going into Lisboa. Oh, really big move up the inside. Oh, someone's gone straight on. Somebody has gone straight on. Not too sure who that was. But it is Todd from Costomo. Hodgson's there. Johnson as well. So there is Hodgson. There is Johnson. Dave O'Johnson in 5th position. And it is as you are on this opening lap coming round here, but So it's Todd from Costomo, from Hickman, Jordan, Johnson, Rob Hodson, Mitch Reese 7th, Phil Crow, Mora, Evans, pretty much as they started. Sweeney, I think, is ahead of Sam West. Indeed he is, so Sweeney's in 10th. Coming down now to Donna Maria and then the Melco hairpin. Coming through Moorish, and this is down in, this is Costomo just chasing after Davey Todd on this opening lap, and the one thing he doesn't want to do is let Davey Todd get away, and certainly Hickman doesn't want to be held up by Costomo. We did see when Peter Hickman won here a couple of years ago ahead of Davey Todd, they battled away and eventually Hickman pulled the pin and pulled away from Todd, but already Davey Todd is threatening to win this race on the opening lap. He is absolutely flying. So he's going to put in a time of around 2 minutes 30. Oh, and a move from 81. So Lucas Mora goes through on Phil Crow, I think that was. He just made the... not Phil Crow, sorry. So he makes his way past Mitch Reese. So they go over the line, yeah, 2:28.4 from Davey Todd. An astounding opening lap. Costomo with a 2 minute 30.5, Hickman with a 2 minute 31.1, and already Davey Todd, here he is, leading on lap number 2, 2 seconds ahead of Erno Costomo. Hickman half a second back in third, then it is Hodson, Johnson, Bottalico in 6th place. While I was concentrating on the front runners, I didn't notice that Bottalico had sneaked up to 6th. So all the pre-race waxing lyrical about Mitch Reese, and it's Maurizio Bottalico, the Italian, absolutely stunning. Again, Todd is pulling further and further away. Look at this already. And I think Peter Hickman knows it's job over, game over, job done. Because even Hickman just seems to be not quite on the pace of Erno Costomo as well. He gained a few tenths of a second on the opening sector, then lost a few tenths on the second sector. So Hodson as well in this little group just behind here now. Then Hodson just coming into the picture ahead of David Johnson in that battle for 4th position. My goodness, Davey Todd. Well, if he continues at this rate, what we're going to be talking about is potential lap records, of course. The 2:23.3, the standing lap record from Stuart Easton. Purple set to Davey Todd, but then again, you've got to wait for everything to get up to speed. The bike will improve. It's quite heavy at the moment. Ooh, that's quite normal, really. Coming down towards Fisherman's. The back rear just skips and jumps a little bit. Oh, Costomo takes it right out to the wall as well. So Erno Costomo really pushing. And to have Peter Hickman behind you, this is impressive from the Finnish rider. It is a BMW 1-2-3. Then Rob Hodson, the first of the Hondas. And we have another BMW in 5th place with David Johnson. Bottalico also on a BMW. So 5 BMWs in the top 6. Wow. This is sensational from Davey Todd. 2:24.7 on that second lap. Oh, Costomo's messed it up. He's messed it up. He's messed it up. He just got it wrong going in. Oh, and that's handed second place to Peter Hickman. What a shame for Erno Costomo. It seemed as if he was pulling away from Peter Hickman, but as they came into Lisboa, I think he got his line wrong, got his braking wrong as well, perhaps. And that let Peter Hickman go through. Peter Hickman says, thank you very much, and goes through into second position. So Hickman is second, but surely he can't reel in his teammate and team co-owner Davey Todd. So that is Hickman in second position, but he has now got open road ahead of him. That gap, 3.5 seconds at the end of the previous lap. So tight through this section, really, you can see here perfectly from the onboard. That's Davo Johnson just ahead of Costomo. Costomo providing the pictures right now. Oh, poor Ono Costomo, looking really good in second place. Then just that little mistake going into Lisboa. He's going up the inside of Johnson though, and he's got him. So Costomo up in the 4th place. Davo Johnson shuffled back into 5th, so Costomo into 4th. Rob Hodson obviously in 3rd place. Here's the man in 2nd, coming out of Fisherman's. So can he reduce that 3.5 second gap Davey Todd has on Peter Hickman? So Todd crossed the line now. It's not the fastest lap so far. That's still on lap number 2. There goes Peter Hickman, 6 seconds. That is a big gap. Even with a quarter of the race completed and 3/4 still to go, 6 seconds is pretty big. So Davey Todd 2:24.8 on that lap, just a 1/10 of a second outside the previous lap, his fastest lap of the race so far. And there goes Costomo. Can he stop in time? Coming into Lisboa, he's gone past Rob Hodson. So Costomo back into 3rd place. Superb, absolutely superb from Erno Costomo. It shows really what a talent this man is. So Rob Hodson thinking, wow, might be on for a podium here. Suddenly finds himself back in 4th place with Bottalico in 5th. What is going on with Maurizio Bottalico? The Italian, a newcomer, is up into 5th place. David Johnson now back in 6th position. Lucas Moore in 7th. Mitch Reese down in 9th behind Michael Evans. Paul Jordan in 10th, which is a surprise. That is a big surprise to see Paul Jordan in 10th. He was 11th, he's moved up into 10th, he's ahead of Michael Sweeney. But yeah, I'm not too sure what happened with Paul Jordan. So Costomo now leaving Hodson and Bottalico behind. Meanwhile, Davey Todd not quite on lap record pace. Just coming up to complete his lap now. Just waiting for him to come out of our bend. The gap was 6.1 seconds between Davey Todd and Peter Hickman at the end of the previous lap. Here comes Todd crossing the line now. That's a 2:25.0. He did purple the last 2 sectors. Here's Hickman. And the gap, oh, he's only taken a 1/10 of a second out of Davey Todd on that lap. So it's as you were, Davey Todd from Peter Hickman. Peter Hickman with a 2:24.9. So Peter Hickman is now inside the 2:25s. Costomo with a 2:25.4. So Costomo yet to go inside 2:25, but that was Costomo's fastest lap, and that was overtaking both Davo Johnson and Rob Hodson. Maurizio Bottalico in 5th place. What is going on there? Incredible. Johnson now is back into 7th. Davo Johnson dropping down. Lucas Mora is now up into 6th place. So Lucas Mora on the Yamaha, the only Yamaha in this race. So he's now inside the top 6, and Mora would be absolutely delighted. Should think so. Oh no. So That is Michael Sweeney. So poor old Michael Sweeney, after all the effort and hoping for a top 10 finish, has pulled in at Lisboa. By the looks of things, whether he'll continue remains to be seen, of course. And Rob Hodson has certainly got a lot to think about in the shape of Maurizio Bottalico. There is Bottalico, number 40. And Bottalico will be learning a lot from Rob Hodson, who knows his way around Macau. And Lucas Moura also on the rear wheel of Bottalico. And David Johnson just disappeared off. I think he's just at the top there. There he is. So David Johnson just losing a little bit of ground. And behind him comes Mitch Rees. Michael Evans ahead of Mitch Rees, sorry, and Paul Jordan. So the gap is down to 5.7, so almost half a second. Hickman took out a Todd on that lap there. But at this race, he's running out of laps. We're coming up to the halfway point soon. And he needs really to be taking a second a lap out of Davy Todd if he's to think about stealing the victory from his teammate. And so Davy Todd pulling away, but Hickman has just done his fastest lap, 2:24.5. In fact, that is the fastest lap of the race. So fastest lap of the race to Peter Hickman, 2:24.5. Davy Todd's 2:24.7. Meanwhile, Lucas Moura all over the back of Bottalico as well. So perhaps fancying the Swiss rider taking 5th place from the Italian. No, Costomo was, I think, 0.04 of a second slower on that lap than his best lap so far. So Costomo in a very solid 3rd place, you'd have to say, at this moment in time. But Peter Hickman, again, improving his times by the looks of it through his own sector. So he's building. He's just put the fastest sector 3 in of the race so far. And you'll certainly see Davy, his teammate Davy Todd, on the longer straights. He'll disappear through these winding parts of the circuit around the top through Moorish and Donna Maria. But Lucas Moura could be one to watch here on Bottalico. Might be looking for a move at the Melco hairpin if he can get close enough, get inside, force the issue, get his way into 5th place. Maurizio Bottalico must be living in dreamland. Here we go. No, not close enough. But looking for the drive, just Bottalico slides that rear wheel out of the hairpin. Here comes Rob Hodson in 4th place. And that would be his best result at Macau if he can maintain it. Here's Moura looking, and I think Moura might be going for it. It might just appear up the inside. No, not on this occasion. It's still Bottalico from Moura. It looked like Moura was shaping up for a move going into Fisherman's, but thought against it. And Rob Hodson always has a cracking helmet design. So Michael Sweeney is retiring. Sam West is retiring as well, by the way, but all the guys at the 39th milestone will be disappointed to see their guy having to pull in. But it's been a splendid effort from the Irishman. And he'll be back, of course. That's what every rider likes to see. Clear track ahead of them. And that's what Davy Todd's enjoying. 5.4 the gap on that last one. So again, more tenths of a second that Hickman's taken out of Davy Todd, but they're lapping very consistently. Hickman, though, has gone again with another fastest lap, 2:24.0. So Hickman keeps putting in the fastest laps. So perhaps maybe Costomo getting ahead of him as he did as they went through Mandarin. down into Lisboa on that opening lap. Perhaps that might be something for Peter Hickman to have let that happen. But what we're not seeing though are 223s. We're getting 224s. Cosmo still to go inside 225. In fact, he was 226 on that last one, so he was about half a second slower with clear road ahead of him. Davey Todd, well, I mentioned, I don't think it's quite, certainly not lower 223. It might be a high 223 on the cards for Davey Todd. Here's Hickman in second place into Fisherman's. There you'll see, just sees Davey Todd as Hickman takes it right out to the wall. So they've seen Davey Todd, he knows he's there. So across the line goes, and it is a 223.7 from Davey Todd. So fastest lap of the race, 223.7, and Hickman does a 224.0. 224.7, sorry, it was a whole second slower there, so he's lost a second to Davey Todd on that lap. So Davey Todd with a 223.7, 4/10 outside the lap record. This could be the lap to watch for Davey Todd. Well, firmly now in the second half of the race, just waiting for Hickman to appear in the picture, but Davey Todd, here is Hickman. Davey Todd could be, in fact, no, maybe not. That first sector, 24.4, probably worked against him. But 223.7 from Davey Todd is still very, very impressive. He's been the fastest rider at Macau this year from the word go. From when we began free practice, even he surprised himself how fast he went straight away on a track that had not been used by any form of motorsport vehicle until 2 days ago. That could just be the fastest lap of the race that we get, 2 minutes 23.7. Still no change further down the order as well. Paul Jordan is in. Paul Jordan is a retirement. What a shame for Paul Jordan. He's been so strong all the way through free practice, all the way through qualifying as well. But come the race, what a shame for Paul Jordan. But you know for certain he'll have a cracking year next year, no matter where he goes. Really improved year on year, Paul Jordan. Gone from a really strong 600 Supersport rider and is now just as comfortable, if not even more comfortable, on a 1000cc superbike. So 3 retirements: Paul Jordan, Michael Sweeney and Sam West. So there goes Davey Todd across the line, 224.3 that time. So waiting for Hickman, and that gap's gone out to 7.8 seconds. So barring any mistakes, it's going to be Davey Todd who's going to be a winner of a race at the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix for the first time. He won the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix last year, but that was obviously on the qualifying session. Now he's going to do it for real. Into Lisboa again. Superb from Davey Todd. So 24.4 on that first sector. Half a second faster than Peter Hickman on that first sector. And we are in the final third of this race. Bodolico still in 5th place. Mitch Reese in 9th. Our two or four newcomers. I think we're just going to get one lap in this race inside 2 minutes 24. Cosimo still a very solid 3rd place, but he's some 5 seconds down on Peter Hickman, but he's a good 10 seconds ahead of Rob Hodgson. Rob Hodgson looking very solid in 4th. The big question mark is Mauricio Bottolico in 5th and Lucas Moura in 6th. They're virtually going round together. Go back another 5 seconds to David Johnson. Michael Evans, really impressive 8th place so far. Mitch Reese as well, 9th. But Bottalico, all through free practice and qualifying, it was just all the talk's been about Mitch Reese. But now, Bottalico, the Italian, so the only thing standing between Davy Todd and victory, let's say, is if he made a mistake, if he ran on too hard, and he's a guy who just does not make mistakes. Or maybe he'd have an issue such as Michael Sweeney suffered the other day, but it is a beautifully prepared machine. 810 Racing crew really know their stuff, and it looks like their continued success will carry on here at the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. Rob Hodgson, a very solid 4th place. 224.5 for Davy Todd on that lap, by the way. 220. It's gone out to nearly 10 seconds, the advantage on Davy Todd. So Peter Hickman knows that the next best result from a Peter Hickman win is a 1-2 for 810 Racing. Michael Rutter, of course, still the most successful motorcyclist around Macau. 9 wins to his name. Ron Haslam as well, 6 victories for him. The talk was, would Peter Hickman make it 5? But it looks like he'll stay on 4. And on the roads for Davy Todd, it's been a great year. He's had some fantastic results, especially in the Isle of Man. Oh, and it has got him. Mora's got him. So Mora is past Bottalico. So Lucas Mora up into 5th place ahead of Bottalico. But I think Bottalico will still, well, maybe having held 5th for so long, he might be a little bit disappointed. But if you said to him before the race, we'll give you a top 6 finish, I'm sure he'd have snapped your hand off. Meanwhile, Davy Todd is counting down the miles. Just slows down for Fisherman's. Just nicks it up to 50, about 150 miles an hour, the approach. Oh, he takes it right out to the wall as well, Davy Todd. Still prepared to push it. So here he is out of the final turn. It won't be too long before he sees that checkered flag waved at him. So that last lap there, 2 minutes 26.3. So he will certainly come away with the fastest lap of the race. 2 minutes 23.7 seconds as Hickman crosses the line. Loses a little bit more time. He's definitely eased back, has Peter Hickman. That was a 2:26.9. He's a second slower. So the 810 members and some of the MJR Racing crew down there as well, sharing the pit garage. But Davy Todd is making something very difficult look very easy indeed. And you know, there's certainly a lot more in the locker to come from Davy Todd in the future. Came onto the road racing scene back in 2018. That's when he made his Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix debut. Qualified 11th, finished 9th back then. Came back the following year, qualified 12th, and finished 4th. So that was a good indication of what was to come. Didn't take part in 2022. Qualified 2nd in 2023. Finished 2nd in the end by some distance to Peter Hickman. But this time, the tables have been turned. There'll be some party at the 810 camp tonight, should this stay as it is. Marcus Simpson's just put in his best lap. So We've got another lap to go just after this one. Into the Macau hairpin, just slides it in nicely. Davey Todd, there is Hickman at the top of the picture, and that is a bigger than 10-second gap, we'd say now. Davey Todd coming down into Fisherman's, again just knocking back second gear, third gear, fourth, then fifth, then back into second, and then hitting third here, then fourth, then fifth, 150 miles an hour. So out comes Davey Todd. He gets the last lap flag. 1 lap to go then for Davey Todd. Peter Hickman in second place still. And it's that gap, 10.7 seconds. We're waiting for Costomo still in third place. It'll be a solid third place. What a shame for Erno Costomo. He'll be looking back on that mistake he made at Lisboa, thinking what might have been. I don't think anyone would have caught Davey Todd the mood that Davey Todd is in today. But certainly not far to go. And you know there'll be a big stoppie at the end of it as well from Davey Todd. Began his career off-road. Kind of came into circuit racing, tarmac racing, kind of quite late in his career. But certainly a fantastic talent on a dirt bike. But once he left dirt bikes behind, and so he switched his attention back in 2018, really has been impressive. So it's a victory lap for Davey Todd on the gear circuit here at the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. Peter Hickman should be a solid second place, Erno Costomo third. Mitch Reese is up into 8th place, so he'll be delighted if things stay like that, but we're keeping, and why not, an eye on this guy. Just watching him, you're watching something special here. Even now electing just to take it nice and sweep around these bends, not going too far, not pushing too hard. He knows it's in the bag. He knows he doesn't want to make a silly mistake. Not riding on the edge. Such a stylish rider as well. He is a joy to watch, Davey Todd. Here he is coming into Fisherman's for the very last time at the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. One more bend to go for Davey Todd. He will prove to be the king of the roads for 2025. Here he is, looks around. Up goes the front wheel, out comes the checkered flag. It's victory for Davey Todd at the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. Whether we'll get a stoppie right now or not, I think we might get one at Lisboa. Here comes Hickman as well. He'll be delighted with the second place. Obviously wants to win, but he's done it 4 times before. He'll be happy to take second place to his teammate Davey Todd. We're waiting for Erno Costomo. Here he is, the Finn. He will take the final step on the podium. Congratulations to the Finnish rider who came back superbly despite that mistake at Lisboa. Cost him so much time, but made his way past David Johnson, Rob Hodgson, who is now into view. And it is a best ever result for Rob Hodgson at Macau as well. Rob Hodgson with a wheelie. Team owner Robin Croft, who is a victor, previous victor at Macau as well. He will be delighted to see Rob Hodgson coming home in 4th place. Lucas Mora in 5th position. Maurizio Bottalico, we need to talk about the Italian in 6th place. Here we go. We said something was special from Davey Todd at Lisboa. I think we might get a burnout. I think Peter Hickman might be joining him. Here we go. And Costomo as well. There are only 2 places that you can watch the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix as a spectator, the start and finish, and here at Lisboa. So they pulled over the fans. It is a ram-jam packed full grandstand at Lisboa. So Todd, Hickman and Costomo on the podium for this year. That's what will go in the record books for 2025. I think Peter Hickman might be a little bit disappointed, didn't get the start he wanted. He'll have been disappointed that Costomo made his way through as well. And he never really got ahead. Maybe had he got ahead of Davy Todd, it might have been a different game. But as it is, there's been no matching Davy Todd this year here at Macau. Absolutely superb. Well-deserved victor. Acknowledging the marshals, lining this circuit. And what it must feel like to be riding around now, having just done what you've done on a motorcycle over 12 laps at Macau. There is not one person in the world who feels as good as Davy Todd does right now. Not one. And look at him, ever the showman. He really enjoys riding motorcycles. They all do, of course, but really Davy Todd loves it. What a talent, Davy Todd. Peter Hickman in second. Maybe we've had some great duels over the roads between Hickman and Dunlop in recent years. And of course with Davy Todd and Dean Harrison. It's worth mentioning, Dean, they're the 4 top road racers around at the moment. But maybe in terms of where Davy Todd is with Peter Hickman in the overall scheme of things, we shall see. It all means 2026 looks to be very, very appetizing indeed. So confirmation of those results. Davy Todd in first place, Peter Hickman is second, Erno Costomo third, Rob Hodson fourth, Lucas Mora in 5th place. So great result for Lucas Mora, Maurizio Bottalico as well. Absolutely wonderful. David Johnson having to settle for 7th in the end, ahead of Mitch Rees, 8th in the end for Mitch Rees. So Mitch, another newcomer with 8th. Michael Evans will be delighted with a top 10, as will Phil Crow. Phil Crow's never been inside the top 10 before for a finish. Don Gilbert 13th, ahead of Marcus Simpson and ahead of Lauren Hoffman and Paul Williams. Ryan Whitehall in 17th, but Don Gilbert 13th, and Eddie Fair as well in 12th. Almeric Blanc in 11th. So you have to feel that Paul Jordan, so much promise ahead of this race. Also Michael Sweeney, for the efforts that he made to come back, the extra work they had to do to get onto the track, onto the grid today. Sam West will be disappointed as well to have a DNF. That's his first DNF at Macau. But here comes Davy Todd around Fisherman's. Big wheelie all the way. Can he maintain it all the way? No. That's the slow, because he's going to come down into the pit lane. And there's the stoppie. Absolutely fantastic. And even though, okay, Davy Todd was no match for anybody today at the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix, we've just watched something special. And also that lap, 2 minutes 23.7, he gets the fastest lap of the race. Another half a second, the outright lap record would have been his, but Stuart Easton's lap record goes on for another day. There's another big stoppie from Davy Todd. He's going to leave his mark. They've had the frustration of no qualifying session yesterday due to the weather, as Peter Hickman now joins him in the winner's enclosure. But all that is forgotten about now. Andy Lewis and Luke Brown, their right-hand men. Yeah. Go Davy Todd. Milk it in. Soak it in. And here comes Erno.
I wanted to go for that lap and I was like, no, how fast did you go? David, give me a number 1.
I don't know if you just picked up on some of the conversation there. Davy saying he wanted to go for that lap. Peter asking him, what did he do? We'll find out in a second. Poor Erno Costomo. when he was passed pretty much from the start by Hickman, and then he managed to get past Hickman again. I think he thought, wow, I could be on for something here when he got onto Davy Todd's rear wheel, but Davy was pulling away, to be fair, even in those early stages. But Cosmo as well, if he can continue at the rate he's going. He's been debuting at various events, like the Isle of Man TT a couple of years ago and the Southern 100. I'm happy to play the waiting game, but he's the master of Imatra back home in Finland, of course.
I've seen you close back because out coming out the hairpin. I couldn't see you. I was looking at like down. I was like, oh, one lap I could see yourself like, let's go again, because I was starting to lose confidence. Like, just rolling around and nearly, I'm like, and then like chilled out.
The adrenaline still running. So delighted, Davy Todd. Just trying to, we heard a little bit of their conversation there. Yeah, Renaud Costamo, what a shame, but I think he'll be happy with the podium. If you'd have said to him at the start of podium, he'd have taken that. He was the winner, of course, back in 2022. Didn't finish in 2023, despite qualifying on the front row.
Some of the boys didn't get you standing up. Can you do it again? Yeah. Just do that one. You put this away. Don't let me forget.
So Rob Hodson, I think, very happy with his 4th place. Lucas Mora will be delighted with his 5th. And I think if anyone could nearly match what Davy Todd is going through right now is Maurizio Bottalico. 6th place for the Italian, a newcomer in 6th place. His fastest lap as well, 2:28.1. So 5 seconds off the lap record on his first time here, Maurizio Bottalico. Really kind of kept it under the radar a little bit during free practice and qualifying. And then again, Mitch Reese, 8th position. And it can be very daunting, Macau, for many riders. It's really, there is nothing else like it. They're going to the press conference now, I think, but in a moment. But there is nothing like it. I know, speaking to certain riders, they say it really is claustrophobic going around the circuit. So yes, they say it's very claustrophobic. And everything feels, because the buildings are so tall and it's all on top of you, and it really feels like you're in a tunnel. Yeah, you heard there, 2:24.0, that was Hickman's fastest lap. Costamo's 2:25.3 was his fastest. And really then, you can see the gap from those 3 back to Rob Hodson. So 2:27.6. Lucas Mora was a 2:27.2. So Lucas Mora, he was 4th quickest in terms of fastest laps. Rob Hodson 5th. We've got a full schedule of racing for cars, and while we're talking, they'll be changing the barriers, because it's part of the reason why the motorcycles go at the start of the day, is because they have to change the rector-cell.
Davey, you've dominated the whole weekend. How's that?
Yeah, I'm over the moon. The boys just told me I did a 23 there, so I'm absolutely gutted. Not absolutely gutted, but a little bit disappointed, because I had so much more pace in me, at least a second a lap, where I could have pushed more, but because I had the gap, I thought just relax. Because we have so many TV cameras on the bike, the lap timer's not working, so I didn't know the lap time or anything, so if I'd have knew we'd done a 23, then I could have pushed a little bit more for the lap record, but we won the race, that's what we came for, and the whole Zico BMW Motorrad guys have done a fantastic job on my bike here. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
There you go, you just heard him saying that He was hoping for that lap record. It wasn't to be. Maybe had Peter Hickman pushed him, he may have done so, but hey, the victory is worth it. And I know Davey Todd, well, you'd like to think he'll be back next year. One, to defend his crown, and two, to try and take that lap record from Stuart Easton. You don't get paid any more for a lap record, but certainly the prestige that goes with being a lap record holder. And some of the fans who are at the start finish straight here. It looks like it's going to be a very hot day, but as I was saying, they have to move the recticel. There are certain air fences that the motorcyclists require that the cars don't, of course. So that all the track gets changed, and that'll be ready for a full-blown day of racing. And of course, you can watch all of it here in the very capable hands of Alan Hyde and David Addison. They'll be coming up soon, but we've got some celebrations. We've got a podium to do first of all as well, plus the national anthem as well. So just waiting for some activity on the podium. It is just coming up to 10 o'clock in the morning here in Macau. So wherever you're watching, hopefully you stayed up very late or had to take time off. Hopefully you've enjoyed watching Davey Todd absolutely dominate this Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. We can't be too far away from the start of the... Just listening now to whether or not we are ready to go. The thing is as well, away from the, you wouldn't have seen on the TV pictures that as the likes of Davey Todd was walking away, everybody that's around there was stopping him and getting a picture, etc. There's nobody more popular on the planet right now than Davey Todd. So Erno Cosimo will be first out to take the third step of the podium. Presenting him with his award will be Daniel Shim, the Chief Corporate Affairs Officer of SJM Resorts. You can see already they're getting the officials getting ready for the first car event of the day here at Macau. And that is the last road racing action of the year. It'll all begin again come the summer months. We now seem to be having some action on the podium. So here we go then, folks. We seem to have something happening now. Oh, I spoke too soon.
Hello, ladies
This is it.
Gentlemen, welcome to the day 3 of the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. And now at the podium, we're going to have our prize presentation ceremony for the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix at its 57th edition. First of all, let's welcome our winners coming to the podium. The second runner-up, number 38, Erno Gustamo from Finland. And the first runner-up,
onto the podium.
number 88, Peter Hickman from the United Kingdom. And winner, number 8, David Todd from the United Kingdom. Woo. Welcome, gentlemen.
He's loving life
and of
right
course,
now.
for our winning team, please welcome Mr. Andy Perkins, representative from the Seiko BMW Motorrad. Welcome. Yes. What a moment. And please proceed to
Andy
our
Perkins
podium.
representing 810. Davy's right-hand man.
And now it's time for the national anthem for the winner.
There we go with the national anthems. Andy Perkins representing 810 Racing. Davy Todd's right hand.
Please welcome Mr. Daniel Shim.
There's Daniel Shim, Chief Corporate Affairs Officer of SGM Resorts, to present Erno's.
First, to present the laurel and the trophy to our second one-up. Number 38, Erno Gustamo from Finland. Congratulations. And of course, for the trophy as well. Thank you, Mr. Shim. Please remain. And next, please welcome Dr. Hui Kunya, Secretary General of SGM Resorts,
to present Peter Hickman with his prize for finishing second.
Number 88, Peter Hickman from Great Britain.
He's been second a couple of times before, Peter.
Muito obrigado, Dr. Cunha.
He's always finished.
And next, please welcome Ms. Angela Leung, Director of SGM Resorts SA,
So
to
yes, Ms.
present the
Angela
laurel and
Leung,
trophy to
Director
our
of
winner
SGM
and
Resorts,
winning
will present
team.
Davy Todd with his
to
prize.
Our winner, number 8, David Todd from the United Kingdom. Congratulations. What a moment. And to the winning team, Seiko BMW Motorrad. Congratulations. And we would like to invite all of our guests move to the center and let's take a group photo,
Now
please.
photo opportunities. So yeah, Peter Hickman has always finished on the podium every time he's been at Macau.
Ladies and gentlemen, to our media zone.
In terms of the races, he's always been first or second. Made his debut in 2014.
All right,
Didn't
perfect
start the
moment,
race,
and
but
it's your celebratory time. Thank you our guests and our winning drivers. Please remain on the podium. And thank you all of our guests. Thank you so much. At the same time, I would like to invite all of our winning drivers and the representative, Mr. Perkins, to move to the top of the podium to take one more photo, please. Yes, together,
still
all
have a
gentlemen,
press conference
please
to
move
come,
to
of course,
the
so
top
we
of
will
the
get
podium
the thoughts.
together for one more photo.
All
All
of
right?
our top 3 riders.
Okay, let's get a great position and look to the front.
Well, we predicted that would be these 3 at the start of the race.
Perfect.
That is how it turned out to be.
Please remain, because it's time
The only thing we weren't too sure
for
about
your
would be the
champagne
order.
shower. Drivers, the podium is yours now. It's time to celebrate. So please proceed back to the position, and we're gonna invite you to pick up the champagne and enjoy this glorious moment of yours.
So even though it's 10 o'clock in the morning,
Macau Roadsport Challenge cars, paddock
time for
gate
champagne.
and pit exit are now open.
So
Paddock
champagne
gate
breakfast.
and pit exit are now open.
which Andy Perkins seems to get the most, but there we go.
What a moment! All right, congratulations to our winning drivers. You've all earned this. It's time for the most famous tradition in all of motorsport. Thank you and congratulations. And now, please, I'm gonna pass the mic to James. We're gonna have a chit-chat section with our winning drivers, please.
And now we'll get the
chaps,
interviews.
If you could just stay there, we'll start. No, you're closest. If you just third place for you today. Bit hairy moment towards the beginning. How was it for you?
Yeah, feeling is the race is a little bit nervous, and 2-3 laps is the pushing hard, and behind Peter and David, very fast guy this year, and yeah, not too easy this year. Is Macau GP for me, but I'm happy.
Well, it's great to see you back on the podium. I'll just come down here to our second place man, Peter Hickman. Great to see you back on the Macau podium. How was that out there for you?
Pretty good, you know. I said earlier, I'm pretty content with where I'm at. I showed I've got some, still got the pace, you know, only a couple of tenths off Davey, although I'm sure he had some more in the bag still, but to be able to even be close at the minute with the position that I'm in personally, yeah, honestly, I'm really, really happy. Good to show that I've got the pace. I just need to work on myself now over winter, ready for the 2026 season, but massive thank you to Zico, BMW Motorrad, and 810 Race, and all the boys and girls that help us, Wolfoil, Appleby, and also Monster as well. You know, they all made sure that we got here, and it's absolutely fantastic. And we've got some other sponsors about as well. In fact, LEW sponsored us all year. They're over here as well, having a little holiday and also coming to have a look at the race. So fantastic for us to put on a good show. Can't get much better than 1-2, can it?
Absolutely, great to see you back up here. And Davey, now a two-time Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix, and can I say a proper Motorcycle Grand Prix winner.
Yeah, I think we, like Pete said there, I think we call that 1.5. But yeah, it's awesome to do that. It's awesome to prove everybody wrong after saying last year wasn't a proper one, which I guess it probably wasn't, not getting a race. But I had a point to prove coming here this year, and I was really excited. To be fair, we had a lot of pace. The whole Zico BMW Motorrad team have done a fantastic job, and repeating what Pete said, there's so many sponsors that have helped us even get out here to Macau. It's a really expensive race to get out here, so really appreciate all those guys. And yeah, I've been feeling awesome on the bike all week. I'm just a little bit good because I thought the pace was quite slow then in that race. I didn't push too hard when I had a gap, and just yeah, found out we did 23s, and for sure I think I've got 22s in there, if not better. So I'm looking forward already to being back next year and seeing what else we can do.
You just needed a tenth of a second for that lap record.
Yeah, it's a shame. I was riding well within myself, so just managing the gap and knowing that Pete on his Dunlops would have been strong towards the end of the race. But to be honest, my Metzeler tyres held up fantastically right to the end of the race, and yeah, really stoked to get that win.
Well, congratulations to the top three. Third place, Erno Costomo. Second place, Peter Hickman. And now a two-time Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix winner for BMW Zico. It is Davey Todd. Cheers,
guys. Thank you, and once again, congratulations, and we'll continue to enjoy the wonderful 72nd Macau Grand Prix. See you later at the podium again.
So that pretty much wraps up the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. We're getting nearer the 60th anniversary as well. So plenty for Todd and Hickman to collect. That's it from me though, Dave Moore. Hope you enjoy the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix.
Good morning and welcome to Macau, the 72nd running of Macau on the streets of Macau, the gear circuit that gives us so much entertainment, enjoyment and excitement year after year. And the race that we're about to see to start our Saturday for four-wheeled action, we've already had a motorcycle Grand Prix here won by Todd just a few minutes ago, but we're about to get into the car racing today, and it's racing all the way. This, the only race this weekend for one of our local races for the Macau Roadsport Challenge, and this really is one of the heartbeats of the Macau Grand Prix. Every year it never fails to entertain, and you know what, that might just be seeing the drivers' faces when they get onto the podium. The joy that success at Macau brings for these local drivers from the Greater Bay Area here with Macau, Hong Kong, Chinese Taipei and China all represented competing in road sports. The joy is something that if you could bottle, you'd be a very, very wealthy person, because this is just motorsport joy here at Macau. A very good morning also in the commentary box to David Addison. It's the colours, it's the enthusiasm, it's everything that is the Macau road sports here, David.
And they deserve the sunshine after having to cope with the wet weather of last year. The Road Sport Challenge is a non-championship race, although there is a championship that was done and dusted in mid-May for these cars. Such is the popularity of the Road Sport Challenge, it's split into two groups these days, and then the top scorers from the two groups get together for this, I hesitate to call it end-of-term bash, but you know what I mean, this non-championship race with all the glory of racing on the gear circuit. We are in for a really good race, that is for sure. It is going to be over 9 laps, all being well. And when you talk about the local races at Macau, it's perhaps, if you've not been here, tempting to wrinkle your nose and look down on them a little bit and think that these are all amateur drivers, amateur teams. Well, some are AMs, some are very experienced. But the level of presentation and preparation of these cars, and the cars are either Toyota GR86s or Subaru BRZs, is absolutely outstanding. And more than anything, if you want colour, this is the grid.
It certainly is, and the amount of thought that goes into the liveries, advertising. There's a great example. It's Lu Longyin in the number 6 car, and the thought that goes into the colour schemes, the way you display the sponsors, because this is a huge international opportunity to get sponsors' names around the world, and they are well aware of it and how important it can be. And we're looking there at Ivan Cito in the 57 car. You mentioned, David, that some of these drivers are regulars here with a huge amount of experience of the gear circuit. Bear in mind that if these drivers have been doing this for a number of years, you can only race on the gear circuit at Macau for 4 days every year. A lot of these drivers have done more races than a lot of the professional drivers that we'll see, because they have been here year after year. As we go down the grid, you can see they're always very keen to say hi to the public around the world that are watching. A big smile, a thumbs up, and a huge amount of anticipation ahead of our first car race of the year.
Carlson Tang, a man to watch. He was one of the front runners in the races last year, always quick, and one to watch with a bit of work to do. Bayern Yip starting there on the 13th rank on the grid. He was 3rd in Group B in the championship, having taken 1 win. All the races taking place on the Guangdong circuit, and there you've got Lee Kwok Chun, number 79, and he will line up 14th. It's a 1-by-1 staggered grid for the road sports, and number 72 is Leung Kang Hei in the Spark Racing Subaru. Drivers now getting themselves ready to go. It doesn't matter where they are on the grid, they're all pumped up, ready to go, all full of smiles. And what we really want here is a good race without any dramas, any safety car periods, because it's been a frustrating weekend for a number of the competitors. We had one session earlier on in the weekend where only 8 drivers got a time in the half-hour practice period, not necessarily road sports, but with incidents and the length of the lap and the recovery of cars, it all rather delayed matters. There's another regular at Macau, Geronimo Badaraco, ready to go forward, as he's suggesting, with his Senna-esque helmet. Another inveterate enthusiast.
He was 2nd last year, good year last year, and Geronimo Badaracco, one of the, if you like, local poster boys for this event, and you can see the joy and the anticipation. One of the interesting things as well is that we've seen as we go down the grid, as we're looking at the number 39 car of lap 2, you can see quite a few of the drivers getting into the cars at the very last minute. The reason being, we are now, this year, and particularly today, back to the normal weather that we would expect in Macau. You can see it's a beautiful sunny day. There was a bit of clouds earlier on this morning. Yesterday morning we had a slightly wet surface this time yesterday because there was overnight rain, but not so today. It's very, very hot out there. You only need to be in the sunshine for a couple of minutes and realise, hang on, my skin wasn't that colour a couple of minutes ago. So they are making sure that they can stay out of the car under an umbrella for as long as they possibly can, because it's very, very warm out there. And bear in mind that they're about to do 9 laps around the gears circuit here at Macau, shut into the car. It's going to be quite warm work, this.
Very definitely it is. There is Lopat Soy in the Speed Premier Toyota, and Lopat Soy starts 23rd on the grid. The grid itself is 32 cars, so it's going to be very, very busy indeed. The grid is now being cleared of VIPs, of the Trophy Queens, of Pandas, which are occupying the front of the grid, because it is rare that you come to Macau and find a race that doesn't have some sort of mascot on the grid. This is really the reason Alan comes. He's got a panda fetish. You know? But it is all part of the appeal and the colour. Rui Valent there starts a long way back, 25th on the grid. Now, he had an accident early on in the weekend that really did put him back. But here's a guy that we've had winning races here in the past.
It certainly is. Finished 7th last year, qualified 7th, and finished 7th in the Roadsport race. One of the regular names that we have coming back year after year to Macau. That's the number 38 car as we continue to go down the grid with our camera crew. That's Yu Long. In the Toyota. We didn't mention, actually, 2 types of car competing in road sports for the last couple of years. They are Toyotas in the form of a GR86, and they are Subarus in the guise of a VRZ. And that's the number 9 car with a wave, a Macau driver, and that's Leung Chi Ho in his Subaru car number 9. And what a big grid it is. When I typed out the entry list, it takes up 2 sides of A4, and that's pretty significant. That's quite a low-key livery, isn't it? A black and white livery. How rare.
Number 42. That's another catch on. The grid stretching all the way back, as you see, round the R bend. So at the very back, number 41, the red and white car, Vincent Yip. And at the very front is Damon Chan. In terms of the drivers to watch, well, it's anybody really within the top 6 on the grid because they have been the best in the championships and the most successful in terms of race wins. Just to finish off the grid, Chong Poi Lam there with his Subaru. He will start 29th, 30th in number 1. You can see as the camera crew scuttles across to the car, that is Ao Chi Wang. And see that they've run there. We'll have a look at the car. Lots of red sticky tape, which is an illustration that he had a rather bruising free practice session earlier on in the weekend. The grid's completed by Wang Shangyuan and then Vincent Yip. Damon Chan on pole position then, 5th in his group in the championship and a race winner. 2nd on the grid, Adrian Chung. Guess what? 5th in his group in the championship and a race winner. Then you've got next on the grid, Wong Chut Pan, and he's been a race winner, 2nd in his group in the championship. On the 4th rank of the grid is the Group B champion, Chan Kin Sang, and he's had 2 wins. Then you've got Chan Ka Ping, who was 3rd in his group. 6th on the grid, Lo Pak Yu, the Group A champion, and he also has had 2 race wins. The groups are, because there are so many cars within the championship, they are put into these 2 groups, and each group gets a double header at each event, and we are taking the top 6 scorers from the groups into this invitation race this weekend. So some scores to settle, some reputations on the line, and a shootout between our 2 champions, Lo Pak Yu and Chan Kin Sang, to see who's the best.
And at the end of 9 laps, the utter joy for the top 3 drivers. We get the top 3 in the race making their way through the paddock and over towards the podium presentation, which is a moment of great pride and honour and joy as well. We'll see it all unfold here at Macau over the next 9 laps. Confirmation of the starting grid. Pole position for Damon Chan, car number 91, alongside the number 11 car of Adrian Chung. Second row of the grid is the number 44 car is next, and that's the car of Wong Chok Pan alongside Chiang Kin Sang on the second row of the grid. Chan Kao Ping on the third row of the grid alongside Lo Pak Yu, and on the fourth row of the grid Liu Churk In alongside number 6, that's Lu Long Yin. Right,
one car with
a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. And that, looking
Ivan
down onto
Sito.
the grid, is Ivan Sito's car, yes, and that's going to have to be pushed off the circuit. So from 9th, the car presumably will not start, and there it's going to remain. There's no suggestion that it's going to be pushed into the pit lane, so that looks like Ivan Sito's race is done at the 1 minute board effectively. So the grid now being cleared of the officials. They will get, of course, a formation lap to put some warmth into the Pirelli rubber, but that is heartbreaking for Ivan Sito. His big moment to race on the gear circuit, and with a problem on the grid. Now, unless they can fire the car up out of harm's way and he can join in at the back, we'll keep an eye. Otherwise, it rather looks like he's going to be a non-starter. Green flag wave then, not for the start of the race, but the last formation lap, a chance to get some warmth into the tyres. And these, the warmest and sunniest conditions in which they've driven all weekend.
Yes, really warm. In fact, we have air conditioning in the commentary box, and still it's quite warm in here. So it gives you an idea. We are just above at the back of one of the grandstands, which is absolutely packed first thing in the morning. And that's the story of the grandstands right the way around the gear circuit, 6-kilometre circuit here at Macau. Yesterday there were a number of grandstands that were packed with school children, very, very happy school children. It's all part of the event, the 4-day events here at Macau. School trips are run from various schools, and they're all very smart in their school uniform and also full of joy. It's a great thing to see, and part of the feature of I think we could have that at Grand Prix, couldn't we? We could have a Thursday when they go out and do, everyone goes out and does free practice and fill it up with school trips.
Well, what would you rather do if somebody said you can go to the museum and have a look at some old bones, or we can go and watch the Macau Grand Prix? I know which one I'd go for.
I do too. Absolutely. Shame about Ivan Sito. That's a real shame. He was on had 2 races last year for the Road Sports. We had one which was titled the Establishment Cup for Road Sports, and one the Macau Road Sport Challenge, and it was on the podium last year was Ivan Sito, and not taking the start. 3rd in the Establishment Cup last year, but sadly this year, well, doesn't it just describe the highs and lows of motor racing?
It does indeed, and it's very odd that it would have happened on the grid. The car was pushed off the grid, and I was waiting to see if anybody then ran to it to try and help fire it up or push it into the pit lane, but that has not happened, looking out of the side window here. So maybe he's trying to work on it himself out of view and might be allowed to start at the very back, but as time marches on, it's looking a bit bleak for him. So the cars now working their way away from Maternity Bend through towards Solitude S's, through Teddy Yip Corner, then down Faraway Hill. There is Police and Moorish to come before they climb up towards Donna Maria, the Melco hairpin, the landmark corner, really, the very, very tight hairpin, which has this permanent yellow flag to prevent you from overtaking, because it's just impossible to get 2 cars round the corner side by side. Into the corner, yes. Round the corner, absolutely no way. And then from first gear and walking pace, the speed builds all the way through Black Sands, and then you come out of Fisherman's Bend and the road opens up, and it feels like a completely different kind of racetrack where it's fast and it's wide. But this bit is all about threading through the eye of a needle, isn't it? And it is possible to overtake in these relatively small cars, but boy, you have to be brave, and you have to be putting a bit of trust in your opponent to give you a hint of room. This, in the background, is the right-hander of Police, and the corner they're coming up to is Moorish.
2 big challenges, that camera angle that you see there. So often you see a car which goes straight on and hits the barrier just on the outside of that corner, and the damage can be significant as well when you come around Moorish up towards the left hand of Donna Maria that we're looking down on now to the 7 metre wide you have at the Melco hairpin. it's very, very tight on the exits, wide on the entry and very tight on the exit. And then the good news is once you've negotiated that, the circuit begins to open up. You accelerate down through Black Sands, down towards a fast corner at Fisherman's, a right-hander, 90-degree right-hander at Fisherman's, and then onto the final right-hand on the gear circuit, which is our bend and the completion of a lap. But it's opening up now, so you're getting to the fastest part of the circuit, up towards the quite incredible Mandarin. When you look at the circuit map, Mandarin looks like just a kink in the road. It is far from that, and it is incredibly quick.
Yeah.
So as they make their way around the final couple of turns, weaving the cars as much as they can to get heat into the tyres. Those at the front of the grid don't want to be sitting there for too long to allow all that heat to dissipate while we wait for the rest of the field. And it's a big field as well. As we wait for everybody else at the back to line up. Right, pick your favourites then.
I was just thinking before we do that, Roadsport's quite rightly a part of the Grand Prix bill, aren't they? Because the very first Grand Prix in 1954 was for Roadsport cars. They were local drivers in their, in those days, very desirable Roadsports. Eduardo de Carvalho was the winner, but there's something right, and they do heritage very well in Macau for the Grand Prix, so there's something quite fitting that, okay, they've evolved, they're different, but Roadsports are part of the Grand Prix bill. The grid is going to take a little while, I think, to form up. There is still no hint that Ivan Sito is going to be able to join in. And so Damon Chan on pole position in the red and white livery with Adrian Chung's darker liveried car alongside. And now they sit and they wait.
We're going to be waiting a long time,
and they
aren't
wait. Yes.
Goodness me.
Just adjust from one podcast to the next while they occupy their time. Ah, here comes a car. We're getting there.
Goodness me. We talked about not wanting to sit at the front of the grid for too long and allow the tyres to cool down. Well, this is going to be a bit of a challenge, isn't it? Because still they come around the corner to form up the last couple of rows of the grid for our first car race of 2025. A moment of excitement for everybody in the grandstands as the cameras raise up. Everybody strains to get a better view as close as they possibly can to the railings, the safety railings here down in the grandstands. And I think we've got the final few rows just getting into place. Here we go. As soon as the lights go on, we've got a green flag at the back of the grid, and we're about to get the race underway. 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights.
And when 5 lights go out, we are in business with a good start being made by Damon Chan from pole position then as the cars accelerate down towards reservoir for the first time. Everybody cleanly off the grid as they all try to dive 3, 4 wide, maybe even going down towards turn 1. And so as the Roadsport Challenge field accelerates out of reservoir for the first time, it is Damon Chan from pole position who leads. He's got Adrian Chung behind him. It is Wang Chuk Pan, number 19, in 3rd place, and a big effort being made by one of the 2 champions this year, 96, Chan Kin Sang, on the inside. And he is up into 4th place. He's under attack, but he's attacking. Look, as they dive now down towards Lisboa. Right, big, deep breath here. We started with 31. How many are going to get round turn 3?
Deep breath and breathe since the lights went out. They
Driver
go
here.
through Lisboa. Everybody using the escape road. Big damage for the number 19 car, which we see bounce back onto the circuit. That was the car that was 3rd on the grid, and that's Wong Chuk Pan's car, and everyone else as well.
Well, that was all a bit needless because you had 3 trying to get into 1, and you can see the mayhem that has broken out because as soon as Wong Chuk Pan's car ended up in the barrier, others piled into the back, so we've lost quite a few in that, which included Carson Tang, and it would not be a surprise if the race had to be stopped to get those out of the way. But in the meantime, Damon Chan is the race leader. We'll piece all that together out of a replay, but it was 3 trying to go into 1, but was never going to work. But up front, it is Damon Chan being given a hard time by Adrian Chung then as they wriggle their way now up through the Solitude S's, and nose to tail they run. You can see the way that they've been able to break away because of all the mayhem that was going on behind them.
They've got absolutely no idea just how chaotic it is back at Lisboa, because they were already part of their own race. The 2 of them, the front row of the grid, Damon Chan and Adrian Chung, properly have pulled away. That that gap's going to be. We'll have a look when they get down to the completion of one lap, but they are in a class of their own, and that would be brave. Just has a look. You can do it. In a Roadsport car, you can do it.
But the safety car has been deployed, so it was an effort, you're quite right, made by Adrian Chung, but he had to back out of it, and safety car deployed. That's now going to bunch up the field. Hopefully it won't take that long to get things out of the way. Let's have another look at how it all started. Good getaway. Yeah, well, good getaway by Adrian Chung. The car snakes as he puts the power down, but he slots back in behind Damon Cham. So it was all good through this part of the circuit. Now keep an eye on 96 because Chan Kin Sang was on his toes straight away. He'd started from 4th on the grid. Now have a look to the inside line going down towards Reservoir. There's 96, Chan Kin Sang. He makes a move to try to get himself up past Wang Chuk Pan. That doesn't work, so he slots back in behind. And then behind Sang, it is 44 of Chan Kar Ping. And those 3 red cars then end up fanning out across the road. Now, Chan Kin Sang again tries to make a move. He ends up going for the middle. There's no gap. He barges his way through. He goes up the escape road, straight into the tyres. Goes number 19 of Wang Chuk Pan. And then others just go piling in behind with nowhere to go. Totally unsighted. Yu Yi Ho was one of them. And then arriving out of the escape road is Chan Kar Ping to try to get going. He nearly clobbers Lee Kwok Tsun's car. 79. Also there you can see 96 Chan Kin Sang reversing out of the melee, but a very, very badly damaged car or two, I'm afraid. And yeah, 1 or 2 have a case to answer there. That was a little bit optimistic, to say the least.
Yeah, and huge disappointment as well. You get to the first of the pinch points, which is Lisboa. You'd kind of think, well, you know, let's be a little bit easier on the opening lap and not have cars which are as damaged as clearly they are. Quite a bit of fire extinguishant has been used down there, so it's been quite damaging. That's why I didn't want to watch it again, because there were too many road sports cars that are too damaged. They look beautiful 5 minutes before the start of the race when they set off on the warming up lap, and then all of a sudden you get that sort of pinch point down at Lisboa, and a lot of very damaged cars.
And very disappointed drivers all saying, well, what happened? Because really, there was a sudden whack that fired the first car off, and then all of a sudden he got another big hit from behind as others had nowhere to go. And we've been saying all weekend, and it's worth making the point again about Lisboa, because you come barreling down this long chute, barriers either side of you, and it's very, very hard indeed to find the corner. And when eventually you have to turn, you still don't know what's around the other side. You only know what's the other side of the corner once you've turned through it. So spotting the corner is hard enough, but trying to avoid an accident that's around it is well nigh impossible. And that, again, has been the undoing of a few.
And you're not going to win the battle on the opening lap, are you? It's very much a question of get through safely, and then plan 9 laps of a race. You've got plenty of time to do this, and it's I think going to be a question of how many cars are still down there. Just that one car which needs to be lifted, which is the number 19 car of Wang Chuk Pan in his Toyota, which is very, very badly damaged. It makes me sad to see that. It's still smoking a little, isn't it?
Yeah.
From the extinguishant, and clearly bits of fire which have happened down there at Lisboa. But what you also saw when that accident was happening, 3rd, 4th, 5th place, was that the top 2 had already broken away.
Yeah.
By the time they got to the braking area for Lisboa, you could see they were in a class of their own.
We also had into the pit lane number 23, which was Zosi Ray. I don't think he was involved in the accident, but unless he went over some debris and picked up a problem, but he is pitted. And we never had Ivan Sito getting into the race, so the recovery of Wang Chuk Pan's car underway. Now, what we also need to try to have a look at is where Chan Kin Sang ended up, because his car, of course, would have been badly delayed, but it is still going. So in 26th place, that puts him effectively last now, Chan Kin Sang. I suspect at the end of this, the race officials would like a word, because he was a bit on the zealous side, but he is still in the race, and we'll see what progress can be made by Chan Kin Sang, who is the Group B champion. The Group A champion, which was number 14, Lo Pak Yu, was also, I think, delayed in that, because he's down in 20th place. So you've got the 2 champions, 20th and 26th.
I think it was Lopak Yu that was trying to squeeze his way back. He'd avoided the accident and then was trying to squeeze back in. There wasn't quite space. There was about 1.5 cars width around the stricken cars, but couldn't quite get into the traffic.
I'll tell you who's benefited from all of that is Geronimo Badaracco. So we started 17th, and Badaracco is 6th. So it's been a mega first lap from Geronimo. And the safety car lights are still on, so we're looking for those to be extinguished, which is the clue that we're going to be able to go racing for the second time of asking.
They'll have to do a little bit of sweeping down there at this bowl as well now that the fire extinguisher covered car has been lifted out of the way, because potentially there could be a little bit of fluid down there as well, which needs to be dealt with. But you know what, it's incredible. Year after year, the track workers and the marshals and the officials get these very, very sizable accidents cleared up so quickly that sometimes you only need 1 or 2 laps behind the safety car to allow that to happen and get racing back underway. They're superb, absolutely superb.
We are also opposite the marshal's post on the timing line, where at the moment there is no hint of a green flag, so possibly one more lap behind the safety car, and this all eats into the race duration. Of course, there are some categories here this weekend where if there's a safety car there's a 2-lap extension, but not for road sports, so it's a frustration that the cars are being affected like this. The lights are still on atop the safety car, but if they can let them go this time, then they will. It's interesting that they've certainly lagged quite a long way back from the safety car, so it does suggest as though Damon Chan is trying to second-guess what's going on and
wishful thinking.
To dive in. Yeah, it is, because the lights are still on.
They want to get that battle back on again, don't they? Because it's super between the top 2 of Damon Chan and Adrian Chung.
Now, it's all very well trying to second-guess the safety car, but if you fall back too many cars' lengths while the safety car lights are on, then you find yourself in trouble. It's all very well lagging back when the lights are out and you're controlling the restart, but Damon Chan is not controlling the restart. He is meant to be behind the safety car, and I would say that is more than 4 lengths.
It's a long way back, isn't it? And the safety car is being kind, because it's going quite slowly anyway, isn't it? It's coming across the line in front of us now, in front of our commentary box. It's not going very quickly. That's my kind of pace, that.
Yes, yes. And everybody crawls across the line. So the order is Damon Chan leading Adrian Chung. In 3rd place, it is Lo Chuk In. 4th, Lu Long Yin. And it is Chung Chun Yun in 5th. Geronimo Badaracco 6th. Leon Keng Hei 7th. Lung Se Hua is in 8th place. Bayan Yip is 9th. And Sampak Yin rounds out the top 10. Rui Valence up to 13th. And hopefully we'll be able to go racing at the end of this lap.
I think they all rather feel that we are going to go racing at the end of this lap, and the proof of that is when you get to the wide part of the circuit, they are weaving the cars, making the most of the 14-metre width that you have on the 4 lanes of traffic, if you like, down on the start-finish line and down towards Mandarin. The widest part of the circuit and the safest part to weave the cars to get heat into the tyres.
And that tyre warmth is going to be vital to avoid dramas when we get the race back underway. So we've got 7 laps to run. It'll be hopefully 6 racing laps, because we'd ideally like a green flag at the end of this. They're heading down towards the incident zone. They've all caught up behind the safety car now, largely because the safety car has had to go to a virtual crawl. It's just been overtaken by a snail, so we've got proof that it's going slower to be able to let the field behind catch up. Damon Chan was in no hurry to put himself up behind the BMW again, but he's got there now, and down they come towards the incident zone at Lisboa. The safety car almost needed a magnet to sort of drag Damon Chan closer to the back of it. So let's have a quick look at the corner, and in front of the very full grandstand that towers over the corner, the road should be just about clear as the camera pans round. Yeah, Speedy dries down. I reckon that means we can go racing at the end of this lap, don't you?
I think you're right. I think you're right. It's not pretty down there on the escape road, but certainly with no track officials or marshals dealing with it down there, I think it rather indicates that we are going to be going racing, and the pace will pick up now, so they're on the tightest part of the circuit now, or at least going into it, and that includes going up past the hospital, up San Francisco Hill, up towards Maternity Corner, which is a tight right-hander, on towards Teddy Ip, which is where the left-hander leads into the Solitude S's, and they are just an incredible part. When you walk the circuit, or in your case, David, run the circuit, you realise just what a huge change of direction within a very short period of time is. It's such a challenging part. And can you believe that over the years, touring cars have tried and effectively done overtaking manoeuvres on this tight part of the circuit?
The other part about this, and okay, when you run it, you're not going as quickly as in a car, I'll grant you, but safety car in this lap, incidentally, you kind of lose track of where you are, because it snakes from one left into one more right, into another left and another right, and you start to think, whereabouts am I? Have I gone through that left-right bit, or is that still to come? And it's only really when you get down towards Police that you get some landmarks again.
Now I know where I am.
Yeah.
The Police, Moorish, Donna Maria, that's where you know where you are, but everything else is, couldn't agree more. It's all a bit vague. Imagine what it's like at racing speed.
Exactly right. So that's where the local drivers that come back year after year, or indeed in the case of some of the touring car drivers, people that come back year after year have that advantage. Of course, one of the quirks of the Macau Grand Prix, going off on a tangent, is that the people in the main race don't do it that often.
Yes.
Because in theory, they go through that category on their way up the motor racing ladder. Yeah, I know that some do come back for the lure of Macau, but not everybody does it more than once. They move upwards away from a Formula 3, this time Formula Regional type category. Anyway, safety car is in this time, and Damon Chan, having had a sneak preview, if you like, of how to control the restart by backing off coming out of the Melco hairpin, is in charge again. And look, he has backed off coming out of the Melco hairpin.
It was a dress rehearsal for what was about to come. Now they come down, they thread their way down single file from the Melco hairpin. That's the way they'll do the hairpin throughout this weekend here at Macau. It's the only way you're allowed to do it. No overtaking at Melco. Then you see the green light, and then that's when overtaking is allowed once again, when the circuit opens up. But here we go then. Damon Chan controlling the pace at the front of the field. The safety car will keep to the left of the circuit, go into pit lane. It has done so, and the race is being now controlled by Damon Chan. When the race gets back underway, you can see the intent by Adrian Chung right on the tail of Damon Chan's car as they come up towards the line, and he gets it wrong. The leader gets it wrong, and goodness me, we didn't predict that for a restart, did we?
And there was another car in the barrier behind which had gone through with lots of damage. That was Lu Long Yin, so we've got a new race leader. Quite a few cars embroiled in that, two separate incidents on cold tyres. So Lu Chuk In is now the race leader as the cars accelerate down towards Mandarin. Now Lu Chuk In was 7th on the original grid, and that drama for Damon Chan has cost him a lot of time. It also delayed Adrian Chung. So Lu Chuk In is away on his own look as they come down towards Lisboa. Up into second place now has come Geronimo Badaraco, who started in Hong Kong. He was that far back on the grid, but number 28, Geronimo Badaraco, is on a mission as the cars now dive down through Lisboa. Slippery surface flag, but so far so good. We do, though, have a yellow flag at turn 1, where I think we've got more parked cars. But on that restart, a big slide for Damon Chan. That gave him some damage. It delayed Adrian Chung. Others had their own moments, and our new race leader is Lu Chuk In.
My goodness, cold tyres, safety car, 2 laps for cold tyres, and that really did catch them out, didn't it? Geronimo Badaraco up into 3rd place, and I'll just remind you where he started, midfield, started 17th on the grid. That's incredible.
I'm trying to work out why Damon Chan is going so slowly, because he didn't. Again. Oh, okay. He didn't actually hit anything, I don't think, unless he.
I think he just kissed it.
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay. Certainly, the big damage was sustained by Lu Long Yin, number 6. Anyway, there is another car that has ground into the wall, and number 79 of Lee Kwok Sun is going no further. So, yeah, a second safety car is deployed, and there are quite a few now, rather crumpled Roadsports around the circuit, and Lu Chuk In leads from Geronimo Badaraco, and yeah, as we say, he was 17th on the grid. He's up into 2nd place. This is where experience counts and keeping out of trouble.
Do you remember when we had all the cars down on the grid and I said how beautifully prepared they were, the gorgeous liveries that they've worked so hard to present for their one and only race over the course of this weekend.
Have you thought of a different career?
I'm not in the business of predicting, that's for sure. They did look beautiful at the time. Yes. Speak about the moments.
We time travelled.
Geronimo Badaracco, absolutely incredible. And we mentioned him when we were going through the grid. That was on the podium last year, qualified in 17th place, qualifying certainly not going his way, but making the most of the small amount of racing that we've had so far, but also keeping out of trouble. And you have to think that that's a fair amount of experience.
Absolutely right, yes. And knowing, you know, when to try and stick your nose up the inside and make a move, or where there might be a pinch point. And I think Lisboa on that opening lap absolutely played into his hands. So you've now got the race-leading yellow car of Luchuk in from Geronimo Badaracco, and then third is Lung Keng Hei, who drives number 72. Now, he started 15th on the grid, so you've got 15th and 17th, having worked their way up into second and third places. In fourth spot now, number 90 of Lung Si Hua, and there you see Damon Chan's car, I think that was, that is stationary, and there the other side of the corner is what's left of Lu Long Yin's car, so there are two to retrieve. But yeah, I didn't, on that last replay, I wasn't totally convinced that Damon Chan had hit the wall, but anyway, he's certainly going no further.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't a clean turn, was it?
No.
It was far from it, but the result of it is that we have a safety car once again. Maybe keeping up with the safety car a little bit more and not dropping back so much would keep a bit more heat into the tyres, and having a slightly quicker pace on the final lap before the safety car pulls into the pit lane, and keeping a little bit closer to the safety car may pay off.
Yeah, the trouble is, the quicker the safety car goes, the less time you're giving marshals to work before the cars get round, and therefore the more laps of safety car it eats into. There's another rather crumpled Roadsport. That is Rui Valent's Subaru. Now, he had been making a bit of progress, but clearly he's been attacked from behind, so Rui Valent limps into the pit lane. It's not been a great weekend for him. So we've got 5 laps notionally to go, and down they come towards Lisboa. Not the incident zone this time.
The front of Geronimo Badaracco's car is it's covered in chili peppers, basically. It's when you see the distant car on the television pictures, it's red and yellow, but when you get up close, they are all little chili peppers, and it's really quite a unique livery. Not seen anything quite like it before, but that's one of the great things about the presentation of cars for Macau. You see things that you've never seen before as far as the livery is, because they certainly think a long way outside the box, and it really, really works.
That was the replay of Rui Valent being attacked by Lee Kwok Sun. So that explains Valent's rear damage, and it explains why Lee Kwok Sun's car is parked up against the side of the San Francisco Hill part of the circuit and is needing retrieval, and it is why we have the safety car on track. Did you ascertain why Geronimo Badaracco has chili peppers all over the car?
He's hot.
Simple as that.
No, I didn't find out.
Oh.
Sorry about that.
It's a good enough answer.
Really cool livery, that. As I walked up to it, down in the paddock on Wednesday, I thought it was covered in strawberries, which would have also been a good livery.
Yeah. You wouldn't have been able to do he's hotline, though, would you?
No. No, I wouldn't.
No.
Good point.
Okay.
Thank goodness it's chilies.
Well, there is the aforementioned Geronimo Badaracco, number 28, number 90 going through his Lung Si Hua. Bayern Yip is behind him. Adrian Chung, after being delayed by the sideways Damon Chan, currently in 6th place, hoping that he gets some racing mileage in and then he can try to fight back. But we could be on for a Badaracco win here if he makes a decent restart.
We certainly could. He qualified on pole position last year, did Geronimo Badaracco. Finished in 2nd place, so as a top-running racing driver at this huge local event, you just know that that would have been a disappointment not to be on the top step of the podium and convert a pole position into a win. So we'll see what Geronimo Badaracco can do. So yeah, 5 laps, including the lap that they are on, they're yet to go, under the control of the safety car.
Getting a replay again. Now, Damon Chan turned through the corner. Maybe he did just graze off it.
He just grazed it at the back.
Certainly it was a big hit from Lulong Yip behind, but then badly delayed in that was Adrian Chung. But Damon Chan's car just never get going again, and there's that move that was never on, I'm afraid, from Lee Kwok, and he was never fully alongside Ria Valent, and that was a big hip and shoulder that's done for both of them, because Ria Valent's car retired into the pit lane, and the car of Lee has stopped going up the hill, and that's why we've got this safety car, and I'm afraid it's going to be another lap, isn't it?
It is, I'm afraid, and disappointment for all of them, because another lap, mainly concerned with keeping heat into the tyres. We see so often here at Macau just how important that is when the safety car comes in. It's not the first time, it certainly won't be the last time that after a safety car comes in, someone is caught out, and it's not just normally 1 or 2 of them. It's a real problem. They've got nature working on their side today, because the sunshine really is beating down on the gear circuit here at Macau. Nothing like 24 hours ago, we had little patches of water, didn't we, around the circuit. It feels like a different season totally today, and much more Macau-like weather as we look out over to the water that surrounds the gear circuit here at Macau, and the sunshine glinting off it, the clear skies and the sunshine and very high temperatures, and all the locals that are in the grandstand will make sure that they're underneath an umbrella for most of today, to make sure that they shield themselves against the sunshine, to make sure they have the most enjoyable day, which they do year after year after year. They come back and pack the grandstands, and this is day 3 of the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. Welcome along wherever you are watching in the world. This is the Macau Roadsport Challenge, which has been a challenge so far, but we've potentially got 4 more laps of racing to go as they go down to Lisboa, the right-hander, under the control of the safety car. Lisboa was where we had the first call for the safety car. It was a pinch point, it was off the start of the race, and multiple cars were damaged going into the barrier on the outside of Lisboa. They almost come to a stop, don't they, on the run up towards San Francisco Hill? Yeah, but that's where the recovery operation is going on, and oh dear, it's still being recovered, and then they've got to get that recovery truck off the circuit. So it's going to be 3 laps at best, because this is not going to be a racing lap. So there are 3 more after this, but the safety car certainly I don't think is going to be in this time. So we're looking at maybe 2 racing laps. I think you're right, and these are important laps. Keeping it neat, keeping it tidy, making sure that you've got heat in the tyres as well to give yourself the best chance for when the safety car does come in to pit lane. But these sort of safety car periods, they are typical of Macau. Everyone knows what the race is going to be like. Potentially there are going to be delays. Occasionally you get a race when everything goes completely cleanly, but 9 times out of 10 I think they know exactly what they've got ahead of them. It's the nature of the circuit, isn't it? You can't leave cars by the side of the track. They need to be recovered, and it being a tight road circuit, recovery isn't the work of a moment. I seem to remember 2 years ago, was it the last Formula 3 year, that we had slow zones for the Grand Prix, so you could neutralise one section rather than the whole lap, which seemed to work quite well. Whether that's still an appropriate regulation or just not being activated, it's one for the FIA to confirm, but that would not be for these cars anyway, because this runs on a different permit as a local race. But Lu Chuk-in is the race leader from Geronimo Badaraco, and we're looking at perhaps 1 more lap after this under the safety car, and then fingers crossed we can get a couple of racing laps in at the very end, because we've had precious little racing time, really. Haven't really. I've not had a full lap. Not really. No. Let's see if we do. It's a 9-lap race in total, and we might get a couple of racing laps at the end of this. Let's hope so. Let's keep our fingers crossed. But the other thing, of course, is that when you have a very full grid like this, it becomes more likely that you're going to have a problem somewhere down the order, and recovery required. So again, it's pretty much part and parcel of a very full grid, which is great to see, but it does bring with it the various challenges and problems, not just for the drivers, but also for race control and the circuit staff as well. BMW safety car threads its way around the Macau hairpin.
Does indeed, crawls down the hill, going slowly enough to try not to lose more laps than is necessary. While that recovery operation goes on, the local race officials that handle the Roadsport Challenge will be looking at all of their pictures in race control and seeing how far away the recovery of the car is. It needs to be, first of all, moved away from the barrier. Quite often that's been one of the reasons for delays this weekend, because cars have come to rest in a position where you can't really move them, so you have to get them jacked up and move them away from the barrier, and then you can do an easier grab and lift the car off the road. But we are certainly going to have one more lap under the safety car, and through they turn. There is the delayed Adrian Chung. He'll be another driver itching to get racing again, because he will desperately want those places back that he lost while Damon Chan ahead of him was having his moment.
Yeah, shame that, because he was doing a really good job, wasn't he? Kept right on the tail of the then race leader when the safety car came into pit lane, and now has got a few places to make up across the line in 6th place. But potentially could do that, couldn't he, in 2 racing laps? Got superb starts. Yeah, and especially if somebody else has a moment ahead of him. We don't want more moments, but it is possible. Right, cars go over the timing line then. And Lo Pat Yu, one of our 2 champions, in 14th place, and Chan Kin Sang further back than that after his travails down at Lisboa earlier on. Down in, what, 24th place, I think, now. So a number of retirements, 1 non-starter, and the field turning now down towards Mandarin. And please make this be the last safety car lap. We'll find out really what the state of play is once they get to San Francisco, because that's where the car was being removed. It's interesting, isn't it? Not the whole field weaving the cars from side to side when they had this great opportunity on the wide part of the circuit, where it's 2 lanes going each way when these are the normal roads of Macau. And somebody that hasn't been weaving the car is Liu Churkin, who is the leader behind the safety car. He's just been going in a straight line directly behind the BMW. I don't know what the reason for that may be, but he's one of the fewer cars not really weaving the car. And lots of vigorous weaving going on behind. Well, this is the place to do it, isn't it? When you're in single file and you've got huge, wide tarmac, this is the place to really have a go for it. There at the very back, number 1 of Ao Chi Wang in penultimate place, and the cars now drop down through Lisboa and towards San Francisco, where I can still see a crane. I think the flatbed, oh, it's just reversing off the circuit, isn't it? It's going backwards through its gap, so we should be good to go racing at the end of this. That would be good news, giving us 2 racing laps from a 9-lap race. They are all now experts in how to do safety car laps, because they've had a lot of opportunity to do that during this race. Let's keep our fingers crossed that we can get the safety car in at the end of this lap and get 2 laps of racing, which is going to be something that Adrian Chung is going to be very keen on down there in 6th place. And so too Geronimo Badaraco, who has been weaving the car quite a lot to try and get as much heat into the tyres as possible, knowing that imminently, potentially, we could be going racing at the end of this lap. Could indeed, and so Lucha in leads, Geronimo Badaraco leads Leung Keng He in 3rd place, and the other one's watch number 11 of Adrian Chung. The pace quickening a little bit now as well, Luke, so that suggests that the safety car driver has been told you'll be in this time, so if you go quicker, the cars behind will go quicker. That again is going to help get temperatures into things. Number 17 goes through, Thomas Chak Chung, and he now makes his way up towards Donna Maria. Number 27 there is Lo Pat Soy, and the cars on lap number 6 coming up now through the, sorry, lap number 7 I should say, coming up through Donna Maria. Safety car is indeed in this lap, so it's going to be a 2-lap shootout. After all that, they've been here since the start of the week. They were on track for
qualifying and practice on Thursday. They had yesterday off and they've had a lot of safety car laps, but finally we will go racing. The leader is Lu Chuk-in. Keep everything crossed for 2 more laps.
2 laps of racing, safety car pulls into pit lane, everything being controlled by the number 69, the yellow car. Geronimo Badaracco in second place takes a different position as he goes around the final turn to go across the line. Racing gets back underway, the green flags are waving. Let's hope everybody gets through that final turn nicely, and a good restart for the 69 car. So Lu Chuk-in, but Badaracco is right with him, little bit of a wiggle for the leader there, and as they go down this wide part of the circuit, Geronimo Badaracco is setting himself up, just has a look at the inside on the run towards Mandarin, through Mandarin, and then down towards that right-hander at Lisboa. And Geronimo Badaracco is defending and thinking about an attack.
Yeah, he's a little bit too far back to get a tow, and he's not going to be able to send it up the inside. In the background, look, here comes Adrian Chung. We've got them side by side for 4th place, which is all a bit sketchy going down towards Lisboa, and another one glances off the barrier there. That was Bayern Yip. More mayhem as others plough into the barriers. 39 as effectively that was Lam To, followed in the car of Campbell Fung, which bounced off the barriers. So having steamed into the back of him, that's going to be yet another safety car intervention, I fear, to get them out of the way. An effort being made by Lung King Hay to get second place off Geronimo Badaracco to no avail. The very patriotic car that, with Macau writ large on the side of it. But I fear that race is going to have to be neutralised yet again, and let's have another look at it. So here they come down towards Lisboa. You've got in the background number 11, that's Adrian Chung then, who comes up to have a go at 22 of Bayern Yip. Yip comes up onto the outside, outbrakes himself, goes wide. He's not quite going to make the corner. He bounces off the tyres. That's one drama, but then arriving absolutely flat out and going straight on was number 13, Campbell Fung, who in turn then gets smashed into the rear by Lam To. Those two were way too quick for the corner. Neither of them was ever going to make it.
No, you're absolutely right. Adrian Chung was very lucky there and has made a place out. A bit of a wiggle there we saw on the tight and twisty section of the circuit, but is this going to be a requirement for a safety car? We've only got a lap and a half of this race to go, and the safety car is deployed.
Right, well, that's the result, because we're not going to go back racing, are we? They're going to bring the safety car to the end. In fairness, you sort of question why not a checkered flag, because the result's not going to change. All the safety car is going to do is give them one more lap experience and enjoyment of the circuit, but not under racing conditions. So we've not had, I'm afraid, a single full racing lap, have we?
Shame. What an absolute shame. You think about all the preparation and the lead up to this and the event, everything about it. I think by and large, if you have a car which is still in one piece, then you can see that as a bit of a result.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know really, isn't it, where to sort of feel more frustrated, because race control have to keep throwing the safety car.
They do.
And that's frustrating. But, you know, the other side of the coin is if people stop crashing, they wouldn't need to throw the safety car.
Yeah. Geronimo Badaracco, that restart didn't work quite as he would have liked. I'm pretty sure that certainly the way he was weaving the car to get heat into the tyres, he thought that going down to Lisboa, he was going to be maybe attacking for the lead of the race. However, what actually happened was the fact that he was having to defend from Leung Keng Hay in third place, and that was the story of, what, 3/4 of a lap for the restart, but then the safety car came out.
I'm still trying to get my head around just how quickly those cars of Campbell Fung and others were arriving at Lisboa on that restart lap, because the line suggested they weren't going to make the corner and the speed suggested they weren't going to make the corner. And the outcome proved it.
Yeah, it did rather. Lisboa is, not a part of the circuit to try too much when you get a race underway, and you can go back to the start of the race, you can go back to both of the restarts from the safety car. It has been a bit of a challenge for the Macau Roadsport Challenge, both times, 3 times in fact, down at Lisboa. Oh dear, what a shame. The BMW safety car once again leads the field around. You're right, that is going to be our race result, isn't it?
Yeah.
As they head down into the right hand of that iconic picture. The huge crane on the inside of the corner has yet to retrieve the number 11 car, which was properly embedded, wasn't it? So
Yeah.
the front of the car very damaged, and the rear of the car very damaged as well.
I have seen less damaged cars at Vauxhall Stadium for the Bangor World Final. I mean, that has had a proper pasting,
Really
hasn't
has,
it?
yeah.
I mean, the initial drama was Campbell Fung's fault because he arrived too quickly, but then to get steamed into by another car, that was a big hit for the driver as much as the car.
Yeah, yeah.
So, congratulations to Lu Chuk-in. He survives in order to take the top step of the podium from Geronimo Badaracco and then Lung Keng Hei for third place. But in the 3 sessions they've had, all of which have had interruptions of one sort or another, relatively few full laps at speed have been achieved. It's a real shame. But if cars are going off, what can you do?
So we, as spectators, are a little disappointed that we didn't have more racing. However, what you'll see when they get down into Parc Fermé is 3 drivers that are absolutely delighted. It doesn't matter how the race pans out. And the safety car's coming in this lap, which is good to see.
So they will have a celebratory finish for the photographers, yeah.
They will have the checker flag down on the start-finish line, and then you will see 3 very happy drivers making their way through Parc Fermé, posing for the cameras and doing selfies on the way to the podium, where they make the most of the fact that they are, you have to be there, irrelevant of how many racing laps you've had, you have to be at the front of the grid, you have to qualify well, and then you have to make the most of the situation during the race, and they're going to be delighted. And Lu Chuk-in, Geronimo Badaracco and Lung Keng Hei all going to be very happy when they get down to Parc Fermé to have weathered the storm. I think that's the best way of describing our first car race of the day, the Macau Roadsport Challenge. And they thread their way around. As we said, we got the indication down there on the timing screen that the BMW safety car would peel off to pit lane at the end of this lap. So we can have the drivers taking the checkered flag for our first car race of the day here for the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. Road sports cars come back and look a little forlorn as they are returned to the paddock on the recovery vehicles, and such a shame when you see cars that are quite as crumpled as they are.
Well, the drivers, as you say, will head to the podium, possibly to be joined by the safety car driver, because he's done about as many laps, it feels, and whether he gets a trophy, I rather doubt. But a big frustration all round. But you're right, the drivers will still have enjoyed themselves, because even the competitive mileage they've had, limited as it was, is such a thrill. And the road sports, I'm afraid, have had a very bruising encounter. So the checkered flag awaits. The safety car will peel in. Of course, you can't overtake until you get to the control line, and that's where the flag is waved. So it's slightly academic to say that we will be back racing this time. It's for one corner up to the checkered flag. That said, of course, as we saw on one of the restarts, it ain't over till it's over. They've all got to safely get round that last corner, and the tyres have gone a bit cool. However, safety car comes in. So in other words, it is possible for the order to change if somebody has a drama. Up they come, checker flag at the ready. Lu Chuk-in, Geronimo Badaracco and Lung Keng Hei. They are the 3 that will accelerate up towards the line, and Badaracco gets ahead before the checkered flag then as they come across the line, and that I think he slows right, realising his mistake, but he did overtake under a yellow flag.
he did overtake under a yellow flag. Yes.
He redressed the balance, but that might get looked at. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. So it was Lu Chuk-in ahead when they crossed the line. Geronimo Badaracco accelerated and then realised he shouldn't have done and had to quickly back off again. But Lu Chuk-in is indeed the race leader. And there you think it's the first lap of the race. Look, they're all tightly bunched together once again. A very happy Lung Keng Hei bouncing his hand off the roof to celebrate third place. There he is, having worked his way up the order. He started 15th on the grid, don't forget, and Badaracco 17th. I don't think they expected to be on the podium, but well done to, from 7th on the grid, Lu Chuk-in, winner of the Macau Roadsport Challenge.
So yeah, that was an interesting finish to the race, wasn't it, after the safety car peeled off into pit lane.
One other thing about that podium, which is worth noting, and it doesn't happen very often, is all Macau drivers in the top 3.
Yes, yes they are. And as we said, they are drivers from all parts of the region, from Hong Kong, from Macau, from China, and from Chinese Taipei as well.
Sorry, I'm signaling to myself. I know I'm not a race director and I never want to be, but given that that car couldn't have got any more damage, you might have well just left it under a yellow flag. If anybody else went off, it might have improved the value, because it's absolutely annihilated that car. That's not the attitude, I know.
Started a saloon and finished up a very small hatchback, didn't
That's
it?
right.
Yeah.
It's a city car now.
It really is, yeah. I'm still slightly perplexed about the restart as well, because I think Geronimo Badaracco thought that he was okay to do that and was charging for the line. Somebody of the experience that he's got, you'd imagine that he would know well that they have to go single file up towards the checker flag, and that's the order as we saw it when the safety car came out. So there we go, that's our first car race of the day, the Macau Roadsport Challenge. Do you think as he headed towards the line he shouted out Geronimo inside the car? I think it rather looked like he did, because he was on a bit of a charge, didn't he? But that is our race winner, car number 69, and the car that started 7th on the grid.
I think I'm right in saying that Liu Chuk-in has not had a single top 6 finish over the course of the Roadsport season. Badaracco got 4th place, and the 3rd place driver, Lun Keng Hei, was also somebody that didn't really feature. He did get a 3rd in the 2nd round at Guangdong, but that was his only top 6 result. So good to have some different names up near the pointy end.
He wasn't in the Road Sports race last year. He was competing in the Greater Bay Area GT Cup, the GT race that we have here at Macau for the GT4 cars, and finished up 13th place, so a long way away from the podium last year in GT4 machinery, and a step back into the Macau Roadsport Challenge has rather paid off, hasn't it? He'll be on the top step of the podium, but you're quite right, 3 Macau drivers on the top 3 positions, and therefore on the 3 steps of the podium as well, which is really cool to see. And you can be absolutely sure that the local news channels will be very, very happy about that. 3 Macau drivers on the 3 steps of the podium in what is a big week for sport in this area. It's the National Games here, and Macau very proudly has been, in fact, all of the regions of the Greater Bay Area here have all been selected to feature very heavily as part of the National Games here. And it's pretty much like the region's Olympic Games. So it's a big thing, and it's taking place at the moment as well as the Macau Grand Prix. So there are an awful lot of very, very big sporting events taking place in this area over the course of this weekend, including the 72nd Macau Grand Prix.
So it is a slightly frustrating road sport race, but a win for Liu Chuk-in from Geronimo Badaracco and Lun Keng Hei. 4th goes to Lung Se-Hua. 5th, Adrian Chung, frustrated that he was delayed by a car sideways ahead of him. And then in 6th place, Tsang Pak Yin. You can see the rest of the result, which included 16th in the end, Chan Kin Sang, who was largely responsible for the first dramas we had down at Lisboa, and the other driver, Lo Pak Yu, a champion this year, getting himself up into 9th place in the end. But Macau Maestros Master Road Sport Wreckage could be your local paper headline, because we have 3 Macau drivers for the podium. They will head to the technical checks post-race, and they will be absolutely elated, no doubt about it. The Road Sport field driving into the paddock at the moment, and they're going past a huge number of very crumpled cars. But that is Liu Chuk-in, race winner, and he's a very happy man indeed.
Certainly is, and so too at the team. I did say, irrelevant of how the race pans out, you'll see 3 very, very happy drivers, and that's rather proof of it, isn't it? They've all worked together, and he's going to take his moment on the roof of the car as well. Absolutely delighted about this. Super. I do hope that pops out of the roof, because it can be Yes, of course it has. And he climbs off the roof. He's only a light, athletic driver. And the dent in the roof pops out very easily. Geronimo Badaracco getting involved in this celebration as well with the tribute centre helmet there. Very smart indeed. And all three of them, all three Macau drivers, all embraced down in Parc Fermé, and a great celebration it is as well. Absolutely delighted they are, and they'll be taken quite quickly by the Macau Grand Prix officials across the paddock, the very, very busy paddock. It's full of all of the glamour and the colour of the Macau Grand Prix in the sunshine, and it's not an easy job to get from A to B very quickly, particularly when you've just been a race winner at Macau, and therefore they'll be chaperoned as quickly as possible over to the podium area, and we'll have our podium presentation, and then we'll very quickly be getting ready for our next race of the day. The Macau Formula 4 race is coming up next, but for now it's all about the local drivers from Macau and the joy that they experience here on the gear circuit. It's right, isn't it? Lovely to see.
Yeah, you still feel slightly sorry for them that they don't get as many racing laps in as they want, but they seem not to mind, because just being part of the event. I think you're right. Yeah. I think you're right. I think just being involved in the event is good enough for them, and the drivers now being escorted to the podium.
And also, you've got to work to be there, to be in with the chance of being on the podium, and qualifying. You qualify at the front of the grid. Big character, isn't he?
Geronimo Badaracco, yeah. Absolutely.
Big character.
Yeah.
Absolutely loving this. I said the Grand Prix officials are going to be really up against it to get these drivers elated and get through all of the people.
Geronimo Badaracco punching the air with his eye. I mean, irrespective of how many laps he got, he was still able to make his way from 17th on the grid into second place. But I still think that another lap he might have had a go for the win.
He is rightfully delighted. Yeah, 17th on the grid to a podium place, and second on the grid. Super stuff for Geronimo Badaracco. And they'll be making their way now through the corridors leading up towards the podium presentation, which will be coming up in just a couple of moments for the Macau Roadsport Challenge.
And representatives of Win Macau will be there to make the presentations to third place Long Keng Hei, to Geronimo Badaracco for second place, and Lu Chuk In as the race winner. The road sports, as Alan makes the point, just get the one race. Many of the categories are if not double headers as such. They have a qualifying race and then a longer main race, and that's what's going to happen for the Formula 4 cars that will be next on track. But podium first up for the road sports. And now that the championship has settled into this format of running the two groups and the two cars, the Subaru and the Toyota, it doesn't have that variety on the grid anymore that we used to have with all sorts of cars, but I think it's given us more competitive racing, and the championship itself has really been massively successful. If I'll tell you that one group alone got 34 cars, a maximum of 68 drivers scored points in the championship this year across those two groups. It shows that the category, and indeed motorsport in this region, is in very good health.
Really good health, and you only have to look at the delight on those three drivers' faces to realise that this is an event of happiness. It's a joyous event. It brings an awful lot of happy, smiley faces. Just looking at the school kids in the grandstand yesterday and the joy that they had just to be here on a qualifying day, not even a race day. But you realise just what this event, the Macau Grand Prix, brings to the region. A huge amount. In front of us, down here in the commentary box, we're getting ready for our next race of the day for the Macau Formula 4 race for the FIA F4 World Cup. So the personnel making their way down to the various grid spots down there on the grid. I think usually at this stage we've had a highlights reel from the race, of the highlights of the race. We haven't had that, and I wonder if they're still working through to find a few racing highlights from that, because unfortunately it was rather crashed cars rather than racing cars, wasn't it? Which is disappointing.
Yeah,
however,
but it is, I'm afraid, one of the perils of the circuit, and the onus is on the drive. Like I say, it's all very well grumbling that race control put out safety cars or red flags, but it's the onus is on the drivers to behave. And certainly that first lap at Lisboa, I think, could have been avoided. And I'm still slightly flabbergasted about the speed at which Campbell Fung arrived at the final attempt to get the race underway. The podium awaits then, and apart from the hands in front of the camera, the Trophy Queens are ready, I can see. The Macau Grand Prix officials are ready in order to call forward
Ladies
the
and
presenters
gentlemen,
and the drivers.
welcome to the 72nd Macau Grand Prix Trophy presentation ceremony of the Macau Roadsport Challenge. First of all, let's welcome the winning drivers to the podium. On second runner-up, number 72, Lan King He from Macau, China. On first runner-up, let's welcome number 28, Jerome Nibu Antonio Belim Batanaku from Macau, China. Welcome. And of course, let's welcome our winning driver, number 69, Lo Check-in, also from Macau, China. Congratulations to all the drivers. And now I would like to invite the presenter. Let's welcome Ms. Zoe Zhou, Chief Marketing Officer of Resort Marketing of Wynn Macau Limited, to present the second runner-up laurel and trophy, please. And to our second runner-up driver, Lan King He from Macau, China. Congratulations. Thank you, Ms. Zhou. Coming up next, I would like to invite Mr. Craig Fullerloff, Chief Financial Officer and Chief Administrative Officer of Wynn Macau, China, to first of all present the laurel and trophy to our first runner-up. Congratulations. And of course, laurel and trophy to our winning driver, Lo Check-in. Congratulations. And now I would like to invite Ms. Zhou to also to the podium of the stage. Let's take a photo together. Thank you. Please look at the front. Look at the front at the official camera. Smile for the camera. Once again, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, our guests. Would all the drivers please remain at the current position? Thank you, Ms. Zhou. Thank you, Mr. Fullerloff. Thank you very much. Thank you. And would all the drivers please reach to the top of the podium? Let's take one more photo together. Let's take one more photo to the top of the podium. Perfect. Please look at the camera, please. Let us share your glory moments. Congratulations. All the top 3 drivers from Macau, China. All right. And please remain, because it's time for the champagne. All right, if we are all ready, it's time for the champagne shower. Let's toast for your happy moments. Congratulations. Thank you, and once again, congratulations to our winning drivers of the Macau Roadsport Challenge. Thank you, congratulations. Thank you very much. Let's continue the race. Thank you.
The Macau Formula 4 race here on the Gears circuit of Macau is about to come up. The qualification race, a duration of 8 laps in prospect for the FIA F4 World Cup. And it's an addition to the programme this year for the 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix. And it's a very welcome addition as well. We've seen Formula 4 cars around the Gears circuit before, and we saw them on the first weekend of 2 weekends just a couple of years ago when we were celebrating the 70th Macau Grand Prix, and they are fantastic. Around the Gears circuit at Macau, F4 cars are nimble, they're quick, and we've got young drivers, probably the youngest drivers ever to compete around the streets of Macau, and they have equipped themselves pretty well over the last couple of days, and they kept the Macau Grand Prix running over 2 years, 3 years, when we had restricted access to the event, and many people were working remotely for 3 years for the Macau Grand Prix. But the Formula 4 cars, they kept everything running for the Macau Grand Prix, and they did it to great effect. And now it becomes a World Cup for the FIA. It is the FIA F4 World Cup, and the cars are making their way out onto the circuit to form up on the grid as we speak. In the commentary box with me is David Addison, and we both agreed, didn't we? F4 cars, I think it was 2020 we saw them for the first time around the streets of Macau, are perfectly suited.
They're perfectly suited because they're small, but they're quick, they're narrow, they're nimble. And they're perfectly suited because it's an international category these days. People still mourn the loss of things like the Formula 4 Festival when it was for career racing drivers, and you would have this end-of-season shootout where the best of the category would come from all over the world. I'm not for a moment suggesting this is anything like the Formula 4 Festival. What I am suggesting is that this is a brilliant idea to bring the best F4 drivers from around the globe where the category operates in different regions, and to put them all together. And where this also works as a very good concept, and it's an idea from the FIA single-seater commission president Emanuele Pirro, is rather than have lots of different teams with varying levels of experience of this circuit, one team, you're allocated a car, an engine, an engineer, and it's about as level a playing field as it can get. We have on the grid the Middle Eastern champion, the Central European Zone champion, the French champion, the Chinese champion, the British champion, and the Italian champion. We've only got 19 cars, and that's 6 champions already.
Proof that it works.
Well,
absolutely right. When international drivers come from around the world to all have this sort of shootout event, this the second step, if you like, over the course of this weekend, because this is the qualification race, and then they'll have the big race tomorrow on Grand Prix Day. But it is from all corners of the globe, champions coming together. And right, let's see who's the best then. We'll put you in equal machinery around an incredibly challenging, probably the most challenging circuit that you have raced on in an F4 car, and let's see who comes out on top.
And don't forget, these drivers are driving on public roads for the first time, as in they're not old enough to have a driving license.
That's a very good point.
So although they've raced on circuits, if they've not been on a street circuit before, many won't, this is the first time they'll have any feel for a public road. Blimey, Macau at speed in a racing car, crikey. Do you get the feeling that there's a slightly dark, sinister side to Emanuele Pirro to make them go do this, because it really is tough, isn't it?
Absolutely spot on. First time he's going to be driving on a road.
He said to me last year, Macau is all about learning. Blimey, do you learn a lot in conditions like that, especially if you haven't even driven on the road before? Everybody in the same sort of car. They are Miguel M21 F4 chassis. They've all got 1300cc turbo Alpine engines in the back. The French Sporting Federation is here with an administrative role because it runs a similar Central Operation Championship. Mintimes, that runs the Chinese Championship, is the company operating the FIA F4 World Cup for us this weekend. With all the cars, as I say, centrally run, it has been a big success so far. And yesterday in the qualifying session, and indeed on Thursday in free practice, there was a group of drivers taking the best times, not one driver dominating, which has been really good to see. Finn McLaughlin, British champion, has had a bit of a torrid weekend. Better quickly get the story out of the way. He's 6th on the grid, but when he left the pit lane in FP1 on Thursday, he did not get as far as the next corner. Car ground to a halt, stopped the session, that was him done. We thought everything was good for FP2, and again, another problem. He did a series of laps into the pit lane, the car just would not perform. It got to the point where, because there was a spare chassis and a spare engine, he was allowed to have that. So for qualifying yesterday, it was a big, big improvement, and here is the Red Bull junior driver making his way to the 6th rank on the grid. We didn't see the onboard shots yesterday in qualifying because that was the first time he'd been in this replacement car, and therefore cameras weren't fitted. They were on the old one, but there's been some hard work overnight, and now we can ride on board with Finn McLaughlin, 5 times a winner in the British F4 Championship this season. It's going to be a fascinating race, this. Can't wait.
It really is. He did a super job in qualifying, bearing in mind he hadn't completed a full lap for the free practice sessions thus far, and he went into qualifying. He qualified superbly in 6th place. And he was very, very exceptional in the British Championship this year to take the title. So what a pro at such an early age to deal with all of the challenges over the last couple of days, and then to go into qualifying and qualify on the outside of the 3rd row of the grid. Top work. There's some family connections as well, some familiar surnames, including the driver that's on pole position, Sebastian Weldon. We've got Rintaro Sato on the grid. We've got Thomas Behrman as well. They are surnames that already we know in the motorsport world, and it's fantastic to see so many international drivers being represented for the first time of the FIA F4 World Cup.
Sebastian Weldon on pole position, son of the late Dan Weldon, 5 times a win in the Italian Championship, as well as winning in the Middle East Championship in the winter months. 2nd on the grid, Kei Nakamura Berta, who has a Japanese mum, a Slovak father. He was born in London, went to live in Japan for a time, then came back to London, and he's also been racing in the Middle East Championship, and last year he was runner-up in the UAE Championship to one Freddie Slater, who we'll see in the Grand Prix itself here. 3rd on the grid is this year's Middle East champion, Emanuele Olivieri. And Alan, you were talking about familiar surnames. Well, let me stretch the point a little bit, because Emanuele Olivieri is the godson of Dindo Capello, multiple Le Mans winner and touring car champion and all-round star of Audis, and co-driver of Emanuele Pirro, just to cement the link back to the FIA Commission President. Olivieri has been 6th in the Italian F4 Championship, the one won by Kei Nakamura Berta this year. And then, as you say, Thomas Behrman, well, he's 4th on the grid, brother in Formula 1, dad used to race MGs, and this is Thomas's first full season. He only came in to car racing midway back end of last year for a part season, didn't he?
Had a good qualifying, didn't he? Showed pace that we hadn't seen so much in free practice, but then switched it on in the first competitive, if you like, action of the weekend. And in qualifying on the outside of row 2 was really good qualifying.
There is Emanuele Olivieri's car, and there's the Audi badge on the side. He's got some backing from an Audi dealership, but there's also that Audi link courtesy of his godfather. And Olivieri went really well yesterday, the Audi Zentrum Asti backed driver. A little bit further back on the grid, quick word about Gino Trapper, or Gennaro Trapper, Gino for short. He had a pretty torrid day yesterday with a couple of incidents, and a sizable off in qualifying resulted in that car needing an engine change overnight. Talked about the F4 champions. We've also got on the grid Arai Bansal, the driver from Bangalore, who has raced a bit in British F4, but also won the GB4 Championship, which is a UK-based series for earlier models of the F4 concept. So rather than the cars have no home, GB4 was created to give them somewhere to run, and Arai Bansal won that. I've just spotted Emanuele Pirro heading onto the grid, so must be pretty pleased with the outcome of the entry for this race. This is Kei Nakamura Berta making his way to the grid. He'll slot in 2nd on this 1-by-1 stagger.
Pit lane closes in less than 30 seconds, so it'll be straight on to the grid, and we get some great onboard shots as well, don't we, to ride on board around the Gears circuit at Macau in a single-seater, be it a Formula Regional car, which we'll see later on today for the Macau Grand Prix, or an F4 car. It just gives you an idea of the kind of commitment that you need in a single-seater car. Riding on board is a bit of a treat of modern camera technology, and we're very grateful for it.
the modern-day Formula 4 car, as you see, apes Formula 1 in as much as it has the FIA-mandated Halo device. We talk about how things have moved on at Macau. They have, and safety is one of them in terms of not just the track, but the cars as well. And there is Keen Nakamura Berta then threading his way through a busy grid up to position number 2. He will slot in ahead of Thomas Behrmann.
Leaving it late as well, leaving it to the last possible minute. So he'll have the warmest tyres now.
He will. He will indeed. So there is Keen Nakamura Berta. Gives a thumbs up to his engineer.
Everything okay? Yep.
Yep. Not a talkative chap. I think there'll be quite a few nerves on the grid right now, understandably. A few ice packs brought out because even in an open-top racing car, it is hot down there.
There are very few drivers in single-seaters these days that will talk to you on the grid.
Yeah,
if you approach with a camera crew, with a microphone, I don't remember the last time I knelt down next to a single-seater car and actually got any kind of acknowledgement that I was there, because they get into the zone. It's what their performance coaches, their driver coaches train them to do. The minute they're there on the grid, they're basically, it's part of the race.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Sebastian Weldon then making his way to the grid. Alan and I can show our age here because we can vividly remember commentating on his dad in Formula Vauxhall Junior and saying he's going to be a star, and he was. Taken far too soon was Dan. And Sebastian coming up to the grid then. Interesting that he is the man on pole position, because I'll rattle through that list of champions. He has not been a champion in an F4 category. He's done lots of race wins, yes, but he's not been a champion. But he drove really well in qualifying yesterday, and there he is on pole position.
It's a unique place, isn't it, Macau? The gear circuit, the 6 kilometres of the gear circuit of Macau is completely unique, and you need certain elements of being a racing driver that might not necessarily have come together to put a championship together, when you need consistency across many rounds and many different types of circuit. But this, I think above all, not only needs speed, but also a huge amount of bravery and commitment, and that's what Sebastian Weldon showed yesterday in qualifying. Superb.
He did indeed, and this was a driver that was quickest for a time, Emanuele Olivieri. That's Thomas Behrmann, who, as I say, has been a race winner in the British F4 Championship and comes from good motor racing stock, that is for sure. And having the blowers there to get some cool air on him, the umbrella to keep the heat off. There behind is number 3 of Thiago Rodriguez. Now, he has been an F4 champion, not this year, but back in 2023. He won the Chinese championship. He's also raced in the Macau Kart Grand Prix, the Macanese driver. And last year, he was in the Grand Prix itself for Formula Regional cars and had an accident on lap 1, but has bounced back. And so, over the course of the weekend, as the British F4 champion here, Finn McLaughlin. He's heading off to FIA F3 for next year, rather than Formula Regional. So, will we ever see him back at Macau?
Many drivers compete in FIA F3 and then decide, hang on, I like Macau, I want to go back. So
don't rule it out. Yeah. Well, I hope we do. But I also hope we see the best of him in the 2 races here this weekend.
Let's see what sort of weekend he has, because yeah, if you sample the taste of success here on the streets of Macau, you want it again and again.
Yeah. After Finn McLaughlin, Rintaro Sato, who had a big shunt yesterday, son of Takuma Sato. That's Jules Roussel. Now, he's got a grid drop of 3 places for being involved in an incident yesterday with Thiago Rodriguez that stopped the session. Rodriguez, I don't think, did lose his best time, because although he necessitated the flag, it wasn't his fault that the accident was caused. The officials couldn't really apportion blame either way, but Roussel was given a grid drop. That's Simon Zhang, Shimo Zhang, but Simon as he likes to be known. He's the Chinese champion, and that's the Central European Zone champion, the Argentine driver, Gino Trapper. Engine change for Trapper, and the next driver that you'll get to on the grid is Kyu-Ho Lee, the South Korean, who did a bit of karting in the UK a few years back, but Spanish F4 was his main focus this season. Kimi Chan is aboard number 61. He was a race winner within the Chinese championship this season. more and more young drivers adopting a Kimi tag to their names. Kimi Antonelli, you've got Kimi Chan, and the next driver you get to on the grid is another of the Satos. They're unrelated. This is Itsuki Sato, runner-up in the Japanese F4 Championship and a race winner in the Indian Championship, all of which just illustrates how popular F4 now is around the globe.
It really is. It's why it was introduced. It has grown and grown. Commentating on the British Championship this year, I was just had a sort of a slightly nostalgic feel when I looked at the timing screens over the course of the year, because we have the flags of the nations that are competing on the timing screen, and I saw so many flags. It kind of took me back to Formula 3 in the 1980s and 90s in Great Britain, where so many drivers decided, okay, this is where I want to learn my craft, this is where I want to be, and drivers, Ayrton Senna immediately springs to mind, packs a bag, up sticks, sets up on a house share with Maurizio Gugelmin in Surrey, and does a complete year of British F3, and that's when the world first knew about it.
And was a winner here. That's 1983 Formula 3 season. First year Formula 3 was the category at the Grand Prix. So somewhere on this grid are Formula 1 stars of the future. And remember the names, because in a few seasons' time, they will be on a Grand Prix grid, no doubt. The grid is now being cleared. They will have one further formation lap before they are released into battle. And there, the drivers set ready to go. Keen Nakamura Berta for second on the grid, Sebastian Weldon for pole position. That is Emanuele Olivieri, pat on the helmet to wish him well, and another. And then he sorts out where his crash helmet should be. But it's going to be a really intriguing race, this. Let's have a look at the grid then, just recap who starts where. Sebastian Weldon is on pole position. Italian champion Keen Nakamura Berta, the British driver, lines up second. The Middle Eastern champion Emanuele Olivieri is third, ahead of Thomas Behrman and Thiago Rodriguez. British champion Finn McLaughlin goes from sixth, ahead of Rintaro Sato and Are Bansal. Jules Roussel with his grid drop seventh, ahead of the Chinese champion Simon Zhang. Central East European zone, Gino Trapper is 11th from Kyoho Lee, then Kimi Chan, and Itsuki Sato. Ryan Carretti is 15th from Emily Cotti, Marcus Chung, the Macanese driver, and 18th on the grid, the French champion Alex Munoz, who's had two big shunts this weekend, with Wang Zhuzhe rounding out the grid. There is a lot at stake. There's a lot to look for here. We're building this up, but it is, in quotes, only the qualification race. The results of this sort out the grid for the World Cup itself.
But I love the fact that we have a Saturday of racing. So the way that we have a 4-day meeting for the Macau Grand Prix. Day one, free practice, and that's the time to get used to the circuit. For these young drivers, it's time to learn it and to feel it in the real world. So not just sitting in a simulator in glorious air conditioning. It's a bit different when you're dealing with the sunshine beating down on you and trying to stay as cool as you possibly can under an umbrella when you're down on the grid, but actually feeling the bumps, feeling the undulations of the gear circuit here at Macau, which we say it all the time. These are the normal streets of Macau. On Monday morning, barriers are going to be lifted up. They're going to be put on the back of recovery vehicles, and they're going to be stored for another year. And there's nothing quite like actually being in a race car. So Thursday is about that. Friday is about qualifying, and then we get two races over the course of the weekend. And people wonder why I like to come to Macau in November every year.
It is a circuit like no other, and there are drivers that excel here that perhaps haven't at other places. There are drivers that arrive here as champions or drivers with big reputations that struggle. And it's fascinating to see this end of season shootout, whether it's in a GT car as we have to come later today, or a Formula Regional chassis as we have later on, or in these F4 Migals that are good to go. We're into the final 1 minute of the countdown, a formation lap, and then 8 laps are ahead of us.
Here we go then. The pulse rate begins to rise down on the grid inside the cars. And this is the moment that drivers rather like, because once they are set off on the green flag lap, it's them and it's the car. They are on their own. They are in isolation. All of the people, the teams, the guests, everything that goes around an event which is this big, and they'll feel it a lot more tomorrow as well on Grand Prix Day. But that's all gone. Now they can get on with what they know, what they do. And as the engine notes rise down on the grid, the green flag is waved, off they go.
But not Sebastian Weldon,
No.
who is stranded. He's got going now, and the good news is that not everybody overtook, because if everybody hadn't overtaken, he would be forced to start at the back of the grid. Now, at least, he's able to work his way back to pole position. But looked as though he couldn't get the car in gear and was slow away. But Sebastian Weldon, that'll just upset the heart rate a little bit, but better he gets the mistake out of his system on the formation lap rather than the start of the race. And here he comes, storming his way to the front.
Yeah, that would have been a bit of a moment when the pulse was getting a bit high, and it's when it really needs to count, when everything needs to go right, and all of a sudden you're on pole position and you get unsettled when you set off on the green flag lap. Now he needs to make sure that he settles down and plays his normal game.
Yeah.
Because, okay, that was something that didn't go quite according to plan, but that's behind him now. Needs to think about the start of the race.
So out of Lisboa, up here San Francisco Hill, and then the cars turn their way through a sequence of corners towards the sharp right here of Maternity. Takes you past the hospital, and then they drop down the hill, heading towards Teddy Yip corner, whose house looms over the circuit. Teddy Yip, who was always a huge part of the Macau Grand Prix, as well as, of course, building his own Formula One cars and taking this area into Formula One Grand Prix racing. And the Theodore Racing name continues, supporting Kramer within the Grand Prix itself. Then the cars drop down through the Solitude S's, down far away hill, and eventually get to Police, so-called because it's near the police station, and then they climb up towards Moorish and then on to Donna Maria. But at this part of the circuit, finding a reference point really hard. That's a bit more like it. That's down at Police. This is the short climb up towards Moorish. And Sebastian Weldon then, having got himself back to the queue of cars, a little bit red-faced maybe, but he's trying to calm himself down again now, as well as warm up the tyres ready for the start of the race.
Donna Maria, this long left-hander, and they know that the end of this tight, twisty section is in sight as they go around the left-hand of Donna Maria, because the Melco hairpin, no overtaking here. You just have to thread it through neatly and tidily. And that's what we noted when we first saw the F4 cars around the gear circuit, that they seem to be able to do it with consummate ease going around the Melco hairpin, which during other races, maybe for the slightly larger GT3 cars, it's a bit more of a handful, isn't it?
It is indeed. And on this part of the circuit, from here on all the way down to Lisboa, you can think about overtaking. There's the room, and there's also the ability to get a tow. Even in these cars with slicks and wings, the Aero Age, you can still get a tow, and it's going to be Sebastian Weldon then who brings the cars up towards the grid, accelerates, snakes the car, gets a little bit more warmth into the rubber, and then he will put the car onto pole. The red, white and blue livery carried by Keen Nakamura Berta behind. The green colouring you see on Emanuele Olivieri's car, and Thomas Behrmann's dark and white chassis will be next. So the cars into place. There'll be that green flag at the back to say that we are good to go. It's going to be 8 laps for the first part, if you like, of the FIA F4 World Cup, the Macau Formula 4 race. This is the qualification race. Results determine the grid. So yes, you want to do well. Yes, you want a good result, but you need to finish, because if you don't, you're going to be at the back for tomorrow, and then the mountain is a very steep one that you've got to climb. The last driver into place is going to be Wang Yuzhe. Once he is there, we can get set for our first race of the weekend for the Macau Formula 4 race in the FIA F4 World Cup.
Here we go then, the final car forms up on the grid, and then we'll wait for the green flag to be shown at the rear of the grid, and then the countdown is on to get this race underway. Our first single-seater car race of the weekend. It is for Formula 4, the FIA F4 World Cup. 5 lights on. Out they go, the race underway. Good start off the line from Sebastian Weldon. So too from the outside of the road for Keen Nakamura Berta. But a very, very good start indeed for Oliveri from the second row of the grid. Really good off the line, and now already having a look at Weldon for the lead of the race.
Yeah, Nakamura Berta bogged down slightly. Olivieri up into second, and he's having a go for the race lead on the outside coming into Madrid. It's brave, and he's done it right round the outside. Fantastic effort That is a brave, brave man. Emanuele Olivieri then is the race leader for second place. It is Weldon on the inside. It's Nakamura Berta on the outside. Finn McLaughlin's up to fourth already. Can they all get through Lisboa? No! Weldon's gone. Nakamura Berta has gone. Both of them outbreak themselves and go wide. That's going to put McLaughlin up into second place, potentially. Keen Nakamura Berta, the Italian champion, is in the wall. And he's not the only one. That is a disaster for him as Emanuele Olivieri leads the way as he wriggles his way now up towards maternity.
The front row of the grid is nestled neatly in the barrier down at Lisboa. Unbelievable. Sebastian Weldon and Keen Nakamura Berta as we look back at very, very disappointed drivers that now know what lies ahead tomorrow. A difficult race is the answer. Both of them from the front row of the grid. Oliveri, great start from Oliveri. And that other story which is emerging is Finn McLaughlin's race. Yeah. These are headline stories in the writing here.
Well, the drivers need to be out of the cars. I'm waiting to see whether we get a safety car, which I rather fear is on its way. But for now, it is Olivieri ahead of McLaughlin. And a drama in the background, another one in the wall, two in the wall. In fact, so that's at Moorish, and we're definitely going to get the safety car now. One of those, I reckon, the nearest one to us is Thiago Rodriguez. Was that Behrman that went as well?
I think it might have been, yeah.
Right, safety car deployed. Safety car is deployed, to nobody's great surprise. And he put young drivers then, all keen to impress, under a big, big amount of pressure. Safety car deployed, and the survivors will come through at the end of lap one. Emanuele Olivieri leads from Finn McLaughlin, and I reckon up into third place now is Rintaro Sato.
This is an amazing story, an amazing journey for a first Macau for Finn McLaughlin. He didn't complete a lap in free practice 1. He didn't complete a lap in free practice 2. Not his fault. The car wasn't working. A mechanical problem with the car loomed in FP1. We didn't find out what it was, but they thought they had resolved it. Clearly they hadn't, because he wasn't able to complete a lap for FP2. Went straight into qualifying yesterday, having not done a full lap around the gear circuit here at Macau. And now he finds himself in second place behind the safety car. Wow, what a journey.
There's the replay of the first incident. Weldon understeering out wide, Nakamura Berta understeering out wide as well. That does look like Thomas Behrman's overalls in the background, clambering out of his car. And confirmation that he has not been through. We've lost Gino Trapper somewhere as well. So two incidents we're aware of, but Gino Trapper is not shown on our timing display, having not even got through the first section. Now, I thought he was on the grid. I'm sure we saw him on the grid. Maybe he's got a
we did.
Transponder glitch, or maybe he was very slow off the line and didn't get as far as the first sector at Lisboa. Anyway, there's quite a lot of clearing up to be done. So we started with 19 and 14 are still circulating. That sums up Macau, doesn't it?
We haven't had the onboard shot as a car is lifted before, and I rather like it. And you can see just how quickly they're able to pick these cars up, pop them on the recovery vehicles, and then the teams can begin to look.
Now this is on board with Keen Nakamura Berta from the start. Not a great getaway, and he's already been jumped by Emanuele Olivieri. That's Thomas Behrman in 87. Behind to the outside line goes Thiago Rodriguez. So Nakamura Berta defends from him. By this stage, Olivieri has been an absolute hero and gone round the outside of Weldon at Mandarin, and how he has managed to do that on cold tyres is quite something. There's McLaughlin. Look how close McLaughlin was up towards the wall. Now, Nakamura Berta at this point is on the attack. He's heading for the outside of Weldon, but the outside line is a little bit dirtier. He arrives a bit too quickly. He brakes for the corner, but he just can't get the car slowed, and there's just not enough turn available, and he's off. He's in the barriers. To his right, Weldon's already in the wall. That's Rodriguez. I'm afraid for Thiago, another year, another lap one crash.
And what a unique view looking back from Nakamura Berta's car, and straight on into Lisboa. Gino Trapper out from the pit lane.
Yeah, I didn't see the car in the pit
lane.
Nor
did I.
Unless it stopped at pit exit and has now rejoined from there. So that's your Behrman and Rodriguez incident. So those cars now are about to be retrieved. And the two incidents around the circuit being attended to. The safety car going at a pace so that it doesn't eat into too many laps of the competition, but it's got to go at a quick enough pace for the drivers to maintain temperature in the tyres. I think we need the cars to go through this section before that incident unit, you can just see in the escape road, can be deployed. Another replay of the start. Right, so good getaway by Weldon. Not a great start by Nakamura Berta, but all eyes at this point on Emanuele Olivieri. They're in second place in the green and white car because he gets into the wheel tracks of Weldon. He gets a tow and moves to the outside, heading down towards Mandarin. Now, common sense says, don't bother to try there, but Olivieri goes round the outside and comes out in front there, right up against the wall. But that was a mega move.
Hugely brave, wasn't it? Absolutely superb start, and very, very brave indeed. If you just go back about 20 minutes, we said one of the elements that you need to excel here on the streets of Macau is bravery, and that was rather proof. That was a very brave move indeed.
But there you go, 2 corners into the race, and all the work they've done over the last 2 days wasted for Weldon and Nakamura Berta. This is Olivieri's start from the onboard. So out of reservoir, he gets into the wheel tracks, into the slipstream now of Sebastian Weldon. And Emanuele Olivieri to the outside line, the dirty line, down towards Mandarin. Gets his nose in front and is about a cigarette paper width away from the wall. Crikey, heart in mouth stuff. Emanuele Olivieri is going to have to pay excess baggage, I think, for his whatnots, because he is a brave, brave boy.
I have no more words.
What a move. What a move.
Absolutely unbelievable. You couldn't get much more bravery than that, could you? On the opening lap as well. Absolutely supreme stuff.
I'm all in favour of Finn McLaughlin's fairy tale story, but Olivieri deserves to win this race for that move alone.
That is something else. Absolutely something else. Wow.
If I had my hat with me, I would tip it to him, because that was just awesome. Really was. Other people that have benefited out of all of the dramas of the first lap: Rintaro Sato up to 3rd, Jules Roussel is 4th, bearing in mind he started 9th with his grid drop. Simon Shang is 5th, Ari Bansal is in 6th place. And how about this? Alexandra Munoz, 18th on the grid, is up into 10th.
That's pretty good, isn't it? Wow. So already stories have unfolded. This is an 8-lap race. We are on the 2nd lap behind the safety car as we head down towards the right-hander at Lisboa, and this is on board with Olivieri, and another view of what was a mighty, mighty move on the streets of Macau, up towards the back of Sebastian Weldon. Gets himself set up, and he's got to hold this line on the outside, and we're going to slow this through Mandarin. Whoa, so close to the wall, and opportunity to slow that manoeuvre down with the technology that we have with our replays now. Just seeing that slowing out of the corner. What a move. What a move to get into the lead of the race and leading down into Lisboa as well. So everybody else can do what you want, but you've taken the lead of the race.
Right, circuit's nearly clear, isn't it? Because Thiago Rodriguez, Thomas Behrman's car's out of the way. It was Behrman who was the first one into the barrier, and then Rodriguez came around the corner and sort of tripped over him and put himself in the wall. So frustration continues for the Macau driver, Thiago Rodriguez, here. So Emanuele Olivieri behind the safety car, making his way now on down towards police and through the incident zone. If it's clear, then that's going to be the indication that we might be pretty close to going back racing.
It wasn't a last-minute move, was it? He'd planned that. He'd set the move up, like playing a game of snooker.
Yeah.
He'd put himself in the right place on the circuit. You made the point as well. That's the dirty part of the circuit. There'll be all sorts of nasties on the tarmac down there, but he braved it out and it worked. But boy, oh boy, we talk about fine margins around the circuit of Macau, and that was just about as fine as the margins can get. So behind the BMW safety car, the safety car coming in this lap. So we're going to be back and racing. This is very, very good news indeed. I think it was a good idea to have the Formula 4 cars here this year.
Well, you and I have always been sort of quite keen on them, haven't we?
Big fans.
Ever since they were the main category for the Grand Prix. And perhaps we're lucky because we see them regularly in the British Championship and on our foreign jaunts at the end of seasons. We see other championships as well, but it proves how good a category it is that the formula has been so successful globally. So down they come now through the approach to Black Sands. And Olivieri, I think, has pulled the pin, all ready to go, hasn't he? So speed building, here we come, ready for the resumption of the race.
Here we go, we're about to get things back underway for the FIA F4 World Cup and the Macau Formula 4 race around the final corner up towards the line. And Olivieri leads the field across the line down towards the scene of that incredible move down at Mandarin on the very fast run, on board with Finn McLaughlin in second place. And let's see how close he can get when they get down towards Lisboa. A little puff of the tyre there for the race leader, for Olivieri, through that Mandarin corner on the cleaner part of the circuit this time. But Finn McLaughlin is having a look, isn't he? He's all over the circuit, all over the back of the leader, side by side on the way down into Lisboa. Slots in behind, but Finn McLaughlin can sense a victory here.
From 230 kilometres an hour through Mandarin to 80 kilometres in second gear to Lisboa, McLaughlin was in the wheel tracks. Very good defensive driving then by Emanuele Olivieri as the cars now make their way up the hill. No yellow flags as far as we know. McLaughlin is all over Olivieri like a rash then as the cars wriggle their way up towards Maternity. In third place it's Rintaro Sato, and side by side nearly McLaughlin sticks his nose up the inside. He is absolutely determined this is going to be his race win. Olivieri is going to have to make that the world's widest Miguel to keep him at bay. Finn McLaughlin then, having not turned a lap all day on Thursday, second place, fighting for a win. Brilliant.
Can I breathe again? My goodness, you don't often see a single-seater having a little nose so close to the race leader on this tight and twisty section, but Finn McLaughlin is showing his intent, isn't he? Around Police, up towards Moorish they go. The top two have got a good gap, so the two of them can work away together, and they have broken away from the rest of the field.
Lisboa is your chance to overtake because of the toe you get, and the move has to be teed up from the exit of this corner. So here they come now, up towards the hairpin, and if McLaughlin gets a good run off here, he can sit in the wheel tracks. He's almost given him a shove round the corner, so close did he get. Come on, he says. And actually that's hurt McLaughlin. He's fallen back by a couple of lengths, so he's now got to do the hard yards all over again as they come back down towards Fisherman's.
And you're right to say the exit from Melco corner is absolutely vital to setting up a manoeuvre, and Finn McLaughlin has had to rectify the mistake. He's nowhere near as close to the back of the race leader as he was, but he's pulling it back in, isn't he? He's reining in the race leader. He's once again showing his intent, planting himself on a different part of the tarmac to let Olivieri know he's still there. The Red Bull liveried car in second place once again is mounting the challenge.
So nose to tail coming out of Reservoir. Rintaro Sato third behind them. The black car is Jules Roussel. The pink and white livery is Simon Zhang. The yellow colour of Arebansal. And McLaughlin's move for the race lead is on now because he's in the wheel tracks. He gets a toe. Is he going to be able to dive to the inside as they get down towards Lisboa? He's just a little bit too far back, and he does not need to do a full send here and risk going off when a front row for the main race tomorrow would suffice. So the move is being made against Arebansal by Rayan Carretti, and he goes through nicely in the blue car on the inside.
Certainly does, as the leaders turn up through San Francisco Hill, and this time much further back is Finn McLaughlin. That little tap, and I'm pretty sure there was a little tap coming out of Melco, may have cost. I hope the front wing isn't damaged, because they're going to need a front wing to be absolutely doing what it does around the streets of Macau. Let's hope not, because they are pretty vulnerable, aren't they?
And Alexandre Munoz, in his rebuilt car, I'm afraid, has pitted. He was going quite nicely into the top 10, but problems persist for the French champion. So he is out of the contest. Seemingly, he's going to have to start towards the back in the main race tomorrow, as the cars now accelerate again from Maternity down through the Solitude S's towards Faraway Hill. That's Sato, that's Roussel, and up behind Jules is Simon Zhang. And what about the gap between the leaders? Well, it had gone up. Olivieri doing an absolute best second sector, but McLaughlin's on his toes again to bring the gap down by doing an absolute best third. And so now as they go through Police, Olivieri does look like he's got the measure for the moment, but we are a long way from a checkered flag.
Let's hope that Finn McLaughlin can get a better exit from Melco and not be held up too much on this occasion, because that was what cost him. You made the point. You need a good exit from Melco on the run down towards Black Sands and Fisherman's. That sets you up. And oh dear,
That's Emily Cotti, I think, isn't it? Number 42, possibly. So, yes, it is. Who was in 12th place. She had a crash on Thursday, and that car is tantalisingly close to an escape road. So, if only, it could be just pushed and pulled, we might have the road clear. So here they come, Olivieri leading McLaughlin. Sato is catching back up in 3rd place as they come down now to the end of lap number 5. The leaders go through, and Emanuele Olivieri clearing the race lead. In 2nd spot, Finn McLaughlin. The gap between them as they go over the stripe is 1 second, in fact. So I think Olivieri is just extending. He's done the fastest lap of the race now at 2:25.6.
By 6/10 of a second. It was 0.4 of a second on the previous lap across the line, the gap between the top two, and that has extended by 0.6 of a second, 6/10, and it's over 1 second now between the top two. However, Finn McLaughlin has been really good on this part of the circuit, down through Mandarin and down on the run towards Lisboa, but not close enough to have a challenge. Not so for the 3rd place battle. Sato having to look very much in his mirrors for Roussel, and Roussel has this time put in the overall best first sector of the race. Not surprisingly, the race leader on that last lap has just put in the overall best lap, a 2:25.606.
Now, we were querying whether Finn McLaughlin hit the back of Emanuele Olivieri. This is going to answer the question. They turn into the corner, and Tap certainly does give him a knock. Not deliberately, but Finn McLaughlin just a bit keen on his toes, and that's slightly affected him, actually, the bite a bit in a sense, because he's dropped back as a consequence.
Agreed, and we thought there was just the slightest of touches, and there was, and good work by Olivieri. Confirmation on the timing screen. We've got the yellow flag down at turn 14 for Emily Cotti's car, and yeah, Olivieri did well to hold that, because that would have been a bit of a surprise knock, I would have thought.
Well, indeed. So they go through that zone. The car's well off line, actually. It's barely seen on the camera as the cars go through. So you've got Olivieri with McLaughlin trying to catch back up again, and he's brought the gap down in that last sector by a couple of tenths. Then the car's now make that run again into Donna Maria. So we're currently working lap number 6, and Finn McLaughlin getting away once more from Sato, Roussel and Simon Zhang 3rd, 4th, 5th, and edging closer to Emanuele Olivieri. He's close at the hairpin, but actually the gap stretches on exit, doesn't it? McLaughlin later on the brakes, but then he isn't able to get back on the power quite as well.
Let's see what the gap is when they complete this lap, and I'm really pleased that we've had a good few laps now where they can get into the groove and do some racing laps around the gear circuit here at Macau, which is such a reward for a driver to get into the one lap after another without interruption. Really, really good news. Okay, they're going to come up and complete another lap now. We've got the battle on for 3rd place. Sato still leading just from Roussel, and as the final sector for Finn McLaughlin was the overall best final sector on that lap. He's brought the gap down once again to 0.5 of a second, half a second between the top two.
And Roussel here is on his toes to get past Rintaro Sato for 3rd place. Finn McLaughlin on board then, trying to get a toe. He's not quite close enough, but he's in the wheel tracks coming down to Lisboa. Again, in a lot of this, it's knowing when to hold and when to fold. It's better to be on the front row for tomorrow than in the wall, and McLaughlin thinks about the inside line. Scrabbles round the corner, gets away with that. You can see the commitment is there, but McLaughlin is just staying the right side of a drama.
Sensible stuff, because that could have gone horribly, horribly wrong. And you just wonder how many thoughts were going through his head. Hang on, if I do this, if I stay here, I'm going to be on the front row for the Grand Prix tomorrow, and that's the big one. Or I could be a hero today. No, okay, slot in behind.
Exactly. Just one other thing quickly to get out of the way. Arai Bansal in 7th. Rintaro Sato in 3rd. They're both going to be investigated after the race for possibly being out of position at the first safety car line. So they may end up with a penalty. It's going to be looked at. McLaughlin here then, turning his way down through Faraway Hill, heading towards turn 14, where Emily Cotti's car has now been cleared because they've got a green flag down there, which is all good news.
Here we go then, the top two with that gap at the front of the field, this battle between two fantastic drivers around the streets of Macau on the gear circuit. Olivieri leads from the Red Bull livery British champion this year in British F4, certified by FIA, of course, the championship. And around Donna Maria, the long left-hander, up towards the Melco hairpin, seen a couple of laps ago of a little tap between the two of them, between the top two. And Finn McLaughlin knows now, keep a little distance between the two of us, because I think it worked worse for Finn McLaughlin than it did for Olivieri. Olivieri responded very well to getting an unexpected tap, but Finn McLaughlin, I think, has taken 2 or 2.5 laps to recover from that, but now he's back where he was, right on the tail of the leader.
And he is going to come through then in a moment to complete lap number 7. 1 lap to go. Emanuele Olivieri, I think, has driven a great race. So has McLaughlin, and it really sets us up nicely for the battle tomorrow, assuming they survive the last lap. Third is not yet settled, is it? Rintaro Sato ahead of Jules Roussel as they go by. The next pair, Simon Zhang from Ryan Coretti, Bansal, Chan, Lee, and then Itsuki Sato round out the top 10. Right, Finn McLaughlin, is this going to be the lap on which you become race leader, or the lap on which you decide that the front row is a better option rather than making a bid for the lead? It looks as though he's a fraction too far back. Third is closer, isn't it? Roussel has not given up in his quest to get past Sato. McLaughlin feints to the inside line. He's not going to make a move, but Roussel does try on the outside of Sato, and it doesn't pay out.
There's no need to be a hero, is there?
Not today.
Absolutely no need to be a hero today. Tomorrow will be a completely different story, but I think Olivieri at the end of this race is going to be a hero. A superb move at the start of the race for the lead of the race. And McLaughlin is a hero already. Doesn't need to do anything risky, doesn't need to do anything for the top step of the podium. All of that can come tomorrow.
So the race leader, Emanuele Olivieri, then just ahead of Finn McLaughlin. Now, there is one other opportunity for McLaughlin, and that is coming down towards our bend on the last lap. We have had the Grand Prix decided that way in the past, not necessarily by the drivers that thought they were going to win it, but it has been doable. And McLaughlin, again, I suspect is too savvy to risk everything for that, when tomorrow is a different story. Emanuele Olivieri, then, is the race leader, and the first time we've had an FIA-badged F4 World Cup race. He is the driver, not only that he's in the lead, he's also done the fastest lap of the race, a 2:25.6, and that against a 2:24.7 as the F4 lap record sets 2 years back by Arvin Lindblad.
Through Donna Maria, they have gone up towards the Melco hairpin. Scene of that little touch early on in the race between the two of them, but everything neat and tidy. And you're looking back at potentially a race winner at Macau. McLaughlin hits the wall. From second place, McLaughlin hits the wall.
He's going to be able to limp it to the end, possibly, but was anybody else involved in all of that? Because there's another slow car up the road. So Finn McLaughlin has clobbered the wall, and after such a great story, he is going to be at the back of the grid after all, as Emanuele Olivieri comes through. The checkered flag is at the ready. Drama on the last lap of the FIA F4 World Cup qualification race. Emanuele Olivieri wins. There's a massive gap before. We've had a change for second as well. It's Jules Roussel ahead of Rintaro Sato for second and third places. Fourth is Coretti, fifth is Bansal, sixth it is Kimi Chan, seventh is Kyuho Lee. And we wait and we wait and we wait for anybody else. Coming up for eighth place then is the battered car of Simon Zhang with the right front corner completely broken. He was the other driver involved. Ninth, Itsuki Sato. 10th is Marcus Chung. 11th is Yuzhe Wang. And Finn McLaughlin has not got to the end. McLaughlin is going to end up being classified 12th and put himself on the 6th row of the grid. And there is the story. Finn McLaughlin in the wall, and he cannot believe it.
What a character-building weekend this is proving to be for the British champion. Oh, he drove such a race.
And I thought he was doing everything absolutely right.
Yes.
Keeping out of trouble, staying up there, and he knows that's on him.
Frustration.
Absolutely.
Utter frustration.
Cannot believe it. He cannot yet sink in as to how he has made that mistake.
Finn, we feel it with you because he drove a super race. And the way they went down to Lisboa, you knew that he had decided, OK, this is good enough. All I have to do is hold it all together for this final lap. Second on the podium today. And then I'll be on the front row of the grid tomorrow.
It's not over till it's over.
Something went wrong.
Yeah. I'd love to see the replay of that in due course, because
sure
Finn McLaughlin has thrown away a second place in that race, and he's made life very difficult. Not impossible, but very difficult for tomorrow. So we knew it was going to be a good race, and it was a good race, really dramatic. And I don't think we expected a finish quite like that. The other car that was involved, we saw another slow car, Simon Zhang, the right front corner, completely smashed on that. He was able to drag it to the line. So there is Emanuele Olivieri. And let us see here, Finn McLaughlin. This is on board then, so he comes down to the Melco hairpin, brakes, turns in. Behind him was Sato and Jules Roussel battling, and he gets hit, doesn't he? There's a whack in the back. So McLaughlin is hit, and then he accelerates, and there's something that's possibly broken because suddenly he's weaving from side to side, and then he ends up in the wall. Here it is from the outside. Now, how on earth does he get hit in the back? There's nobody near him. So he comes through the corner. Oh, he hits the barrier. He hits the barrier. That's where the whack comes from. So, yeah, he's hooked the right rear wheel on the Armco, and that's where the suspension is broken. That's why it won't go in a straight line.
Oh.
And there is Finn McLaughlin. Well, that is a very rare incident at the Melco hairpin, because normally people take a really wide arc around it, but McLaughlin just hooked that wheel around the Armco, as you saw. That broke the rear suspension. That accounts for why it wouldn't go in a straight line. Well, he possibly could have nursed it to the end, but he ends up in the barrier, and Finn McLaughlin out of the race, out of the car. Wow. This is one story that keeps on giving.
2 moments of drama for Finn McLaughlin during that race, and both of them came at the Melco hairpin. Goodness me, I don't remember seeing that at the on the barriers on the inside of Melco hairpin. Don't remember seeing that.
I can't think of an incident like it. I mean, you've been here many more years than me, but that is a first, I think.
I feel so sorry for him. Goodness me.
Yeah, I wouldn't go near him with a microphone just yet.
You see, that's the difference between you and me. I'd like to.
Yes, I'd like to hear the thoughts, but I think they might be monosyllabic for a while. Well, Emanuele Olivieri deserved that. He drove a very good defensive race, but that move round the outside, don't forget, when he took the race lead on the opening lap of the race, on cold tyres, he was doing 230 kilometres an hour in 6th gear. That's brave. Complimenti Emanuele. Emanuele Olivieri then is the race winner. He goes to the technical area, the weight check.
Let us forever remember that move on lap number 1 by Olivieri. That was something else.
I think the corner needs renaming, frankly.
I would like to know just how close that was to the barrier.
Yeah. Yes, it's known as Mandarin after the hotel that used to be there. But it's going to have to be renamed, I think, after that move. That was quite something.
Oh, dear. Goodness me. It's emotional, isn't it, the Macau Grand Prix? For so many different reasons, and these young drivers, it's where they get the chance to experience the highs and lows with the eyes of the motorsport world upon them. And what it feels like to be a winner at Macau is just being experienced for the first time by Emanuele Olivieri.
And if you want to know what dejection feels like, it's just the other side of the Melco hairpin.
Dear, oh dear.
So we might get a chance to hear, I think, from Emanuele Olivieri. And the drivers are down there in the Parc Fermé area. Helmet off. Emanuele Olivieri, the driver that was the Middle Eastern champion at the start of the season. Helmet off, balaclava off. Alex Legui is ready to have a word with our race winner.
For that overtake alone, you are the deserved winner of this FIA F4 World Cup. Just talk us through that race.
Yeah, I mean, what a race. Yeah, after I was really happy about my start because it was a really good jump, so I knew that I had the opportunity to overtake Weldon because the straight is quite long. I took the opportunity to around the outside. I was thinking it was a bit easier, but at the end I ended up quite close to the wall. So yeah, after there was an incident, but I think after the race I was quite, after the first lap I was quite struggling with the tires because I think Fion behind had new tires. So I was quite, let's say, driving quite difficult with but yeah, still good win, all to play for tomorrow.
Yeah, so qualifying race absolutely nailed. This must give you a lot of confidence ahead of tomorrow's main race.
Yeah, for sure. We have now I have a lot of confidence also after yesterday quali. So yeah, tomorrow I will give everything. But for sure, this win means a lot. But I need to work out tomorrow.
Brilliantly done. We look forward to watching you.
Alex Legui, thank you very much. Emanuele Olivieri is the race winner, and the drivers will make their way to the podium. but so much of that was done off the start of the race. So let's have another look at the start. On board with Emanuele Olivieri. I'll say it again, that he's on cold tyres, speed building, they go through reservoir, and now the move against Sebastian Weldon comes. Now, speed is building all the while, but this is cold tyres, 6th gear, 230 kilometres an hour. 230 kilometres an hour, round the outside. Look at the wall, look how close he comes. We slow it down just to see how near to the wall he gets. It is very close indeed. It's the dirty part of the racetrack. Whoa, Skill McGill. Emanuele Olivieri takes the race lead and goes on to win the qualification race for the FIA F4 World Cup.
Set up so early as well. That was absolutely phenomenal. You can understand why he was smiling when he got out of the car and Alex asked him about that manoeuvre.
Race result, Emanuele Olivieri wins from Jules Roussel and Rintaro Sato, who's under investigation. It is Rayan Caretti in 4th place from Are Bansal and Kimi Chan. Kyoho Lee next from Simon Zhang, and then it's Suki Sato with Marcus Chung, the Macau driver, in 10th ahead of Yushi Wang. And after that, only 11 of the 19 finished because we lost Finn McLaughlin, Emily Cotti, Alex Munoz, Seb Weldon, Keen Nakamura-Berta, Thomas Behrman, Thiago Rodriguez, Gino Trapper. Some big names at the back of the grid. Tomorrow is going to be amazing because what we've now got is a good little fight going on between Olivieri and Roussel for the lead, but a kind of semi-reverse grid because half of the field are quick drivers. Out of that rear group, you've got 1, 2, 3 champions, and pretty much 6 out of 9 have been race winners in a category or other. Can't wait.
I was just about to say the phrase, I absolutely cannot wait. Oh dear, the disappointment. Finn McLaughlin's car on the back of a recovery vehicle making his way back. But you know what? Finn McLaughlin equipped himself incredibly well up until that point. The final lap, the last half of the final lap, and just that little tap on the barrier. We say it every year, when Macau bites, it bites hard, and just the smallest of knocks at the place where you can't even overtake, and he's got a mountain to climb tomorrow.
He has, but it's not the steepest of mountains, in as much as he's going to be on the 6th row. There is a number of drivers immediately ahead who he is quicker than. He can make up some progress down to Lisboa. He is ahead of a number of very quick drivers as well. There's bound to be a drama at Lisboa on the first lap, so there are places to be gained. I'm not suggesting he's going to win it from 12th on the grid, but a podium is possible, I think.
If I was to sit down with him and have a little pep talk ahead of the race tomorrow, I would let him know that in the road sports race that we had, the local race earlier on, a driver that started 17th on the grid just finished 2nd on the podium. That would be the pep talk I'd have.
Well, he was 6th on the grid for that race, got himself up into 2nd, but ultimately a non-finisher, broken suspension, and the Red Bull car badly damaged. Right, let's just enjoy the highlights of the race as we wait for the podium. The podium here at the Macau Gear Circuit awaits, and this is the podium for the qualification race for the Macau Formula 4 race, the FIA Formula 4 World Cup. The result of the race we've just witnessed, won by Emanuele Olivieri, determines the grid for the main race, the World Cup itself, tomorrow. So the Senior Vice President or Head of Resorts Operations Macau of Melco Resorts and Entertainment, Scott Tang, will be brought to the podium in order to present the trophies. The Melco Trophy Queens arrive onto the podium as well, and very shortly the Macau Circuit team will look after the podium presentations.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to our
Sasso
podium
third, Jules
prize
Russell second, and race winner
ceremony.
Emanuele
And now
Olivieri.
it's time for the Macau Grand Prix Formula 4 race, FIA F4 World Cup qualification race. First of all, please welcome our winning drivers. The second runner-up, number 30, Rintaro Sato from Japan. And the first runner-up, number 7, Jules José from France. And the winner is number 68, Emanuele Olivieri from Italy. Congratulazioni. Welcome all winning drivers. And now, please welcome Mr. Scott Tang, Senior Vice President, Head of Resource Operations, Macau of Melco Resorts and Entertainment, to present the laurels and trophies. Firstly, to our second one-up, number 30, Rintaro Sato. Omedetou gozaimasu. And also to our first one-up, number 7, Jules José. Felicitations. And to our winning driver, the winner is number 68, Emanuele Olivieri from Italy. What a moment. And Mr. Tang, please move to the center. 有請嘉賓移步到中間，我哋合照留念。Please move to the center and let's take a photo. Please look to the front, to our cameras at the media zone. What a moment, and the podium is yours. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Thank you, and would all the winning drivers remain and move to the top of the podium. Let's take one more photo, please. Please look to the front, to our cameras, to capture the moment. Our fans have been cheering you on all the journey, and thank you so much, and congratulations again. So now I'll pass the mic to Chris. We're gonna have a chit-chat session with the winning drivers.
Thanks very much, Elvis. Right, let's make our way up and have a word with our top 3. Rintaro, many congratulations. First of all, a great job by your team after rebuilding the car from yesterday.
Yeah, I'm so happy with the P3. Luckily, unfortunately, in the last lap, I got passed in the last corner. But yeah, we have tomorrow, so get ready for tomorrow now. Let's see what happens tomorrow.
And how's it been driving this circuit? It's a challenge, right?
It is. So happy. So exciting.
Okay, well done. Good luck for tomorrow. Let's go around to see Jules. Great effort from the third row of the grid. Must be pleased with that.
Yeah, put the pressure and be clean and keep the pace and prepare for the race of tomorrow. And that's what I done. Start P2 tomorrow. So let's see.
Talk us through the final lap, the final few corners. Quite chaotic.
Yeah, but take out of the opportunity. So yes, I take it on P2. I'm really happy today of this result.
Excellent result, well driven. And our race winner, Emanuele, fantastic. What a start you had. So brave around Mandarin turn 2. We're on the outside to get the lead.
Yeah, it was quite a good start, to be honest. Quite a good jump, so I knew I had quite a good opportunity to overtake Weldon. I thought T2 was easy flat also around the outside, but I ended up quite close to the wall. So it was quite a risky move, but yeah, after I just had to manage my tires, it was quite slippery around. So yeah, just bring it to the checkered flag, but yeah, all eyes on to tomorrow.
And some pressure from Finn for the last half of the race.
Yeah, Finn was so close to me. I don't know if he had new tires, but I was quite worried because it was, I think, faster. But at the end, I don't know what happened to him. But yeah, anyway, happy with the win on to tomorrow.
Pole position for tomorrow. Well done. Give it up, please, for our top three.
Thank you, Chris, and once again, congratulations to our winning drivers for the qualification race, and all the best for tomorrow. Thank you.
Chris Hartley, the English circuit commentator, talking to the drivers on the podium. The top three you have with the race winner, Emanuele Olivieri, and that gives him pole position for the main race, which will take place tomorrow at 9:15 local time here at Macau. Join us for that. It promises to be a fantastic way for the F4 drivers to round out their weekend. The F4 World Cup, the Macau Formula 4 race, 9:15 tomorrow here in Macau.
Congratulations to all three of you.
歡迎大家嚟到第72屆澳門格蘭披治大賽車澳門4級方程式大賽國際汽聯4級方程式世界盃選拔賽嘅賽後記者會。首先，我哋恭喜台上面嘅車手，佢哋分別係第一位嘅奧利維利、第二位嘅魯塞爾同埋第三位嘅佐藤林太郎。
Emanuele, well done. If I can rewind to the kind of the key moment of the race, that start and that amazing pass you did at Mandarin, I think 230 kilometers an hour into there. The onboard was spectacular and not much room on the exit. Can you just talk through that moment for us?
Yeah, let's say it was quite not an easy start. I mean, I was quite happy already with my jump because I knew the straight is quite long, so I had my opportunity to overtake Weldon. As I said on the podium, I thought T2 was quite easy, flat also around the outside, but I guess it was not because I really ended up close to the wall. But yeah, anyway, I think it was quite a good move. After the race, I thought my pace was a bit better because I had Fionn right behind me. But I think he had new tires, so I had used tires, so I was quite struggling around with the rear. I was really surfing around. So yeah, I was quite managing to do a good last sector to be safe on the straight. So yeah, then I don't know what happened on him on the last lap. But yeah, anyway, it's a good win, good start position for tomorrow.
剛才李慧妮咧同我哋分享啦，其實喺比賽嘅過程當中咧，絕對唔容易啦。除咗場上邊嘅一啲事故發生之外咧，其實佢本人咧都要好 focus 喺佢自己嘅步伐上邊啦。咁佢覺得自己喺賽事嘅後段啦，做得係越嚟越好嘅，亦都好開心可以將架車安全帶過終點線啦，攞到第一。Sorry guys, can you put the trophies to the other side of the table? Yeah, on your right side. Thanks. Yeah. Thank you.
That's okay.
After the safety car restart, I think Finn was very close to you on the first lap. Then you pulled the gap out, and then the gap closed down again. How much were you managing pace? How much were you kind of balancing risk, well aware that you needed to finish in the front for tomorrow's race?
Yeah, the safety car restart was not an easy one because I had Fionn right behind me, so I knew he was going to try to overtake me at the end of the straight. I did quite a good defense. So yeah, after, as I said, I was just trying to do a good lap setter, even though I was quite struggling in the old circuit. I was just trying to have a good run on the straight. I did two couple of defense. I think he also did a couple of mistakes. So yeah, just try to be easy, to drive safe, and to bring it at the end.
咁而佢都補充到咧，其實喺比賽嘅過程當中咧，佢都有多次咧被後車去面對後車強烈嘅攻勢啦，咁但係佢覺得自己首先就係要抵擋住佢，冇俾人哋超越，咁同埋咧就係將架車安全帶過終點。
Jules, congratulations on second place. You started 9th today. How happy are you? How surprised are you to come through and finish second?
Yeah, really happy. And start more behind than the front row. And so I just go with mindset that I have to take care of my pace, but keep it safe. And that's what I do in the first big break. Choose the right line, because I know if we have some crash, that will be go outside. So I take opportunity here, and out of the race, the pace was quite good. We keep the new tire for tomorrow. And yes, keep the pressure on Arintao and overtake him at the last corner to take all of the opportunity. And tomorrow we will start second place. That's it.
好，而第二位衝線嘅魯塞爾咧，亦都同我哋講，其實佢喺整個選拔賽嘅過程當中咧，都係 keep 住自己 focus 喺呢個自己嘅駕駛速度啦，咁同埋希望自己唔好喺中間犯任何嘅錯誤，然後喺選擇一個啱嘅時機去擦出一啲快圈啦，可以保持到自己嘅位置啦。咁佢好期待聽日會喺第二位起步嘅。
How's your experience of the Macau weekend been? Because it's first time having the World Cup here.
Quite a really big experience. I think for now it's my biggest race of my career. Since the beginning, I love the track. I love the atmosphere of this race. Was really legendary, and take pleasure all of this week. The pace was there, and I'm quite happy.
而佢都補充到咧，佢第一次嚟澳門啦，咁所以咧好期待喺東望洋跑道上面作賽嘅。一直以嚟咧都好中意呢一條賽道啦，亦都覺得嚟到之後覺得呢個成個賽事嘅氣氛非常之好。而佢咧亦都覺得澳門嘅賽事喺佢嘅職業生涯裏邊咧係好緊要嘅一場賽事嚟嘅。對於佢自己喺本週末嘅表現咧，佢就覺得自己嘅速度都非常之好啦，所以都好滿意。
Rintaro, congratulations on your finish. Could you talk about the first phase of the race, because you were kind of in the middle of all the chaos of that opening lap and managed to stay out of trouble. How difficult was it? How did you have to be on your toes?
It's been really tough, because it's so hard to avoid the crashes. So we need to be ready all the time to avoid the crashes. Unfortunately, in lap one, we got lots of crash in some corners. So it was really, really tough to avoid it. But fortunately, I managed to avoid it, and I was P3 during the races, so I'm really happy with this. Yeah.
好，而佐藤咧都有同我哋分享啦，其實佢覺得喺選拔賽裏邊嘅過程都好艱難啦，因為賽道上嘅事故頻發啦，咁所以佢一來要保持自己嘅步伐，另外咧亦都要避免唔好俾場上嘅事故而影響啦。佢好開心可以聽日喺第3位出賽。
And how did the race pan out after you for that? The leaders had pulled away a bit, but you had tremendous pressure behind, and Jules was pushing you all the way and then got you on the final lap.
So in the first lap, I hit the wall a little bit, and I think the car is a bit broken. I think I got slow puncture in the last few laps, so it was really hard to block the Russell coming behind me. And in the last lap, the second place is he crashed in after the miracle hairpin, and I needed to hit the brake to avoid it. And at that time, Drew Russell literally behind me, he was in the box, and in the last 2 corners, it was a bit hard to block him because I crashed yesterday in the qualifying, so I had a bit, scary to go in a bit too much. But yeah, we have tomorrow, and fortunately I managed to finish the race, so I got confidence with this, so I'm ready to fight tomorrow.
而佢都補充到咧，其實頭先喺賽事嘅過程當中，尤其是係去到比賽嘅最後一圈咧，其實佢都承受住好大嘅壓力啦。咁但係因為佢自己曾經喺排位賽裏邊咧都有擦場嘅事故啦，所以佢就 keep 住自己嘅步伐，盡量唔好犯錯。對於喺第3位完成咧都好開心啦，亦都令佢增加咗佢嘅自信心，面對之後嘅正賽嘅。
Okay, any questions for our top 3 finishers?
Yeah, thanks, Jonathan. Yeah, Michael McClure from Feeder Series. It's a question for all 3 drivers. Manu, you touched on something interesting about being on used tires and sliding around. Can you all explain a bit more how in race conditions the car's behavior was going if you were on these used tires, and where in particular you found there were challenges with the grip and tire performance?
I mean, I think today was the hottest track temp of the days. So usually the more hot, the more slippery it is. So yeah, we choose to be on all tires to be all set for tomorrow. But yeah, anyway, I don't think it was maybe the best choice, but anyway, we won the race, so I won't complain too much. But yeah, I was quite struggling to actually keep the car on track because I was, I think you could see on the road, I was really oversteering quite in every corner. So I was also quite trying to be safe, to not do some silly mistake. But yeah, anyway, I think the new tires advantage is giving you quite a lot of lap time and confidence, of course.
Jules?
For me, I was behind Wind Tower out of the station, so I just tried to push as much in the sector 4 and 5 on the two last sector to keep him on the straight. So out of this session, I don't really feel that less grip out of the session. But compared to tomorrow with the new tire in the qualifying, quite less. But yesterday in the qualifying, it's quite hot track too, and maybe hotter today. But yes, for me, quite okay. And for tomorrow, I start with the new tire, so tomorrow it will be normally okay.
And Tari?
Today's a really hot day than yesterday, so it was quite hot in a racing track temperature as well. And some corners, they had a crash before we races, so some curves are a bit dirty, so it was really hard to don't slide the car too much.
Okay, any more questions?
Yeah, Rintaro, this one's just for you. You're one of 2 drivers in the field who've raced here before, doing so last year in the Formula Regional World Cup. How relevant has that experience been for you this weekend, and in what ways has it helped you the most?
Last year it was raining all the time in the day 1 and day 2. And in the qualifying Q2, it was dry, but I crashed in a lap 2, so didn't have any experience with this. And the day 3, it was half dry and half wet in the last few laps. So just 5 laps, I had a dry, so I get the experience with this. But in the day 4 last races, I crashed in the T1, so it was really hard to know the dry condition. But this year, it was all the time dry, so almost it was my first time to drive in the Macau Grand Prix. So.
anymore. Well, good. Thank you very much. Congratulations to all three of you. And if you can stand for a photograph, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Sorry, with the trophy or not? Yeah.
Okay, that's okay.
Attention in the paddock, Macau gear race, GCR cars, paddock 8 and cadets will open in 3 minutes. Paddock 8 and cadets will open in 3 minutes. Attention in the paddock, Macau gear race, GCR cars. Paddock 8 and exit will open in 1 minute. Paddock 8 and exit will open in 1 minute.
The final stop for the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour is the event of Macau. Welcome everybody to the fabled gear circuit. It is round 19 of 20 within the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour, but it is, for our purposes, race 1 of 2 for the gear race. It will follow the usual format of TCR World Tour. In other words, this is the grid based on qualifying times, and tomorrow's race will have the top 10 times and drivers in reverse. Importantly, of course, is the ability to win the gear race. Perhaps more importantly, there's a championship at stake. It's between Jan Erlaché and Ted Bjork, teammates for the Link & Co squad. And the championship promises to be a very dramatic outcome over the course of the weekend. Down on the grid, you can see Alex Legris, a new friend. We'll hear from Alex, maybe not the new friend in due course. You can also see the rest of the grid. David Addison and Alan Hyde are trackside, and we have got a lot to look forward to in the course of our first 10-lap race. It's coming up here from Macau.
The legendary streets where legends and heroes are made, and today it could happen. We could crown the king of the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour. This is the race, and all eyes are on this gentleman here, Jan Erlaché, who is 36 points ahead of Ted Bjork. So, mathematically speaking, Jan needs to finish P1 or P2 today in this race. However, Ted Bjork is not going to make it easy. He starts in P3, so anything could happen, as we well know. But yeah, all eyes are on that man. But also, all eyes on this gentleman here, Bebu Girolami. Not my eyes, unfortunately, because I'd quite like to have a word with him. No? All right, never mind, we'll come back to him. He made an absolutely mega qualifying lap yesterday. He pipped Jan right at the very end. Jan actually hit the wall at T4, so he came in a little bit earlier. Thought he was comfortable, but Bebu then smashed out a brilliant lap. Right, we know the Hyundais have brilliant straight line speed. We don't know who's going to be off the mark quicker of the two of you, but what we do know in Macau is the person that gets that first corner is the person with the biggest kahunas.
Yeah, kind of. You know, here the most critical part of the race is actually from here to Lisboa corner. Then is a bit more settled. As you say, there is a couple of cars behind us that have a big advantage in top speed. So we will now focus on the start, trying to get a good getaway from the position, and then we will adapt corner per corner our track position and try to make the most out of it. I really want to score a podium here, even if the big picture we need to think about is the championship.
To what extent, though, in reality, for Jan Erlaché, at the end of this race, you could become king of the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour? I mean, what a place and what a time to do it.
Yeah, you know, I have seen Ivan becoming world champion here a couple of times, waking up at 4 a.m. in Europe, and for sure it's a special place here to become champion. We are far away from being champion at the moment. Still a lot of laps to do and a lot of focus to put in. So yeah, of course it's quite a special moment and stuff, but nothing is done yet. So I will just focus on corner per corner and making the most out of it to the end.
Alrighty, powers are on. There he is, Teddy.
Let's go.
Let's go. Go on then. Give us some final words to each other, please, boys.
Flat out.
Flat out.
Flat out.
So let me get this straight. If you get to the first corner, like Ted, there's no team orders. You can fight. There is no team orders. You can fight, and if you were to get in front, then what? There are still no team orders, or do you then protect each other?
No team orders. No team orders. We race each other like we race everyone else. Cyan Racing is 100% team champion and 100% driver champion. So it will be the first time they let us race, and that's the best for the sport, so looking forward.
Yeah, it's the best for us as well.
We're in a very good position.
Yeah.
You know, it's really nice.
How are you feeling, actually?
It's really nice.
I don't believe him. Right, let's see if we can get to Bebu, shall we? He must be here now. It's about time he gets in the car. Right, where is Bebu, please? Is he hiding? Honestly, these boys... Right, all right, fine. He doesn't get his interview. That's pole man done. Okay, so we've had a chat with Jan Alaché, the Catch the Leader boy, Ted Bjork being very politically correct. Norby Michelitz, again, do you know what? You've got to keep an eye on these Hyundais because they are the dark horses. Norby took his championship here last year. This man knows the streets better than quite a lot of these drivers. One person who doesn't know the streets, and what a rookie start for Nacho Montenegro. This is an awesome place to be for your first foray around the streets of Macau.
Yeah, I'm really happy. It's my first time here, P5 in quali. I mean, it's really difficult to be fast here. I was trying to get more confidence since FP1, FP2, and then Q1, and the final lap in Q2, it was really good one. Let's try to focus here in the start. It's difficult the procedure with this car, but I will try to do my best. Yeah. Then Lisboa for sure. Then it's, how we say in Italian, it's a casino. But let's see how it is. Let's go for a good race.
It's incredible. To what extent? So we've heard, you know, the rightful king of Macau, who I imagine is watching, Rob Huff. I think he always said, if you, first of all, if you've still got your wing mirrors, you're not driving fast enough. And I think if you're not terrified, you're not driving fast enough. Would you say that that's accurate? Is that how you're feeling?
I mean, I am 20 years old. I have nothing to lose, so I'm not scared of the walls, to be honest. I mean, here to be fast, you just need confidence. I mean, I have been studying quite a lot this track since the beginning of the year. I mean, the first race that I prepared in the year was Macau, not even Mexico. So maybe that was my trick, I don't know. But of course, I mean, Macau, you don't have to be scared in these walls. Of course, you have to approach every centimeter to be near to the wall. But let's see the race. I mean, I think it's not to push 100% every lap. I think it's 90, but I don't know with these guys. Let's see in lap 2 how it is.
Oh, man. All right, Nacho, have a great one. Love it. Very cool, calm, collected. I'm not sure at 20 I'd have been quite, mind you, I did have a lot of balls at 20. Oh, he's here, look, Esteban. Hello, you. Right, I've got a question for you. Have you finished doing your 3-point turns at Lisboa, or are you going to do some more today?
My what, sorry?
Your 3-point turns. In the UK, as part of our driving test, we have to do a 3-point turn, and I feel like you and Pepe were practicing that yesterday.
The 3-point turns well, I don't get you.
I don't know how to say it in Spanish. When you go forwards, round, to turn around in the middle of the road.
In Lisboa, you mean? Yes, yes. We cannot tell you why we cannot turn it around with a handbrake, but it's quite obvious that we cannot do that. So yeah, every time we go straight. I think they should do a roundabout for us, yeah? The Pepe and Esteban
just
roundabout.
for you guys, just
to
for
help
goat.
us out a little bit, yeah. In case the reverse doesn't work.
Yeah, like an alternative Joker lap, just for goat racing.
Why not?
We just spoke to Nacho. How cool is it that he's P5 on the grid for his first time here in Macau?
Very good.
It's good,
very good.
isn't it?
Yeah, he deserved it. He did a good season. And of course, it's not easy to be at this level, and to show his capacity here in Macau was great. So happy for him.
Esteban spent the whole year almost in a position to win the championship. Now you can enjoy Macau, you can watch the drama from behind. What are your thoughts on the gaggle ahead, having had so much experience here?
No, I think Jan has it almost secure. I mean, he has more than 36 points lead. He just needs to finish in front or behind Ted. So I don't know. I see probably Norby wanted something more, and we see from the back what's going on there in turn 1, and try to catch some opportunities if possible.
Okay, vamos.
Right.
Yeah, I think Norby might be a bit of a dark horse, as I said. Let's not also count out Mikel Asconi. He's the fastest man in free practice. And also Max Hart is new on the grid. Also Josh Buchan's desperate to do well, but needs to keep safe for race 2. Oh, there's so much to go. It's going to be so much fun. All right, let's be having Macau. Enjoy.
Alex is excited, and with good reason. We're about to have a champion crowned this weekend around the streets of Macau. bathed in sunshine here. This is the kind of weather that we expect at Macau. High temperatures, really packed grandstands, and sunshine beating down on us for two races for the touring cars. Two races that will decide the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour event of Macau, and also will be decided who wins the gear race tomorrow. Prestigious race for touring cars here in Macau. Well, Alexander heard from a few of the drivers down there on the grid, and I have to say, second in the championship, Ted Bjork sounded remarkably calm and composed, David.
But he's right, they've got absolutely nothing to lose as a team. Nobody other than El Haché or Bjork can win the championship. So, yes, let them fight, and it is going to be a fight. Although you have to say El Haché has looked the quicker of the two thus far, whether it's been across practice or qualifying. But it's a nice situation to know that there aren't any team orders. You can go out and fight, and both of them know the importance, and Jan El Haché touched on it, of getting around Lisboa safely. After that, you can start to plan your race.
And Jan El Haché, the car there, the 168 car, which nestles on the outside of the front row of the grid. He's in the front seat and he leads the championship. If he finishes 30 points ahead of Ted Bjork today, then he can secure the championship title today, and then they can get on just exclusively dealing with the very important job of etching your name on the trophy, which is the gear race of Macau. It's a fantastic prospect, and it always feels, coming here to Macau for the final round of a World Championship for touring cars, quite brutal. It's a brutal way to finish, because it is the ultimate challenge, and a championship title is at stake.
The gap at the moment is 36 points. As long as Jan finishes ahead of Ted, he's done it. That's the simplest way to look at this. And if Jan El Haché wins the race or is second in the race, it doesn't matter what happens to Ted Bjork either way. So it's very much advantage Jan El Haché, but we know this is touring car racing. We know this is Macau. Anything can happen. Norbert Mikelic there, starting fourth on the grid in the BRC Hyundai N Squadra Corsa Elantra. And he's somebody else that's got a good strike rate around here. So he's another driver to keep an eye on, that is for sure. We've also got two representatives from the rather troubled TCR Australia, Josh Buchan, who's going to start 9th on the grid, and Ryan McMillan, who is 15th, having lost his best qualifying time yesterday because he hit the wall coming out of Mandarin and stopped on the track and caused a red flag. And if you're the cause of a red here, then you lose your best lap time. 123 is Macau debutant Ignacio Montenegro. Really good effort in qualifying yesterday, and the Hondas that he and Esteban Guerrieri have are on the third row. There's a third GOAT Racing Honda, and it's for the team manager, Pepe Oriola, who's not raced here since 2018.
Which is quite incredible. It feels like for so many years he was right up there at the front of the field, and it feels like just a couple of years ago since we've seen Pepe Oriola here on the streets of Macau. But he knows the circuit. He's got a vast amount of experience, and he might be useful over the course of this weekend. Mikelash Kona was a driver that many of us had picked to be on pole position because in the free practice sessions leading up to qualifying over the course of Thursday and Friday, he was really the one with the target on his back, wasn't he? Incredibly quick around the streets of Macau, but he qualifies down there 7th on the grid on row number 4.
We do have a small number of local drivers, but local drivers nonetheless. There is Ma Xinha, the Chinese driver, although he is a regular within, of course, the TCR World Tour for Lincoln Co. Cyan Racing. But Lo Seho, the Hong Kong driver, in his Evolve Racing Hyundai i30, is going to start 10th. We have Sean Chang with the RevX Audi 288. He is on the grid, and the grid rounded out by Andy Liang with the Z-Speed Hyundai Elantra, a car that hit the wall over at the Melco hairpin on Thursday, but rebuilt, and Andy Liang a man to watch. So Nestor Girolami, Jan El Haché at the front, Ted Bjork, Norbert Mikelic, row 2, row 3, Ignacio Montenegro and Esteban Guerrieri, ahead of Mikael Ashken and Ma Xinha. Josh Buchan, who's had a race win this year in the championship, starts 9th from Lo Seho. Then Max Hart, late call up ahead of Aurelien Comte, triple winner this year. Pepe Oriola, who's not raced in anything really for about 2 seasons, not here since 2018, is ahead of Sean Chang, Ryan McMillan. Then Santiago Urrutia. We'll come back to him in a moment, and Andy Liang rounds out the grid. Why is Santiago Urrutia so far back on the grid? He had an engine change for which he got a 12th-place grid drop. He then had a turbo change for which he got another 12th-place grid drop. And at one point, we thought he might have to start the race in Kowloon. He was going to be that far away from the grid. But he is there on the penultimate slot, and he's ready to go.
Pole position for Nesta Girolami came almost unexpectedly in qualifying yesterday, didn't it? All of a sudden, the time came through. It was a super lap for Nesta. Takes pole position and lines up in his Hyundai alongside the Lincoln Co. of Jan Lachey on the front row of the grid. And one of the joys of this grid, although it's not as sizable a grid as we've had previously for TCR cars here at Macau, it's a class field, isn't it? A really world-class field of drivers.
It is, and you tend to perhaps focus more on entry numbers, and you're right, it is a smaller grid than in the past, but we've got some multiple race winners, some drivers with excellent CVs up at the front. Nestor Girolami, the pole position driver, twice a winner this year. Jan Lachey, 4 race wins he's had. Ted Bjork's had 3 victories, and Norbert Mikulich has had 2, and he, of course, is the reigning champion. And Nestor Girolami, twice a Super TC 2000 champion in Argentina. Jan Lachey has won in the WTCC in the past. He's been a French Super Tourism champion. You've got Ted Bjork, whose titles stretch back to 1999 when he was winning in Formula 3, the Swedish and the Nordic championships. He's an FIA sports car champion, Swedish GT champion, triple Swedish touring car champion, world touring car champion. Ted Bjork taking on Norbert Mikulich, who likewise has been a champion in Suzuki Swifts, Hungarian Clios, Seat Leon Euro Cup, the World Touring Car Cup, TCR World Tour, 2023, 2024. So, you know, there are, as we say, some big CVs at the front of this grid. Ignacio Montenegro was mighty impressive yesterday. He's been a TCR South America champion, but another graduate from single-seater racing. So it's going to be a really fascinating race, this, with the race in isolation to enjoy and the championship fight with Ted Bjork needing to be ahead, come what may, of Jan Lachey.
Quick mention, if I may, for Max Hart, because his week has been stunning, really. He got the call up this week, literally a phone call to take part. He's very, very good around the streets of Macau. A couple of years ago, he won the Macau Touring Car Cup race here. Last year, he suffered disappointments in touring cars here, so there is unfinished business for him. He was a title contender this year in TCR Europe. He got the call up. He was literally asked to investigate flights over to Macau while his girlfriend was packing his bag and getting his race suit and everything else ready. So it really was as last minute as it could be to come here, and so far this weekend has equipped himself very nicely, qualified in 11th.
And can make progress from there, and as you say, he knows his way around this circuit. So a winner 2 years ago in that Macau Touring Car Cup. That was a race for the TCR China Championship in which he was a front runner and the champion. So the cars now coming up to the grid. There at the back is the Hyundai of Andy Liang, that rather rattled itself off the Melco wall on Thursday, but good to go now. The last of the cars slotting into place. There are 1 or 2 nervous faces down in the pit lane, but any moment all those eyes are going to turn to the lighting gantry.
Pensive concentration down there on the pit wall. The green flag is waved at the back of the field. 4 red lights, 5 red lights. Out they go. We're racing here on the gear streets of Macau, and let's have a look who's got the better of the start from the front row of the grid, because from the second row of the grid, very, very keen to get a place up at the start of the race is Ted Bjork, second in the championship and lively away from the line as well. The top 2, though, with the front row of the grid are still side by side, but only just does the pole sitter turn through Mandarin, and Jan Lachey has to settle in behind. Everybody else wants to take that place away from Ted Bjork for the championship. That could be very costly indeed. Less points for Ted in this race, and the championship becomes a little bit more tricky. Into the pinch point number 1 and well done by all, because that could have been a bit marginal.
Yeah, Bjork's got shuffled back in the pack. There was a dreadful start by Norbert Mikulich, and as he was staggering away from the line, Esteban Guerrieri made contact with him. I thought for a fearful moment we were going to have a big accident, but Guerrieri hung on to a tank slap, and there he is, and he is then sitting in 4th place. The race leader is Nestor Girolami, then it's Elaché in 2nd place, and as the cars drop downhill for the first time, Bjork not only is behind Elaché, he's quite a long way behind his title rival, so it's very much advantage Jan Elaché at the moment, but Norbert Mikulich has got to try and regroup and fight his way back up the order. Good getaways also by Ignacio Montenegro as the cars then head towards Teddy Yip corner for the first time, with Nestor Girolami looking now to try to build this gap. 10-lap race. If we get a safety car, that can be extended to 12. Mikael Ashkener is 3rd. Guerrieri, despite his lurid start, we're going to replay, I'm sure, he's 4th, and then it's Ted Bjork in 5th.
You know, Ted Bjork looked to get a good start and looked to be challenging Jan Elaché initially off the line, and then everybody else took the place away, and he was, as you rightly say, shuffled down the order, which could be significant for the championship decider here in Macau. 2 races, 2 10-lap races, one today and one for the gear race of Macau tomorrow, and they head up towards the no overtaking zone into the Melco hairpin. We've already seen that become a little bit of a serious incident position on the circuit. Serious as far as being on the podium in a race in single-seaters, just a little knock of a rear wheel and all of a sudden a place is taken away at the Melco hairpin, something we've very rarely seen.
Montenegro's dropped back as well off the start, so as the cars now come up through Fisherman's for the first time, Nestor Girolami getting away, and Jan Elaché now can just sit there, can't he? As long as he's ahead of Bjork, he's champion. So, yeah, he'd like to win, but he doesn't need to do anything more than just bring the car to the end.
He's got a very comfy cushion just behind him, hasn't he, as far as the championship points are concerned. They come through and complete 1 lap. They're on lap number 2 now, and Nestor Girolami, pole position, and leading quite nicely, almost a second the advantage over Jan Elaché, who, as you rightly say, only needs to sit there in 2nd place, doesn't he?
Absolutely right, whereas Ted Bjork's got to get on with the programme, as they say, and get himself up past Esteban Guerrieri. The Honda ahead, look, as they come out of Mandarin down towards Lisboa. But Nestor Girolami looking very strong up front. He's had 2 race wins in the World Tour this year. Behind him is Jan Elaché, champion-elect, and an effort a little bit further back being made as they're going to the inside was Max Hart, trying to get himself up past Lo Seho. 9th and 10th they are. Montenegro, absolute best first sector now as he tries to recover. He's behind Martin Hart, but you're on board right now with Ted Bjork 5th, and that's Guerrieri ahead. As into the pit lane comes Norbert Mikulich, and the damage look is on the front right corner. That's where he was clipped by the Honda as he staggered off the grid.
Alex made the point down there on the grid that this was the scene of claiming the title last year. Investigation going on between those 2 cars, and one of them down in pit lane. Norbert Mikulich claimed his title here at Macau last year, and today things not going awfully well, and with the setup race for tomorrow's gear race, it looks as if it might be a bit of a struggle now after the car receiving attention down there in pit lane. Right, onto the right-hander at Police, onto Moorish corner, right-hander, and then to the long left-hander at Donna Maria after this, which has over the years caught out quite a few touring car drivers on the exits of that corner. The barrier is so close, it's so easy just to brush the car on that left-hand side, and then it all goes wrong. Right, everybody neatly through, that's good news. On to Donna Maria they'll go, and then into the Melco hairpin. And it's a tight squeeze to get around the single file hairpin here at Macau. Unique in the fact that no overtaking is allowed as they go around the hairpin, and then the circuit opens up.
Does indeed. Down the Fisherman they come. Mikael Ashkener in 3rd place, not staying on the back of Elaché, but he is keeping Guerrieri at bay in 4th place then. Josh Buchan, the Australian driver, is up into 8th place. He's made a bit of progress off the start, and Santiago Urrutia also from penultimate has now put himself into 13th, chasing after Aurélien Comte. As the leaders then come over the timing line, it is up front Girolami from Elaché. The margin between them is 8/10 of a second. Mikael Ashkener runs 3rd, Guerrieri 4th, and that's Ted Bjork going through in 5th. And there's not a lot, seemingly, that Bjork can do about Guerrieri right now as the cars head down towards Mandarin once again. Bjork not close enough to the Honda to think about a move. Look at this, that's the gap. Fights the car, 6th gear out of Mandarin, up against the barriers. Bjork has been a winner at Macau in the past, and they come now down again towards Lisboa. He feints to the inside. Might be a little bit nearer to Guerrieri by the time they hit the braking zone, but certainly not close enough to attack.
And Ted Bjork, a former FIA World Touring Car champion, claimed the title here in 2017 at Macau. And as they now thread their way up through the tight and twisty section of the circuit, not a place for overtaking for many of the disciplines that we get here at Macau. However, touring cars sometimes do squeeze their way through. Let's have a look at the start.
Keep an eye on Norbert Mikelish on the second row of the grid, look, because as the cars accelerate away, he makes a really slow start. Here comes Guerrieri, and he goes for a gap in the middle. The gap closes. There's contact between them. That, I think, may well have done a tyre for Mikelish. Guerrieri was lucky to get away with that because the car had to be fought out of a big slide, and he is still in the mix in 4th place. So completely undaunted, Guerrieri, look, comes up. Now, where did Montenegro lose all of his time? Because he was nearly in 3rd place there, going into Mandarin. He gets hung out to dry a little bit on the outside. There's Ashkener up the inside, Bjork in the middle, Montenegro in number 1, 2, 3 on the outside of Lisboa. And I think he just got the wrong part of the track, didn't he? Guerrieri really brave up the inside. And yeah, Montenegro hung out to dry on the outside and throws away many of the places he won in qualifying.
Yeah, as you rightly say, Ted Bjork was shuffled down as all of that happened, but also lucky to still be going, because it could have gone horribly wrong for second in the championship, Ted Bjork. By the way, on the previous lap, Jan Alaché put in the fastest lap of the race. They are trading fastest sectors on the gear circuit, but a 2:31.509 for Jan Alaché just brought the gap down between himself and the race leader, Girolami, by a 1/10 of a second. But what it looks like at the moment is that everything is going absolutely okay for Jan Alaché, and the two of them are putting a bit of distance between himself and Ashkener in 3rd.
There's Bjork trying to come back at Guerrieri. So Alaché, the fastest man on the circuit last time around, but now Girolami does the fastest lap of the race, and the gap between the top two is up to 1 second. Ashkener is 3rd, Guerrieri, Bjork, and then Mar, before you get Montenegro, Buchan, Loseho and Max Hart to round out the top 10. Pepe Oriola is in 11th place, ahead of Urrutia and Macmillan, and there is no further action concerning the incident between Guerrieri and Mikelish. It's a racing incident, understandably, as there's a slow car and a quick car trying to go for the same bit of tarmac. Good drive, though, this so far, is it not, by Nestor Girolami? He's been a winner at the Bend in Australia. He's been a winner at Valencia, and a very different type of circuit here. He is leading at the gear circuit at Macau.
They're very caring and sharing, aren't they, touring car drivers? Because they are all sharing overall best in the different sectors. No one driver is going purple over all 5 of the sectors around the 6-kilometre circuit of the gear circuit here at Macau. At the moment, it's Urrutia making his way up the order from the very back of the grid, who has the overall best in sector 1. Overall best in sector 2 is Ted Bjork down there in 5th place, but he needs to get on with this, doesn't he? Yeah. If he needs to make these places up, he needs to do it fairly soon.
And I don't think he can. The car has not looked as quick as Alaché's car all weekend, and he is unable really to do very much at all about Guerrieri's Honda right now. 4th and 5th they are. Now, replay here of Santiago Urrutia and Aurélien Comte having a coming together. Urrutia around the outside, and he was able to survive, and that gave him 12th place in formidable fashion.
So, Girolami it is that leads and has extended his gap over the championship leader, Jan Alaché, by a 1/10 on that last lap, because he now has taken away the overall fastest lap of the race, the 2:30.853 for Girolami, who leads the race to pole position, and therefore 1 second ahead of Jan Alaché. But Jan Alaché is not going to be too worried about that. He's doing absolutely what he needs to do. Ted Bjork, all the pressure is on him. He's just put in the overall best in sector 2, has Ted Bjork. Guerrieri has got the overall best in sector 3, and as we said before, Urrutia, in his attempt to make his way up the order from the very back of the grid, has gone overall best in sector 1 as well. And that's an incident that we were just looking at, that has been noted as well.
So Girolami now being caught slightly on that last lap by Alaché as Urrutia goes through. Good drive this by Santiago Urrutia, because he's edging his way forward all the time. He's now onto the back of Pepe Oriola. Urrutia did an absolute best sector 1 on that last lap, so he's now in 12th place and 11th beckons against the slightly race rusty Pepe Oriola, the team manager of the GOAT racing team. So the Spanish driver ahead at the moment. Meanwhile, the leaders work lap number 5, and here you've got the fight going on for 11th place. So it is Honda versus the Lincoln Co. As Oriola tries to cover off the inside line. Urrutia goes with him, dives out to the outside at the last possible moment to go all the way around the outside into Lisboa. He's done it once, he tries it again, there's contact, he gets sideways, he survives, and Oriola up the inside line, hangs onto the place. And here behind the pair of them also you can see comes the traffic to try to get by. But Urrutia, that time, got caught out by it. His efforts on the outside, that time didn't work.
Going to see this again, and you can hear the roar from the grandstand as the manoeuvre is set up. Oriola in the 174 car, Urrutia in 112 on the outside into the right-hander. The nudge between the two of them beautifully slid around the corner and avoided the barriers on the outside of Lisboa, and that was when we got the roar from the crowd. They enjoy their touring car racing here at Macau.
And that's been noted as well, but it's just hard racing, isn't it? And Urrutia knows he's got to try. He's quicker than Oriola, and he had to have a go somewhere. So it was Aurelien Comte in the Cupra that was closing up, and he's almost stayed with them. But down the hill they drop. Pepe Oriola just ahead then of Santiago Urrutia. Honda versus Lincoln Co. 11th place, they're squabbling over.
It's not often you see cars drifting around Lisboa, is it? But that was very well saved, and situation avoided there. They're still going at it side by side. My goodness, is there room for them? Is there enough tarmac? Yes, but only just, as they continue to be absolutely locked together through this tight and twisty section of the circuit. Pepe Oriola bringing back all his memories, and all in a bit of a flash here around the streets of Macau, and at the moment he's still in front.
He's the cork in the bottle, though, because not only is Urrutia stuck behind him, Comte has caught up, Macmillan has joined them as well, and you've got to give credit to Urrutia because he is not afeard of the circuit, is he? Anywhere he thinks there might be an opportunity, he tries to have a go. So Pepe Oriola comes out of Fisherman's. The leaders have just gone across the line, by the way, now to complete lap number 5 out of the 10. And here comes Urrutia. The move at Lisboa starts now. He needs to get a good run through this part of the circuit, coming out of our bend, to stay with him, to be in the wheel tracks. Over the line goes the Honda. And in terms of a lap time, that last lap by the Honda is a 2:35, 4 fractions quicker, thousandths quicker only, was Santiago Urrutia, who again dives to the outside line, down towards Mandarin. Don't think he's level enough to think about a move on the outside line there. No, he's not. So Oriola moves back across, takes the line for the corner. Still, nose to tail they run. Aurelien Comte is there behind them, waiting for it to end in tears. It nearly did last time. Again, Oriola dives to the inside to cover off that. Urrutia goes to the outside. It nearly worked last time. He's trying it again. Wait for the contact. No, not this time. He bails out of it. He knew it wasn't going to work, so he gave Oriola the room.
But you could hear the roar from the crowd once again on the run down towards Lisboa. It's such a great overtaking position, and you can see it right the way down the circuit. It gets itself set up, the move down at Mandarin, and then they come into the view of those in the grandstand. And Urrutia, once again, this tight and twisty section, we said at the start of the race that the touring car drivers are one of the only disciplines that can really have a look at making a place up on this tight and twisty section of the circuit. But you have to be brave, oh so brave, and it could go as well horribly wrong. But Urrutia is absolutely the annoying shadow.
You can see the pressure that Oriola is under, because look how much more movement there is in that Honda. Through a corner, it's a little bit wider. It takes maybe a second or so more to get it back onto the right line. Meanwhile, this is for the lead, and the gap's come down a little bit, where El Haché has caught up to Girolami. Behind them, by the way, Mikael Ashkener has now done the fastest lap of the race. So it's starting to bunch up again for the race lead. This is the Melco hairpin. We're on now lap 6 out of the 10, and you can see 3 for the lead, bunching up. Behind, it is still Ted Björk. Behind him is Martin Hart. Back into the pit lane has come Norbert Mikkelich in a race to forget.
What a shame, a scene of crowning a champion, and then the following year, well, it's the highs and lows of motor racing, and he's really suffering, isn't he? Second visit to the pit lane, and Norbert Mikkelich, his car pushed back in pit lane. This is not a good sign. He knows the mountain that he'll have to climb tomorrow is going to be a fairly steep one, as 129. Nestor Girolami comes across the line. Gap has come down a little bit more. Once again, Ashkener has put in another fastest lap in 3rd place at 2:30.553. And what of this battle between Oriola and Urrutia as well?
There they come, nose to tail. It's still the Honda just ahead as Santiago Urrutia comes over the timing line behind him. The Honda then ahead that through by about 0.3 of a second. And this, for the race lead, is going to have a change for second place as Mikkel Ashkøne breezes past Jan Erlaché, who does not need to fight. He knows he's ahead of Ted Björk. There is absolutely no point in getting in the way. He wants to tick this race off, win the championship, and then tomorrow he can just go out and relax and enjoy a race without having to think about points, without wondering if there's any drama around the corner. Meanwhile, drama beckons again. Oriola versus Urrutia. Down to Lisboa they come. And Pepe Oriola is ahead. Urrutia tries to go to the inside up towards San Francisco, then the outside, and neither of them work.
Is trying absolutely everything down at Lisboa. Absolutely fascinating battle between the two of them as they go down to Lisboa lap after lap after lap.
This is looking back from Erlaché's car at Mikkel Ashkøne, and with a flash of the lights, Mikkel says, "I'm on my way," and Jan Erlaché just lets him go. Absolutely no fight required. He's after a championship here. It doesn't matter where he finishes as long as he's ahead of Ted Björk. So a Hyundai 1-2 in the race is one thing, but for Jan Erlaché to keep out of trouble and win a championship, that's more important.
And also we know that Ashkøne qualified kind of out of position for where his pace had been thus far, and Jan Erlaché will well know that, and Ashkøne lap after lap after lap during this race has been putting in the overall best lap of the race. So Erlaché knows, I don't have to fight him. I know he's quicker over the course of this weekend, so I'll let him through and then hopefully have an incident-free race for the remaining 3 laps.
Now, Santiago Urrutia has tried the inside, he's tried the outside, he's almost tried going over the top of Pepe Oriola, and he has a look on the inside of Donna Maria. It ain't going to work, but what he's also trying to do is unsettle the Spanish driver to hope that he makes a mistake that opens the door a little bit. He's also mindful that Aurélien Comte is storming up behind him once again as they come into the hairpin. Very, very wide approach, almost skimming the barrier there, Oriola. Flicks it through the corner. Urrutia hangs out the back of the car as he boots it at the hairpin, drags the rear of the car round. But actually Oriola getting away by a length or 2 possibly on that lap. The leaders now are on lap 7 out of 10. They've just gone over the timing line to start lap number 8, and this fight rages on still behind them. So now Girolami versus Ashkøne. Now we heard, didn't we, from the Cyan Racing drivers that it was a fair fight. What about between the Hyundai twins? Girolami versus Ashkøne. All of a sudden we've got a different situation looming with the quick Ashkøne bearing down on his teammate. Is this going to be a fair scrap between them?
And Ashkøne did look brutally quick there as they rounded that corner, as they head down towards... this is Max Hart, by the way, and Max Hart right on the tail of Lo Si-ho. And Max Hart in the car to the right of your screen, heads through Lisboa up towards San Francisco Hill. And okay, for a guy that this time last weekend was having a bit of a weekend off, he's having a rather exciting race.
It's not done yet, is it? Lo Si-ho is always pretty quick around here. We've seen that in the past. He's always been one of the front runners within the local either TCR China or TCR Asia categories that have run in the past for the Macau Touring Car Cup. One year we had both TCR Asia and China plus the World Tour. They've got going through the Australian driver Josh Buchan, who has been a winner in the championship back home, as well as race winner in one of his occasional visits into the World Tour this year. Now, this is Jan Erlaché hard at work and ticking off the laps. The team will be on the radio, and this is going to give him an advantage of 40 points, which is enough to secure the championship with a race to spare. And we reckon we've got Urrutia past Oriola. Let's check. It was down at Lisboa, and Oriola goes in deep and opens the door, and Urrutia finally is able to get up the inside, and he's had to work hard for that. Applause,
and again, you can hear
the replay,
hear the grandstand. Yeah, they've been absolutely enthralled by that battle race long, and finally Urrutia gets through in not a very usual overtaking position, so you might think it was going to take place at Lisboa. Well, no, I couldn't get through there. I tried a number of times. Let's have a look at San Francisco Hill. Yeah, okay, we'll do it there.
But part of that was Oriola making the mistake, and we said a lap or 2 ago, didn't we, about some of those moves by Urrutia not being really challenging moves other than to try to put the pressure on and force the mistake out of Oriola, and that's what happened. The leaders go by then. This puts us on to lap number 9. 2 to go, and it is Girolami versus Ashkøne now for the race lead. Erlaché third, Guerrieri fourth, Björk the vanquished fifth, and Mar in 6th place.
So this lap and one more to the conclusion of our first race of the weekend for the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour event here at Macau. And on board with Guerrieri. It's good to get these onboard shots from the touring cars because you get an idea when you're on board just how tight and demanding this next section of the circuit here at Macau is about to be. They go around San Francisco, they go up the hill, which, as you know, David, you run it, is quite a hill, isn't it?
Yeah, even there, when you go over the brow, it doesn't really flatten. It still climbs a little bit. Finally, when you do go over the crest, it's a bit of a relief. The two leading cars then nose to tail as they get to maternity, after which the road does drop downhill. And they blast their way now down through towards the Solitude S's ultimately, and then onto Faraway Hill. Now it is Girolami ahead of Ashkener, and Mikkel Ashkener has about a lap and a half in which he can either make a move or settle for second place, and Girolami could be on for a third victory of the season.
We talked earlier on, David, about the quality field that we've got, and proof of this is that we have lap after lap after lap. World touring car drivers, world-class touring car drivers can keep it all together, can't they? There are so many potential pitfalls around the gear circuit here at Macau, and avoiding them for 10 laps is quite something, and we are almost there.
Yeah, exactly right. We've had a safety car in an F4 race today. We've had 3 safety cars and not one full racing lap in the local Roadsport race, and it looks like this is going to go to the checkered flag with experienced drivers, and it makes a big difference. In third place, Jan Erlaché being caught a little bit maybe by Esteban Guerrieri. Girolami is being caught by Ashkener, and you've still got to say that leading quartet is a close one. Now, is that because Girolami is driving well within himself, or is he now struggling for pace? I think he's driving within himself, because here down to Fisherman's he's able just to extend by a couple of lengths, isn't he, again over Ashkener. They're going to come through our bend in a moment with one more lap to go. It is going to be Nestor Girolami looking for him, win number 3 of the year, but for Jan Erlaché, he's a lap away from the title.
Certainly is, yeah, going on to the final lap here on the streets of Macau. Across the line they go. Girolami leads from Ashkener, Erlaché in second place, and then across the line goes Guerrieri, Ted Bjork down there in 5th place, and Marshall Poir completing the top 6. Final lap then, is Ashkener going to try anything, or is Girolami going to take it from pole position to checkered flag here in the final, on the final lap of the first race of the weekend for the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour here at Macau. Well, Ashkener right on the tail as they go into Lisboa, but no attempt to make the position change going into the perfect overtaking place on the circuit. Every other potential overtaking place is going to be incredibly brave.
We've got a yellow at Lisboa on this last lap of the race. Mikkel Ashkener then 7th, and Ignacio Montenegro has had another trip up the escape road. He was doing that quite a lot on Thursday, as was Esteban Guerrieri. Alex referred to it on the grid. And so Nestor Girolami comes through the end of Sector 2, still in the lead. Ashkener looks as though he is the little quicker, but Girolami can do exactly what he wants across the mountain section, if you like, because it's so hard to overtake, and then he can up his pace a little bit down Black Sands and up towards the checkered flag. But Ashkener has had a good recovery from a disappointing qualifying yesterday, and Erlaché has just done a personal best Sector 1 on this lap, as he is tantalisingly close to being the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour champion.
I was going to say, looks like he's a lot closer to the lead battle, but as I say, Lisboa is the perfect overtaking opportunity. Anything else is a bit of a risk around the streets of Macau, but touring car drivers do try it, and sometimes it works. On board with Jan Erlaché, started second, down here in 3rd place. He didn't fight to keep hold of second place. He knew he just needed to be ahead of Ted Bjork, who comes up towards the Melco hairpin now. And all of that was resolved on the opening lap of the race. Final few turns, here we go. Race leader Girolami heads down towards the conclusion of the final lap.
Checkered flag is going to be at the ready then. It's going to be a Hyundai 1-2, and Nestor Girolami is going to be able to hang on, it seems, to a very impressive race lead. It was a good qualifying that put him on a pole position. It's going to be a maiden victory at Macau for him. They come through the corner. Race 1 of the weekend is going to be won by Nestor Girolami. The championship is going to be won by Jan Erlaché, who crosses the line in 3rd place. Championship won, pressure off. His rival Ted Bjork finishes 5th, and Jan Lachey has done everything that was required. He had to stay ahead of his teammate, and he has done exactly that.
Word also for Mikkel Ashkener, crossing the line in 2nd place, some half a second behind Girolami. By the time they got to the checkered flag, he was showing great pace. Big thumbs up from Jan Lachey. He's going to be happy about being able to, yeah. And now I think the penny drops. He's done it. He's done what he needed to do. Kept everything neat, kept everything tidy, and then the emotions start on this slow down lap. And another thumbs up for the camera, which is in the car. And yeah, realisation is realised down in pit lane, and the Lincoln Co team can enjoy the celebrations.
Kathy Muller, who raced here in Formula 3 in the Grand Prix, Jan Lachey's mum, and a very competitive racing driver herself. But Jan Lachey, then the new champion, no stranger to winning titles, but this is another important one. It's a long, hard season in the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour, and the format, some events have 2 races, some have 3. And it's always a test to make sure you've been able to keep racking up points. It's a long championship season, a lot of travelling involved, because as the title suggests, it takes you from Europe to Australasia and all points in between. Nestor Girolami then, a very impressive drive. Even when he had the traffic queuing up behind him, he was always able to remain in control, and that was a very impressive race win indeed. Disappointment for Norbert Mikkelisch, the 2nd pit stop that put him out of the race. And although the results of this race don't affect the grid for tomorrow, and therefore he will be able to perhaps be more competitive from the 2nd row once more, it's, as you were saying in the course of the race, a real contrast from last year's emotions.
Yeah, it's the highs and lows of motorsport that we talk about so very often, and so often these championships, these stories unfold and are decided around the streets of Macau. You'll never forget it, will you? Jan Lachey, as you rightly say, no stranger to winning titles in 20 and 21, FIA World Touring Car Cup champion, TCR World Tour 2 years ago in 2nd place, but this year claims the title in the TCR World Tour and does it with a race to go. Now, the interesting thing is they can turn their attentions to the important business tomorrow of etching your name on the trophy, which is the gear race title here at Macau. Not have to worry too much about championship titles and keeping things neat and tidy and defending championship points. But going all out for a victory on the streets of Macau is a mouth-watering prospect for tomorrow, David.
That, I think, is Ignacio Montenegro's Honda that has not made it to the end. You can just see it under the lighting panel, fading out of shot. So maybe he was up the escape road with a problem rather than just making a mistake. Perhaps there was an issue that caused him to go off and then became more serious on the lap and stopped him from getting to the end. So big disappointment after a good qualifying. Nestor Girolami then makes his way down the pit lane as race winner. Mikkel Ashkener and a very emotional, very happy Jan Lachey for 3rd place. You have to kind of feel a bit sorry for a race winner in situations like this, because all the attention goes to the champion, and Nestor Girolami must be thinking, don't ignore me. I did win the race. I did lead all the way. I didn't go up an escape road. I didn't fluff the start. I didn't hit anybody. And he took a 3rd win of the year. I
always think this, both you and I work on the domestic championship, the BTCC, the British Touring Car Championship, the final round, where very often the champion is decided. But inevitably we have a fantastic round 30, and the winner is kind of comes in isolation in Parc Fermé, because it's all about the champion.
Who won the last race at Brands Hatch?
See?
Yes, exactly. Yes. We all know Tom England won the championship. And Jan Lachey, arriving here in the World Tour, is a champion at Macau. He will concentrate tomorrow on taking a race win, because that's not yet on his CV, but the celebration will start very shortly as the netting's about to drop down, turns everything off, unplugs when he needs to, and does the belts. There's quite a long process in getting out of a race car these days. But Nestor Girolami there is in the Parc Fermé area in the paddock, and Jan Lachey, as the champion, is atop the car down in the pit lane. It has been a long, tough season for Jan Lachey. And a delighted man he is. The French flag is unfurled. And great scenes down in the pit lane. And if you want to prove the strength of the roof of a Lincoln Co, well, it's happening right now because he's been stood on it for quite a long time. Finally jumps down, and the celebrations will soon begin with the team.
And the leap, the inevitable leap, and celebratory bouncing down there at Parc Fermé. The team delighted, and you know what? The Kumo FIA TCR World Tour really does attract the top touring car brains in the teams and in the drivers as well, and to see them all celebrating down there in Parc Fermé, and a family moment as well. Just lovely to see. There we go. Handshakes all around, celebrations all around. A podium will be coming up very soon, and I think we'll probably get to hear from Jan as well with Alex down there in Parc Fermé. But great scenes here at Macau.
Good drive by Michael Ashkener for second place. Yeah, at some point, Jan Alaché might be allowed to take his crash helmet off, but he's so busy having to celebrate with everybody that's not yet happened. Nestor Girolami being escorted towards the podium. Jan Alaché will be as well, and Michael Ashkener second. Nestor Girolami, the race winner. A 1-2 therefore for Hyundai, and for Lincoln Co, yet another title.
Still got his helmet on, hasn't he?
Yeah. And you're right, the point you made during the course of the race, great to see what can be done around here with professional drivers not taking undue risks. 10 laps of good, interesting, exciting racing without dramas.
It is big thumbs up, big celebrations, loads of photographs, and loads of photographs for the family album. Something to remember, a day to remember. Professional photographers absolutely lining the pit wall there on the other side of pit lane, and the celebrations down there in pit lane, I'm sure, will be brought to a slightly premature halt in a few moments, because they will be encouraged to head their way over towards the podium, and they'll have the podium presentation. But ultimately, Jan Alaché has not yet been able to take off his helmet. There we go. Confirmation of the penultimate round of the year. Girolami takes pole position and a win as well. Ashkener takes second place. Michael Ashkener from the fourth row of the grid. Jan Alaché in third place. Esteban Guerreri in fourth place. Ted Bjork second in the championship, finished just behind. And confirmation there as well, that super battle for Urrutia from the back of the grid got up as far as 10th place. And the late call-up for Max Hart finished up in 9th place as well. We saw Montenegro's car having a problem right at the end. We are going to hear from Jan Alaché, and we're going to hear from Jan Alaché with Alex down in pit lane. A champion crowned.
4 wins, 14 podiums. This gentleman has been the most consistent driver of the whole season. Jan Alaché, you are the king of the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour 2025. How does that sound?
It feels amazing. It feels very nice. It has been very intense the last couple of weeks. And to secure the title, the world title in Macau, third one, is just, yeah, amazing feelings. Like, I can't wait to spend time with the family and the guys to celebrate this, because it was our job from everyone. Thanks to the team, my teammates, all the family, everyone on TV for supporting us. Special thanks to Ivan as well, that is not here this weekend, but has supported me all season. So yeah, I'm speechless. You know, being 3-time world champion, when I start racing about like 10 years ago, not doing go-kart, I would have like signed directly, and it's way above expectation. The only problem is that for the first 2 titles, the Monday after it, you just want the 4th one, and that's the circle it goes. But yeah, can't wait for next year.
Incredible. Well done. Enjoy your podium, Jan.
He refers, of course, to his uncle, Ivan Muller, touring car legend and multiple champion as well. And confirmation of the driver's standings, 40 points the advantage for Jan Alaché ahead of his title rival, Ted Bjork, some 40 points behind. That's too high a mountain to climb tomorrow. So the championship is claimed by Jan Alaché with 1 race to go. The gear race here at Macau to look forward to tomorrow. And again, it's a 10-lap race around the streets of Macau. We're about to join the highlights from our penultimate round of the year for the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour event of Macau. Sunshine beats down on a very happy grandstand here at Macau. They've had thrilling racing so far today. We started early this morning with the Motorcycle Grand Prix and then the local Macau Roadsport Challenge. A super race for the Macau Formula 4 race, the FIA F4 World Cup qualification race, and now a champion crowned for Macau gear race that we'll enjoy tomorrow, but the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour Championship decided here at Macau. Podium is coming up, and we've got two more races to look forward to after this, after we see the celebrations on the podium in just a couple of moments. Drivers getting themselves ready, taking a bit of fluid on board down in pit lane. It's very, very hot and thirsty work here at Macau. In the fall sunshine, very different to 12 months ago when we struggled against the elements, rain becoming a fairly major feature last year. Not so this year, back to normal Macau weather, beautiful sunshine, smiling faces and umbrellas being used to shield from the sunshine rather than anything else. So, an expectant crowd waits for the stars of that race, the penultimate race of the year for the championship. And as we wait for all of the dignitaries, the trophies, and everyone to appear behind the podium, we will turn our attention to the fact that tomorrow we don't have a championship to decide because the celebrations are still taking place for Yann Lachey. The photographs are still taking place as well. And as soon as all the drivers make their way up towards the podium building, then we can get the race podium presentation completed. The photographers all settled on the stage that's made just opposite, on the opposite side of the pit lane, on the pit wall, and there are plenty of photographers down there all preparing for the podium. But with the photographs taking place and the discussions taking place down in pit lane, it will be a couple of moments before we have our podium presentation for our touring car race, the first one of the weekend. You can hear in the background all the music. The paddock is such a fun place to be here at Macau, and it's full of colour, full of smiles, and full of music as well. It's a fabulous event, this, and one that all people of Macau look forward to every year. It makes day-to-day life of Macau a little bit more tricky. You can't cross the road quite as easily, but there are so many underpasses and bridges to get across the circuit. The infrastructure is set up to embrace the Macau Grand Prix every year, and it does it superbly well. And normal life in Macau continues to work. We can see just over from the commentary box all the regular traffic of Macau going about their daily business. If they're not here at Macau for the Grand Prix, there's still work to be done and pastimes to be conducted here at Macau, and the normal life just the other side of the paddock gates continues. But the crowd expectant of the podium presentation, and I think we're fairly close to getting that underway. The magic door opens, and that means that I think all of the drivers are in place and all of the dignitaries as well are in place, ready to get this presentation underway. We'll be crossing over to our podium presenter in a couple of moments. The podium for first race of the weekend for the touring cars for the Macau gear race tomorrow, the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour event. I think you can hear the crowd as well. They are expectant. Alex Agree is standing by as well to
Ladies and gentlemen,
Here we
welcome to the 72nd Macau Grand Prix Trophy presentation ceremony of the Macau Gear Race Kumho FIA TCR World Tour event of Macau Race 1. First of all, let's welcome our winning driver to join us on the podium. On the second runner-up, the winner is number 168, Jan Lescher from France. Congratulations. And our first runner-up is number 196, Mikel Azcona from Spain. Congratulations. Let's also welcome our winning driver. The winner is number 129, Nestor Giordami from Argentina. Congratulations. I would like to also invite the winning team, PRC Hyundai. Let's welcome the representative, Mr. Gabriele Luzzo, the team principal. Congratulations. And now it's time for the national anthem for the winner. I would like to invite the presenter to help us present the laurel and trophy. First of all, let's welcome Ms. Irene Wong, Senior Vice President of Public and Community Relations of MGM, to present the second runner-up laurel and trophy, please. Congratulations to Jan. Thank you. Coming up next, let's welcome Dr. Yvonne Dici, Senior Vice President of Hospitality of MGM, to first of all present the laurel and trophy to our first runner-up driver. Congratulations, Mikel. Coming up next, Yvonne, please also present the laurel and trophy to the winner, number 129, Nestor. Congratulations. Thank you. And coming up next, I would like to invite Ms. Irene Wong again. Please present the laurel and trophy to our winning team, the BRC Hyundai. To the team principal. Thank you, Gabriella. Thank you. And will all the guests please gather here at the center point. Let's take a group photo together. All right. Please gather here at the center. Please look at the center front and the official camera in front. Thank you. Perfect. Smile for the camera. And once again, a loud cheers to all the winning drivers. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, all our distinguished guests. Thank you very much. And to all the winning drivers and representatives, please remain on the podium. Please remain on the podium. Thank you. As coming up next, we would like to also present the TCR trophy for the Campo FIA TCR World Tour in Macau Race 1. I would like to invite our presenter to also join us on the podium. First of all, let's welcome Mr. Marcello Lotti, WSC Group President, to first of all present the second runner-up.
Attention in the paddock. Macau GT Cup, FIA GT World Cup cars. Paddock gate and pit exit will open in 5 minutes. Paddock gate and pit exit will open in 5 minutes.
Thank you. I would like to invite Mr. Alan Goh, FIA Touring Car Commission President, to also present the trophy to the following winning drivers. First of all, to the first runner-up. Thank you. And of course, to our winner, please. Thank you. And now I would like to invite back Mr. Marcello Lotti to also present the trophy to our winning team, the BRC Hyundai. Thank you. Please gather at the center for one more group photo. Thank you very much. Lovely. Thank you. All right. Once again, please smile for the camera at your center front. And let our media friends as well to capture this wonderful, fantastic moment for our winning drivers. All right, perfect. Thank you. Once again, thank you, our distinguished guests. Drivers, please again remain on podium. You will have an individual photo for all the drivers and winning team representatives only. Please all gather at the top of the podium. Please gather at the top of the podium and let's take this group photo together. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, feel free to grab your trophy with you as well. Please, once again, smile for the camera at the front. Perfect. We have the photo captured. And it's the champagne time. Of course, we would like to share this glory moment with all of you. Everyone, once again, a loud cheers to all the winning drivers. Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations once again. And Jan, Mikkel, and Nestor, please remain here as I would like to pass the time to Chris. And let's talk a little bit to our drivers. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Janice. Right, it's a bit sticky up here. Champagne has been flowing. I'm going to chat to this man first. Yana Laka, another podium. A podium at Macau. Never mind that. It's the best third place ever because you've done enough now to wrap up the title. You are the champion. 3 world.
We can, no failure all year. We scored 14 podiums out of 19 races this year. And big thanks to my teammate as well that have made this possible too.
World champion, Jan Alaka. Mikkel, we'll grab you next, Mikkel. What a drive, what a start you had. I mean, yesterday, in my head, I thought you might be going for pole position. Then you had the incident. But it worked out, you had a great start, and then second place from 7 here. Not easy.
Yeah, that was the initial plan to get the ball. And it felt bad because I had a potential. But anyways, we go back from P7. Really happy about that. Congrats to Jan and Ebu for the win. So happy to keep doing this challenging track, starting P7. So happy we have went Australia and I was able to have a
The Macau GT Cup here on the streets of Macau, the 6-kilometre gear circuit here at Macau, and wonderful GT3 machinery. Pit lane is going to close for the GT cars, so they will line up on the grid very soon because it closes in 4.5 minutes here at Macau. David is down there on the grid to hopefully have a chat to maybe a few drivers, maybe a few connections of the teams down there on the grid ahead of our qualification race over 12 laps. It's our longest race today, along with the motorcycle race that kicked action off this morning, and they will have a 16-lap race tomorrow for the Macau GT Cup. This, the qualification race, the cars are beginning to thread their way down through onto the grid, and that's a view of the skyline here at Macau with more traditional weather this weekend. Beautiful sunshine and a very, very full crowd here at Macau, who have already been treated to some world-class action around the streets of Macau. And you know what, for quite a few years, many people have come away from the Macau Grand Prix and said that the GT3 race, the Macau GT Cup, the FIA GT World Cup, has been one of their favourites of the weekend. And why not? It's mouth-watering machinery, it's GT3 machinery, which is absolutely supreme around the streets of Macau. Not just to look at, to marvel at how they control these big GT cars around the confines of the gear circuit here at Macau, but also with world-class drivers at the wheel and the sound of the cars echoing from the barriers from either side of the circuit. We are in for a 12-lap treat. Ferrari have locked out the front row of the grid for our qualification race, with Antonio Firocco and Yifi on the front row of the grid, and Porsche and Audi form up the second row of the grid, with Alessio Picariello and Joel Eriksson on the second row of the grid. We can see the cars down on the grid. Let's hear from the drivers down there on the grid. David Addison.
Welcome to the grid, everybody. Welcome to the qualifying race for the FIA GT Cup. It is a quality entry. One thing that we don't have this year are the Mercedes AMGs, but we have a very strong Ferrari presence that locks out the front row of the grid. We also have a very strong Porsche presence on the grid, and one of those fancied Porsches, Laurens Vanthoor's car, had a big accident in free practice on Thursday. That was FP1. He was quickest at the time of the crash. Missed FP2. They virtually had to rebuild the car, put a new engine in it, and that's rather put Laurens Vanthoor on the back foot. So he's got work to do in this race. Now, let's go for a quick walk and see who we can find, because one of the drivers that was a real star last year, and we'll go this way, was Antonio Firocco. He managed to battle his way into the lead of the race, and at the moment I think it's all eyes forward for Antonio. It doesn't look as though, sadly, we're going to get much of an opportunity to dive into the pole-sitting Ferrari. Yifi, Le Mans winner, is on his outside, but if I head down towards Porsche, let's go this way. Alessio Picariello is a champion already this year in GT World Challenge Europe Endurance, and just before you jump into the car, good qualifying yesterday, third. You can make progress from here, Alessio.
Yeah, I mean, car feels good. I did a small mistake in quali, so yeah, I think one position more would have been possible, but for sure the Ferrari are strong. I guess the guys just behind me are also very strong, but yeah, I'm confident in my package. I felt good since the beginning of the weekend, so yeah, let's see what we can do today.
Is this a race about keeping out of trouble, or is this a race that you want to win to be on the front row tomorrow, or a bit of both?
It really depends on the start. If I have a good start, for sure I will go for it. Otherwise, I will try to keep my position and try again tomorrow. I will need to see the scenario, and then we will see. But for sure, if you finish in front, it's always helpful.
Fantastic. Good luck, Alessio. Lots of Porsche fans here at Macau. Right, let's keep walking, because all of these cars run to the regulation set of GT3, which was introduced by the Stefan Rattel Motorsports Group many years ago. And Stefan is on the grid. And once I can interrupt him. Yeah. Stefan, here we are again, Macau, a fabulous circuit, a brilliant grid, and a big smile on your face. You can't wait for this race.
Oh, I love it here. You know, I will never miss Macau. It's, you know, it's uncompromising. It's the best drivers. It's just fabulous. And yeah, we can see it was very, very close. Congratulations, by the way, to the FIA technical department for a very close VOP, and that's going to provide fantastic racing.
It's almost, though, the antithesis, the opposite of what we normally have in GT racing. It's one driver and it's a sprint.
Yes, I mean, it also exists, you know, in the DTM in Germany, but in the SRO world, it's the unique one, and it makes it very special for us.
Stefan, well done. Let's go and enjoy the race. Let's go back this way, because one of the real surprises has been how well Audi have gone this weekend. Joel Eriksson, who's raced here in single-seaters, he's raced here in GT cars. Joel, can I just very quickly interrupt you? Brilliant job yesterday. How did it go, and were you a bit disappointed with Q2?
Yeah, I mean, it was way over expectation, what we expected, so yeah, pretty happy with the P4 start here today. Obviously, Q1 was a little bit stronger for us. The Super Pole doesn't really fit the Audi car because we are struggling a bit to get the fronts in, so didn't have the grip at the front axle as I wanted on my lap, so yeah, lost a bit in the beginning of the lap, and then yeah, felt good on the end of the lap, obviously, but yeah, put us on P4, so yeah, it's a good spot for the race.
Good luck for today. Joel Eriksson, one of our two Phantom Global Racing Audi drivers. Right, let's see who else we might be able to find. Anshin Guven's Porsche. He's not opening his door, he's a bit locked in. What about, I've lost my cameraman now, Raffaele Marciello. Got a bit quick there. If I thread my way around this way, Raffaele Marciello is another driver who's got a great pedigree at Macau. Lello, all eyes forward. What are the chances of getting ahead of those Ferraris now?
Not easy, they were very, very quick, but yeah, let's see if I can jump one row today, and yeah, I need to jump another row tomorrow, and then first, yeah, let's see, it will not be easy, but I will try something, let's see.
BMW always looks good around here in that first sector all the way down to Lisboa. That's where many places can be gained, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it's not only straight the track, there are also many corners in the mountain, and we're not very strong there. But yeah, luckily before the start is a long straight, so yeah, let's see what I can do.
Raffaele, good luck. The BMW then, run out of the Rover Racing stable, will be a force to be reckoned with. Right, let's see where else we might be able to go. Eduardo Mortara, who should have been second on the grid, is a little bit further back on the grid, but we'll see if we can go that far, because it would be nice to try and get one or two other manufacturers. If I can't get to Edo Mortara, I might be able to get Luca Engschler. Now, Luca last year, you might remember, had a monster accident, and when he joined us on the grid, it wasn't as a driver, it was on crutches, and it took him a month or two to recover out of that. Stuart Murray from the FIA talking to the Engschler family. Do I go dad or lad? Let's start with Luca. Last time we spoke on this grid, you were all strapped up, hobbling. Now you are a 24-hour winner at Spa and looking forward to a good race after a great season.
I hope, no? I mean, yeah, it was obviously a good qualifying. Very happy to be here again after last year. Missed a bit of confidence in the beginning, but now, yeah, on pace and feeling good.
The Lamborghinis have had an up and down kind of weekend, struggled on Thursday, better yesterday.
Yeah, we started obviously, yeah, difficult, been 3 seconds off the pace, and now we are, let's say, constantly moving up, but still a lot of work to do for us as a group, but I think we're getting there.
Excellent. Good luck. Good to see you looking so fit and well as well, Luca. Well done on a great season. As I say, winner of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa a few months back. Christopher Haas's Audi is next on the grid. Let's try Edo Mortara. He got his better lap time yesterday taken off him for the car over-speeding, overpowering. Let's see if we can grab a quick word. Edo, not where you wanted to be on the grid, but all your Macau knowledge comes into play right now, yeah?
Well, we got our lap taken away in quali in Super Pole, so we were supposed to start third. Unfortunately, this didn't go well. But anyway, starting from 10, we will try to do our best. And firstly, it's a qualification race, so hopefully trying to finish this one will be already good.
Good luck. We'll see how you get on. Eduardo Mortara's Lamborghini then, as he says, having his better lap time taken off him. It was a 2-lap Super Pole. Let's go this way and see if we've got time for one more before we need to jump off the grid. And it's Christopher Haase, the Audi driver, who we haven't seen very much of in GT World Challenge Europe. He's been off busy in International GT Open. Nice to see you again. It's been a season we haven't seen too much of you, but here you are in a good competitive car as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I start from P9, so definitely a bit more difficult. But you know, in Macau, everything is possible.
Yeah.
And yeah, let's hope for a good race start, and maybe I have the chance to gain some position.
Have you done a count at any point of how many races you've now done for Audi, especially in an R8? It must be in the thousands, Christopher.
Well, absolutely, but I never counted. Maybe I should.
Well, have a good one in this race. Christopher Hauser then in the Audi. Right, the grid is about to be cleared, so enjoy this qualification race for the FIA GT Cup. It promises to be an absolute belter.
Super grid walk from David, thank you very much indeed. Heard from many of the drivers down there in the thick of it with all of the personnel that are down there, not only the journalists but also all the teams are just being led off the grid, and confirmation of the grid that will line up for the start of this race. Antonio Farocco and Yeyifi on the front row of the grid. Two Ferraris lock out the front row. Alessio Picariello and Joel Eriksson. Heard from Joel down on the grid. A little disappointed with Q2 yesterday, the Super Bowl shootout, but very, very happy to top the times in Q1. Raffaele Marciello, heard from him, and A.E. Guven on the third row of the grid, our DTM champion for this year, in a very, very impressive looking platinum coloured Porsche on the outside of the third row of the grid. Lauren Heinrich and Luca Engstler, just heard from Luca, standing by the side of the car, getting as much air as possible before the start of this race, and that's with very good reason, standing with his father, also of course a very, very accomplished racing driver over the years, Franz Engstler, and Luca looking much, much better and going really well as well. Christopher Hauser and Eduardo Mortara on the next row of the grid, and Lawrence Van Tour, the recovering Lawrence Van Tour from that huge accident the other day, lines up on the sixth row of the grid alongside Benjamin Goethe, Adley Fong and Dorian Boccalacci on the next row of the grid. On the final row of the grid, Yi Deng and Sheldon van der Linde on the final row of the grid. That's how the grid is going to line up for this qualification race. It's going to be 12 laps around the gear circuit, and that is your Ferrari sitting on pole position. Antonio Farocco absolutely delighted after qualifying yesterday and staying long into the evening, signing autographs and doing photographs and meeting the fans after qualifying yesterday, but very, very happy. Briefly led, did the Ferrari at Macau last year, but it didn't last very long. In fact, it didn't last a full lap, but the number 50 Ferrari lines up on pole position alongside a Le Mans winner. That is the 911 car, the blue Porsche of Alessio Picariello on the second row of the grid. The inside of the second row of the grid, what can we expect from the Porsche on the second row? And a real mix of manufacturers at the front as well, because he lines up alongside the Audi of Joel Eriksson on the outside of row 2. Joel Eriksson just putting his gloves on, getting himself ready, and more than a nod to Valentino Rossi with the colours on the helmet and also the 46 number on the car as well for Joel Eriksson. And Raffaele Marciello in the car number 53, a former winner here at Macau. He excelled in single-seaters in the Macau Grand Prix and also has excelled in the FIA GT World Cup here at Macau. Guven, who is a champion, DTM champion, Turkish driver, lines up 6th on the grid, and we've decided that very definitely as a platinum driver, that's a platinum livery on Guven's Porsche. And then Lauren Heinrich on the next row of the grid, the fourth row on the inside of the fourth row of the grid will be next, with Raffaele Marciello getting himself ready. He is the coolest and calmest of characters. David has just spoken to him down on the grid, and he's so laid back in the approach to the start of one of these races. But I tell you what, when the lights go out and the race gets underway, he is far from cool and calm and collected. He's one of the quickest out there, is Raffaele Marciello, and also making comment to David down there about the BMW being very, very good on the quick first section of the circuit. Goes purple, goes overall best in the first sector, time after time after time. David's back in the cockpit. I'm going to give you a moment to recover. You okay?
I'm an athlete.
Your recovery time is ever so good, isn't it? My goodness. Right, this is going to be a thriller. By the way, masterclass in grid walk. I don't know how many drivers you spoke to, but it was at least half a dozen, so well done.
And can I apologise to the lady that's on the 4th step of the first flight of stairs who is upside down? I was coming through.
She's already written in.
That marvellous. I do apologise. It was elbows out. I thought I was in a touring car. It's going to be a great race, this. What Alessio Picariello was saying really is, though, what they've all got to make a call on. Do they want to try and force a way forward for tomorrow? or keep out of trouble and make sure they're on a half-decent grid position. And that's all fine until those lights change. And then you remember they're racing drivers.
I would go for the latter. I would go for a nice grid position. We've already seen today around the streets of Macau that anything can happen. You can almost be within sight of the checkered flag. And you've got less than a lap to do and things can go wrong when you are almost assured of a front row start and then all of a sudden you're going to be starting at the back. So take it easy if you can do in a GT3 car. What was it? Christopher Haase said, I made a little note of it. In Macau, anything is possible.
It's true.
I think we'll go with that.
Absolutely, absolutely. It should actually be the tagline of the event.
It should.
It really should. Christopher Haase, who attempts fate a little bit by saying this, you could construct an argument to say he is no longer the outright fastest GT racer, but he is one of the most experienced and one of the safest pairs of hands. I asked Christopher on the grid how many races he's done for Audi. He's still counting. I can't claim I've seen all of them. I've seen a few of them. But Christopher Haase making mistakes is very, very rare indeed. And if anybody will know how to survive a race around here, he is that person. And so it's no surprise to see him making progress.
Let's have a quick review of a few of the drivers he spoke to. Raffaele Marciello, as ever, the coolest and calmest of characters down there on the grid.
He claims he was born in Italy. He can't be to be that laid back. I mean, he is just almost horizontal. He was sitting in the car, feet nowhere near the pedals, just, you know, sitting there thinking about whatever, waiting. He's unflappable, he really is. And boy, can he drive a race car. And it doesn't matter whether he's, and Lawrence Fantor on this grid is another example, or Antonio Fuoco and Yefe. It doesn't matter if they're leaping from a hypercar for WEC into a GT3 car for here or any of the GT3 championships. They just do it. They can do it because they're star drivers.
Eduardo Mortara, naturally, not that happy about being further down on the grid than he might have thought.
Yeah, but that's not down to him. It's down to the fact that the car was found to have overpowered. The frustration was the lap that was taken off him was the better of the two. So that has gone against him, most definitely.
It's intense looking back at Eduardo Mortara, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And he is a very focused driver. We've been saying over the course of the weekend that we still refer to him as Mr. Macau. Well, the last win here is quite a long time ago now, so he'll be eager to try to rekindle that reputation.
But he's got the reputation and the waxwork model as well in the Grand Prix Museum here at Macau. And there aren't many drivers or riders that can claim that as a title here in Macau, and you only get that if you have won an exceptional number of races around the streets of Macau. One of them is Rob Huff in touring cars, and another one is Michael Rutter on a motorcycle. Eduardo Mortara, one of those Madame Tussauds waxworks in the quite excellent local Grand Prix Museum. Right, they thread their way around the Melco hairpin. They will be getting themselves ready for 12 laps around the gear circuit here at Macau. And as Christopher Haase quite rightly said, in Macau, anything is possible.
So it is going to be an all-Ferrari front row. Antonio Fuoco versus Yefe at the very back. One to watch. We've not really touched on this too much, but Sheldon van der Linde's BMW, which crashed before he was able to do anything at all in Q1, is going to be charging its way through. So also Lawrence Fantor. You've got McLaren representation. Just see in the background the car run by Optimum. It is Benji Goethe at the wheel, and it's running in a sort of nod to the 1997 FIA GT colour scheme. With Gulf colouring. The red Ferrari is Antonio Fuoco's. The white Ferrari is that of Yefe. The first of the Porsches on the grid, Alessio Picariello's car. Alongside it is going to be Joel Eriksson in the Audi, and then the BMW of Raffaele Marciello starts fifth, but I bet it's not going to be fifth at Lisboa. Here we go then. The qualification race is 12 laps long. The Macau GT Cup, the FIA GT World Cup is go. And a great start by Fuoco. And already up the inside goes Marciello to try to sort out Joel Eriksson as Anshin Guber's Porsche goes to the outside line. Marciello's up to fourth. He has a little snap of oversteer, but he saves it. Fuoco leads. Yefe in second place. Picariello is all over him like a cheap suit as they come up towards Mandarin. Picariello's going to try the outside line. No, you don't, said Yefe, and he sticks out his elbows. Fuoco is away and gone by a length. Here comes Marciello up the outside. He's picked off the Porsche. He's going to get past Ye Yifei as well. Fifth, he started second. He is on the outside line, but Ye fights back. Marciello is going to be down to third. He's going to be down to fourth, though. Picariello gets through as well. Up the escape road goes one, goes two. Hauser in the barriers. I said he didn't make many mistakes, and he's proved me a liar. That is Christopher Hauser. Drama at Lisboa.
There is always drama at Lisboa, and he finds reverse as well. So that is very, very good news, because that means we don't need an interruption to this race, because what an absolutely thrilling run that was down towards Lisboa. And Raffaele Marciello proving that you can be a hero, and then there's no room to make that work. So back down in fourth place, but a very, very good start by the BMW driver.
Let's have another look at that run to Lisboa. So Marciello using all of the grunt of the BMW, but he's on the wrong line. So he has to break that fraction earlier. Ye Yifei breaks late, and Picariello, great opportunistic move that followed him through. Now that was, I think, Mortara going up the escape road, and look, Van der Linde getting involved. That was a delayed Fantor. Hauser in the barriers. Benji Goethes' McLaren was involved in all of that as well.
And Van der Linde was in trouble yesterday in qualifying, and that's why he started so far down on the grid. Had already shown really good pace around of Macau up until yesterday, but came to grief down at Moorish Corner, and we thought the car had only made a very slight glance of the barrier, but I think it was more than that. It required a lift back to the paddock, and that is why the former DTM champion started so far down in the BMW.
Indeed so, and that drama at Lisboa has not really helped the case. Let's have another look at the start. This is on board with Eduardo Mortara. That's Laurin Heinrich's gold Porsche ahead, and Heinrich goes to the outside line. So what does Mortara do? He flicks through Mandarin, goes to the outside, and closes up on the back. Look at the air moving the wiper there. The air pressure lifts the wiper. He's now on the outside. He's committed. 3 wide into the corner, tries to slow it down, but ends up going up the escape road.
Huge amount of experience around the streets of Macau, and a huge amount of victories as well for Eduardo Mortara, and a super qualifying as well. Like you say, absolutely nothing to do with Eduardo Mortara. He found himself a little bit lower down on the grid than he would have hoped. But a huge amount of experience as far as racecraft is concerned. Right, Raffaele Marciello once again in the Rover BMW going to Lisboa around the right-hander. You can see the Porsche in front. They turn through San Francisco. Now they climb up through the narrow part of the circuit, through the demanding and twisty and barrier-ridden and wall-ridden part of the circuit here at Macau. And goodness me, in a GT3 car, they just close in.
Yeah, the walls sort of loom over you and get ever closer. You can almost feel the cars breathe in at certain points. Fuoco leads Ye Yifei, and then Alessio Picariello being chased by this man, Raffaele Marciello, who again did the absolute best first sector in that BMW-friendly run to Lisboa. It's Joel Eriksson 5th, it's Guven from Engschler from Heinrich, then Andy Deng, and in 10th place was Adley Fong, but he's dropped back a little bit. This is the end of the Eduardo Mortara Lisboa arrival, and he just can't get the car slowed down in time, and eventually has to skip up the escape road. And you see in the rear view mirror there the accident around him happening. You saw a backward McLaren, that was the Benji Goethe car arriving. So Mortara luckily didn't get collected. Right, up front I think Fuoco is getting away, but Picariello is crawling all over the Ye Yifei Ferrari.
You're right that Antonio Fuoco is pulling away at the end of that last lap. 1.7 seconds the advantage over Ye Yifei, the Le Mans winner. They're pushing each other around the Melco hairpin, aren't they? So close together as they thread their way around in single file. Can we just hear the noise? Absolutely glorious noise from this machinery around the streets of Macau. And you know, something that happens that's unique to this circuit, the barriers, they echo the sound of those engines and they bounce off each other into the grandstands. They're absolutely thrilling stuff, this is.
Antonio Fuoco, fastest lap of the race, and he's long gone. He's out in front, he's checked out. Ye Yifei versus Picariello versus Marciello come next. Eriksson's Audi is 5th, Anshin Guven in the Porsche is 6th. You're looking back, though, there from Ye Yifei, and behind is Picariello and Raffaele Marciello. 4th in the BMW, now tries to plan that move. He's on the outside, going into Mandarin. There isn't a BMW's width there, but there certainly is on the run to Lisboa, if he's able to get the run. Now let's see, Picariello has covered off the inside line. Marciello doesn't think about a move on this lap. In the background, Guven's car moving under braking. Engschler on the inside of the Lamborghini, Heinrich on the outside in the Porsche.
You know what? Eduardo Mortara, although he's shown on the timing screen as down in 16th place, he's just put overall best in 2 sectors. Goodness me, Eduardo Mortara is quick this weekend, no doubt about that. He went quickest in sectors 2 and 4 on the previous lap. But you're right, Antonio Farroco has checked out, hasn't he? He is 3.6 seconds down the road.
So right now, Fuoco dominates the race. Picariello closing back onto the tail of Yeyife, and he's got to, otherwise he'll be prey to Marciello when they get back onto the waterfront part of the circuit. Joel Eriksson still going well in that Audi in 5th. He was quickest in Q1 yesterday. Anshin Guven is 6th then. Enschler, Heinrich, Andy Dengen. Dorian Boccolacci into the top 10 at the expense of the Cinema Roll Audi of Adderley Fong.
A small white dog with the tail that's curly and looks like a cinnamon roll. Right, I'm done.
We'll tell you about Adderley Fong's car livery as well soon. What Cinema Roll is. No, that is Cinema Roll, I promise you. Lawrence Vantor is still 12th after being delayed on the first lap. Van der Linde likewise. Goethe behind him. Hauser and Mortara 15th and 16th. Some big names were in strife at Lisboa. This is the fight for second. And look, Fuoco is nearly in tomorrow's race.
Absolutely amazing, isn't it? That advantage at the end of the previous lap, only the second lap of the race, 3.6 seconds. We'll see what that gap is at the end of this. But Yeyife also thinking about his mirrors as well, because the Porsche is looming, the BMW is looming, the Audi is looming as well. They're all there behind the Ferrari in second place as the race leader. He's gone, and this is the battle for second place. Yeyife, Le Mans winner for 2025, with his mirrors very full of a very quick 911 Porsche behind Alessio Picariello in the 3rd place on the podium at the moment, and Raffaele Marciello in turn right behind him. Right, let's have a look for the BMW on the run down towards Lisboa this time. Just jinks out a little bit to let the Porsche know he's there. I'm sure that Alessio Picariello is in no doubt that Raffaele Marciello is right there behind him. The Ferrari just in front of the both of them. This on the run down towards Lisboa.
Here they come then, hard on the brakes. Have a look in the background as well. Guven looks like he's a fraction closer to Eriksson. Not much to choose between those two in terms of a lap time, as Antonio Fuoco, who did lead the main race here last year until there was contact between him and Marciello at Lisboa. He's pulling away up front right now, is Antonio. And it is Ye from Picariello from Marciello. Eriksson 5th.
4.1 seconds the advantage at the end of lap number 3. This is a 12-lap race around the streets of Macau, and make no mistake, these are world-class drivers at the very top of their game. Imagine driving one of these cars around the streets of Macau, where at its narrowest, when you get up towards the Melco hairpin, it's 7 meters in width. And the cars are very wide in their own right. It's unbelievable skills to wrestle these cars around the streets of Macau and do it lap after lap after lap. 4.1 seconds the advantage at the end of lap number 3.
Just wonder how much of Yeyife's pace is genuine, as in, could he go faster if he needed to chase after something that weren't a Ferrari? Is this a team plan to keep the others stacked up and let Antonio Fuoco get away, or is Antonio naturally that bit faster? Because right now there's not a lot that the tempo-backed Porsche of Alessio Picariello can do about Yeyife, and there's not a lot that Marciello has proved to be able to do other than on the first lap, which didn't quite go as to plan.
Antonio Fuoco in the Ferrari. We said it very briefly last year. A Ferrari leads at Macau. Didn't last very long. It's lasted a lot longer today. It's lasted 3.5 laps so far, and is about to be 4 laps of a 12-lap race, leading for Antonio Fuoco. Car number 50, the Ferrari, and then everybody else wants to be second place. Yeyife in second place, just behind Alessio Picariello, Raffaele Marciello, Joel Eriksson and Guven complete the top 6. It's the race leader, car number 50, pole and leading the race. Yeyife in second place. The Porsche once again thinking about the BMW of Raffaele Marciello, a winner here at Macau. Superb in single-seaters here at Macau, and supreme in GTs. He's having a look.
Not quite able so to do, because he runs out of straight. The onboard is from Marciello in that timing graphic. The fastest lap, by the way, done by the man that's 9th now, Dorian Boccolacci, another of the Porsche drivers, as Marciello, no surprise, absolute best, sector 1. Meanwhile, Fuoco is now 2.7 seconds up the road, fractionally down that gap last time. and I think this is partly dependent on whether or not Picariello is sitting on the back of Ye Yifei. If Ye has to defend, then it's a little bit different. If he's not thinking about defending, he can tweak his pace a little bit. But Marciello can do nothing about the Porsche, it seems.
Yeah, Farroco was 4 seconds ahead of Ye Yifei on the previous lap, now down 2.7 seconds, the gap between first and second place. Raffaele Marciello, as ever he does in sector number 1, goes overall best. You made the point to him down there on the grid as well. Absolutely supreme is Raffaele in the BMW in sector 1.
But it is a BMW thing, not to take anything away from him as a driver, but we have said it in the past that that's where that car is so strong. As always, the Mercedes AMG was, because it's got so much grunt, and that is where you need grunt and a really heavy right foot. Through Donna Maria comes Ye Yifei ahead of Alessio Picariello. Marciello has dropped back. Have a look at Joel Eriksson. That Audi is a lot closer, is it not, to the BM than it was a lap ago?
It is. They all bunch up single file. They have to as they go around the Melco hairpin. Then they see the green flashing light. That means we're back under race conditions. They don't have to be single file anymore. And Buccellacci with that overall best lap of the race, 2:16.997 in the 9th position at the moment. Very impressive, that, isn't it? They come up towards now, completing 5 laps in a 12-lap race.
Deng Yi is also impressive because he's probably the least experienced driver on the grid. He's 10th. He's got big names like Vanthoor, Van der Linde, Goethe, Haase and Mortara behind him. And he's not tumbling down the order. He's racing very strongly. Fuoco now 2.7 seconds clear. Fractionally, the gap has come down last time through. It is, of course, Dorian Buccellacci's Porsche 9th that's going to be attacking Laurin Heinrich soon, now that Buccellacci has done the fastest lap. But the gap second to third is certainly widening. But on this lap, I don't think Marciello is near enough to the Porsche, is he? Agreed,
and just slots in behind as they turn into Lisboa, calculating it. To think about the pressure that Picariello is under in 3rd place. Every time he has a little glance in the mirror, it is full of huge BMW of Raffaele Marciello, who is keen to get a good starting position for tomorrow's GT Cup race. But you know also he'll be keen to be on the podium today as well. Any opportunity that might be offered to Raffaele Marciello, he'll be there to nibble it up.
Yeah, Marciello, we know, is always brave on that run to Lisboa. Think back to 2022, him and Mauro Engel side by side, rubbing the 2 Mercedes AMGs. Oh, what a first lap that was.
Stunning, wasn't it?
Absolutely. Well, time moves on. Mauro watching, no doubt, at home, thinking what to be there. And Marciello now in a BMW, thinking, I want to be ahead of that Porsche.
Eduardo Mortara has just put in an overall best in sector 2, but it all accounts for not very much. He's still down there in 16th place in the 63 Lamborghini. Disappointing weekend really for Eduardo Mortara, somebody that has experienced so much joy here around the streets of Macau.
There's a huge television screen opposite us, opposite the grandstand on the start line for all the VIPs and all the guests and all the spectators to watch the action, but it is also being looked at by all of the pit lane officials. All of the teams seem to be crowded around it, and they look like statues. Nobody has moved. They are all absolutely focused on these pictures, and especially the onboard. As you look back from this year's Le Mans winning drivers Ferrari, Ye Yifei, he along with Robert Kubica and Phil Hansen, rather, the British driver, won the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and he would like to win another major title, the FIA GT World Cup. Well, right now Antonio Fuoco is dominating our qualifying race, but the fastest lap has just been done by Ye Yifei, and he's brought the gap down by about 4 tenths.
Yeah, 2.3 seconds the gap between first and second, and an overall fastest lap for Ye Yifei in second place in that 83 Ferrari.
I think that's because he's not having to defend. Look at the gap now over Picariello, and now that finally Ye Yifei can look out of the front, if you like, rather than have to look in the mirror and worry about what's going on behind, he now is able to drive his race, his lines, and he's on the attack. And there's another attack coming up here. Laurin Heinrich in the Porsche against, look at Enschler down towards Lisboa. And the Porsche can't quite do it, and Enschler knows what's coming, so he defends on the way to San Francisco.
It is glorious to watch these world-class drivers around the streets of Macau. They are absolutely on the limit, and yet lap after lap we have had good, clean GT3 racing. Absolutely supreme. It's a masterclass, isn't it?
It is, and this is why the manufacturers love this event. It's why all the drivers, if you like, try to do it, because if the manufacturer wants you in this race, then you know you're well thought of within the brand. Luca Engschler then, who's joined the Lamborghini ranks as a factory driver this year. Laurin Heinrich, one of the next generation of Porsche stars, tucked up behind him. And then behind Heinrich is Dorian Boccolacci, who's joined the GT ranks, having been Carrera Cup France and then very good Super Cup driver for Porsche.
Absolutely amazing. It's just glorious to watch them, isn't it? They thread their way around police. If you were to go down to that corner and realise how tight it is at these kind of speeds in these cars, and they are so close together, they are nose to tail as they make their way into the left-hander at Donna Maria. It's exceptional.
Even running it, I had to lift. Yeah, I mean, it is a tight corner, you're right. Down there towards the Melco hairpin, Engschler being reeled in, under braking there by Heinrich. Dorian Boccolacci next, and Andy Deng, look, to go back to the earlier point, is still in the mix, isn't he, in 10th place. That's a really impressive drive in that Ferrari.
Absolutely is, yeah. Really good run this in 10th place for Andy Deng, car number 37. Meanwhile, that glorious Porsche, you have to see that in real life as well. Yeah. The platinum Porsche and the golden Porsche, they go together so beautifully, and they scream Macau here as, well, that screams Macau as well, doesn't it? Up towards the completion of a lap. This is going to be fun to watch on the run down towards Mandarin and then on to Lisboa as well. The Lamborghini and the Porsche so tied together, so close together. And I tell you what, the Porsche can't make a mistake either, because any places are there to be picked up just behind as well. But the two of them tied together through the incredibly quick Mandarin, far from a kink in the circuit, into corner, and now we're on the run down towards Lisboa. What's going to happen? Jinx out to the left-hand side as the Porsche has a little look, but no. And this is pro driving at its very, very best.
And out of Lisboa, you've got one last shot if you can catch somebody off guard, and that's going through San Francisco before you climb the hill. And now the road tapers. It's narrow, it's twisty, it's tough to find a way through. These are, as we have made the point repeatedly, big cars, so you do need to have a certain amount of respect for your rival and for the circuit. And Luca Engschler now turns through the right of eternity. You can see that Heinrich is quicker, and he has a look, even a cheeky look to the outside as they drop down the hill coming out of Eternity Bend. Couldn't do it, but if anybody was watching last year's race, you will have realised, and the drivers here will have realised, that there are more opportunities than are first thought of.
Touring car drivers used to try that, but GT drivers not so much. But you can do it. You have to be incredibly brave, and it could go horribly wrong as well. So into the right-hander at Police, on towards the right-hander at Moorish, very, very quickly into the right-hander at Moorish, and then towards the long left-hander of Donna Maria on the gear circuit here at Macau. So snug to the wall, the barrier on the inside, and then the run up towards the no overtaking zone into Melco hairpin. Boy, have we had a treat of great racing here at Macau today, and this is a great example of it. Super stuff, and that blue and purple BMW of Sheldon van der Linde, that position in the race down there in 13th place doesn't really show where Sheldon van der Linde should have been.
There's the race leader, Antonio Fuoco. I get the feeling now, driving well within himself. The margin is 2.5 seconds, but he doesn't even look to be stressing the car, does he? If you can have anything easy at Macau, this is it. Antonio Fuoco away and gone. And Ye Yifei in second place. It's been quite a season for Ferrari, winning Le Mans, winning the FIA World Endurance Championship. And in GT terms, maybe a Macau victory is going to go the brand's way tomorrow. It's still Ye second, it's Picariello third. And Marchiello really has faded away, hasn't he, over the last 2 or 3 laps there in 4th place.
Has a bit, and we mentioned yesterday during qualifying, and in fact for all 3 days so far, we're going to have a look at this. The Porsche on the left-hand side, no, once again into Lisboa. What about a look down the San Francisco Hill, all over the back of the Lamborghini on the run-up San Francisco Hill, and no. Slot in behind, and we'll do it all again. We've got more time to do this. We've completed 8 laps. We've got 12 laps, and well, what would you do? What would you do?
If I were Laurin Heinrich, I would keep fighting, because even if I can't get through, I might force an error out of Luca Engschler. We saw mistakes be made on the first lap, and we saw in an earlier single-seater race today a mistake made on the very last lap, coming out of the hairpin from the driver in second place. So just keep applying the pressure. You never know what is going to happen. It's perhaps important not to get almost hypnotised by that car ahead and just follow it and think you're not going to get through. Heinrich needs to be semi-creative, dart around in the mirror, try and distract Engstler if he can, but he's also got to be mindful that Boccolacci is reeling him in.
We saw it earlier on, within sight of the checkered flag. You have to have 100% concentration at every little moment of the gear circuit here at Macau. The slightest lapse of concentration and it can all go horribly, horribly wrong. Here we go into the Macau hairpin. They are tied together this time. There is less than the width of a cigarette paper between the two of them as they go around Macau hairpin. The circuit opens up down through Black Sands, down towards Fisherman's Bend, the conclusion of what will be at the end of this lap. 9 laps completed for our qualification race for the Macau GT Cup.
Race leaders have gone by, gap up to 2.6 seconds again, as Antonio Fuoco just reminds his teammate who's boss. Picariello is third, Marchiello is fourth, and it's Ericsson and Guver to round out the top 6. This for 7th. Luca Engstler still ahead of Laurin Heinrich, and the gap between them is 0.4 of a second on that lap. Heinrich was the quicker of the two by a whopping 4 thousandths of a second. So this is incredibly tight between the two. Next up is Boccolacci, then Andy Dang, and Lawrence Fantor is just not making progress. I know it's a rebuilt car, I know it's a replacement engine. It's been a really disappointing weekend, and it started so well. But for the accident at this part of the circuit on Thursday in FP1, it could have been a different story, as Heinrich again threatens Engstler, and again is denied.
Yeah, different opportunity there. Had a look down on the inside on the run down towards Lisboa. And I wonder, because every lap that Laurin Heinrich goes through, he tries to put his nose in a different position on the run down towards Lisboa. And I just wonder if that's to rather confuse Luca Engstler as to where the potential opportunity may take place down there at Lisboa.
I think you're right, and he's got to keep doing that to try to distract Engstler. All he needs is one door ajar, and suddenly it's a different proposition. So the stunning-looking gold Porsche drops downhill, the car being run through the Schumacher CLRT stable, the Coam Ledergar racing team. Coam, very good GT racer, was a Blockpad Endurance Series champion in a McLaren. He then had a great success rate in Porsches, and now running them very effectively as well. So we're currently working lap 10 in this 12-lap qualifying race. And you can see that not only is Dorian Boccolacci now hanging off the back of Heinrich, but they're being caught a little bit by Andy Deng, which illustrates the relative lack of get-up and go of that Lamborghini, doesn't it? And there, look, Engstler did hang out the tail coming off Donna Maria. Sadly, though, for Heinrich, it's completely the wrong part of the racetrack because there's no room to make a move.
You're absolutely right, goodness me. And we are coming up towards the final couple of laps in this 12-lap race. That's our race leader, that's Antonio Fuoco in a Ferrari. We made the point yesterday, didn't we, David, in qualifying, that Ferrari just looks so comfortable around the streets of Macau this year. Looks absolutely planted.
Gets down a fraction, though, from 2.6 to 2.3. So Ye Yifei is closing a touch. Then you've got Picariello and Ericsson in the Audi going through behind. On that lap also was 3 thousandths of a second quicker than Marchiello. He's gained, but not by a huge amount. There's second, there's third, Alessio Picariello. So Ferrari, Porsche, BMW, Audi, Porsche. Aenshin Guven in 6th place in the Platinum car. There it is, the third car in shot, second car, that car.
Audi's going well, isn't it? Joel Eriksson at the wheel of it. And yeah, it was interesting to hear from Joel down there. Are we going to have a look down as the Porsche comes out to the left-hand side on the run down towards Lisboa? No. But once again, another opportunity has been shown to Luca Engstler. Must be worn out.
Yeah, under the not for the want of trying heading. Yeah. That is right up there. Alessio Picariello trying to come back at Ye Yifei. He's done an absolute best middle sector. Last lap through, it was 2/10 slower. Picariello, now that he doesn't have to think about that man, Marchiello behind him, is leaving nothing on the table now as we get towards the end of the race. If they've got anything left in the tyres, this is the time to use it.
Was that a bit of a wiggle I saw for Ye Yifei then? He is a little bit under pressure, has been race long, but as you say, we are getting towards the end of the race and the tyres are not at their early part of the race premium. That's for sure, but there was a little bit of a wiggle, and a little bit of a wiggle is not something you want on this section of the gear circuit at Macau. You might get away with it once. I'm not sure you'll get away with it more than once, but around Donna Maria they go, up towards the Macau hairpin once again. This is the car in second place. Ferrari first, Ferrari second, and Alessio Picariello in the Porsche in third place. Was that quite a slow exit from the corner for Ye Yifei from the Macau hairpin? Maybe being just a bit careful. Not sure the tyres are quite as good as they were at the start of the race, and I think we have to be a little bit more cautious now.
You might be right. Certainly 3/10 gained in that fourth sector alone by Picariello. I think he's going to run out of laps to get past the Ferrari, unless the tyres really go off, unless having to defend early on, Yeifei has asked too much of them. But you would think that Picariello has been in the same boat, because he was attacking and defending as well. Over the line they go then. Fuoco is clear now by 2.6 seconds, and it's 9/10 as they start the last lap between Picariello and the car ahead, Yeifei. Marciello 4th, Ericsson 5th, and in 6th place, Ian Shinguven. Let's see what the first sector holds. It lasts for about 23 seconds in a GT car. We're coming to the end of it. Yeifei versus Alessio Picariello. I think Alessio is going to have to settle for 3rd here, where he started effectively. And the Ferraris, the gap down between Fuoco and Ye as they get to Lisboa.
And the Audi was closing on the back of the BMW, wasn't it? So Ericsson and Marciello. I think Marciello has that under control now. And here we go. It's going to be one last chance. No, only a show of a nose for the golden Porsche as they head their way around Lisboa. I wonder if that's going to be the same story tomorrow, because he's shown his nose a few times, but has not yet pressed the point, has he, in the qualification race? Maybe things will change tomorrow.
Yeah, main race, different story, isn't it, as the cars plunge downhill. Well, Antonio Fuoco put himself into the lead of last year's very dramatic FIA GT World Cup, but it was not to be. This qualifying race going his way. The qualification race determines the grid positions for tomorrow, and the top 3 are going to be the same, aren't they? The driver, if you like, that has lost out slightly is Joel Eriksson, who's gone from 4th down to 5th. Marciello has gained 1 place after that dramatic first lap, but an absolutely perfect drive by Antonio Fuoco, and he can afford now to back it off, can't he? It doesn't matter what the gap is like, because Yeifei is not going to be able to find a way past him, and Antonio Fuoco can just stroke it home after a majestic drive.
Into the Melco hairpin he goes. The Ferrari that took pole position yesterday leads them down from the Melco hairpin, down through Black Sands, on towards the penultimate turn, the right turn at Fisherman's Bend, and the conclusion at R Bend. This has been exceptional for Antonio Fuoco in qualifying and in race.
The checkered flag is ready. It is going to be a Ferrari win at Macau. Antonio Fuoco comes now into the right-hander of R Bend. Checkered flag at the ready. From pole to the win. Antonio Fuoco is victorious in the Macau GT Cup qualification race for the FIA GT World Cup tomorrow. 2nd, Ferrari, Yeifei. 3rd, Porsche, Alessio Picariello. Then it's BMW, Audi, Porsche, Marciello, Ericsson, Guven to round out the top 6. 7th will go right up against the wall to Luca Enschler from Laurin Heinrich, then Dorian Boccolacci, Andy Deng, and Lawrence Fantor comes through in 11th place. 12th will be Adley Fong. Sheldon van der Linde's BMW is going to be in 13th place, and then Benji Goethe, Christopher Hasse, and this man, Eduardo Mortara, to round out the order. All 16 have made it home despite the dramas down at Lisboa on lap 1. And Edo Mortara last is not something you often say about Mr. Macau, but it has been a really tough weekend for him.
It really has, yeah. There was a moment of celebration after qualifying, which then turned into a moment of disappointment for Eduardo Mortara. And he's not used to that kind of finishing result, is he? 16th at the end of the qualification race. David, that was a joy, an absolute joy. And one of the reasons we say it was a joy is because that was a supreme, racing hard around the streets of Macau and not one single interruption.
No, and even the incident down at Lisboa was dealt with quickly by the drivers, who knew how to get the cars back. They knew how to keep the engine up, the revs go up and the engine going and so forth. They knew how to sort themselves out without it becoming chaotic, as lots of them were all up the escape road, and they all, as you say, survived. And a really impressive drive that by Antonio Fuoco. And a good drive by Luca Enschler as well, to keep Laurin Heinrich at bay. He didn't crack under the pressure, didn't make a mistake, and this a daunting circuit, one which the last time he was here he never got to race because of a monster accident that he had during the qualifying periods. Antonio Fuoco then adds another race win to his long list. He will start tomorrow on pole position. Winner of Le Mans last year, he's won the Gulf 12 Hours, he's a World Endurance champion and Formula Renault champion as well, going back a decade plus. But perfect drive that, and Ferrari, as a brand, will be delighted with not only a 1-2 on the grid, but a 1-2 in the race.
They can be very happy with the whole weekend here at Macau thus far. I wonder if they can add to that a World Cup. The FIA GT World Cup here at Macau tomorrow. Sunshine, clear skies, and a very happy crowd. I've enjoyed the action here today at Macau. It has been quite superb, and that was a Ferrari 1-2 with a Porsche in third place. A great whetting of the appetite for tomorrow's World Cup race here at Macau. A longer race as well, just after midday, 12:35 tomorrow. 16 laps for these beautiful cars around the streets of Macau. And Antonio Farroco can be very happy with supreme qualifying, pole position, and a lights to flag victory as well. The Ferrari heads now down into pit lane. All the officials, the marshals down there, indicating everyone to keep left and head into pit lane, where we will see the top three drivers bring their cars to a stop. Not sure if we're going to hear interviews down there in Parc Fermé. Surely we'll see the pictures at very least of, well, last night after qualifying, Antonio Farroco, like I mentioned earlier on, was quite happy to stay for quite a while around the garage and sign autographs and pose for photographs and do interviews, and it was quite long into the evening yesterday, because any victory at Macau is something to be celebrated, isn't it?
Totally. And especially when, if you like, there's a score to settle, not necessarily with Raffaele Marciello after contact last year, but more perhaps with the venue itself. I think Antonio Farroco felt that Macau owed him one, if you like, and today the score is settled. He's had a win, but that's only really the first chapter, isn't it? Because tomorrow is the main race, the title race, and it's a longer race too. So, cars into Parc Fermé, gates shut. Only people allowed in are the officials and Pirelli's representatives to get the data that they need for the tyres. Antonio Farroco out of the car, very happy, and he looks like he's just sauntering out of his room almost, doesn't it, from the hotel. There's no fuss, no drama, nothing. He is so relaxed.
12 around the gear circuit at Macau.
Lauren Granville from SRO is there with the winner's Pirelli cap. SRO that looks after the grid for this race. Right, let's hear from Antonio Farroco. Alex Legui is down there for us.
Antonio Farroco, what a place to do it. Feels like redemption after that near victory last year. A brilliant drive from start to finish.
Yeah, I mean, I think we had a really good start, and then I tried to do my best. The people behind, they were quite fast, so I think we did a really good job today, and now we need to think about tomorrow.
It must put you in good stead. You must feel confident ahead of tomorrow's main race.
Yeah, I mean, I felt okay, but I think today we had new tires while the other start with the old tires. So here in Macau, you never know. For sure, we start on really good place, so we just need to do our best.
Well done. Great job, Antonio.
It was a great job done by Antonio Farroco, and it'll be fascinating to see what pans out tomorrow. Ye Yifei there goes to congratulate his stablemate in the Ferrari's the car of Antonio Farroco out of the AF Corsa stable, which is as close to a factory car as you're going to get. Ye Yifei badged for Harmony Racing, one of the local teams. Now the drivers need to go to the podium. We'll be able to hear from them in due course. Away there from the FIA's technical offices, technical area. So helmet, hands device handed to the team, and Antonio Farroco makes his way now up to the podium. Now what about Ye Yifei, second place? Let's get back down to Alex and hear from him.
Ye Yifei, close but no cigar, but certainly still gives you confidence ahead of tomorrow's race.
Yeah, knowing that starting on old tires will be difficult compared to Antonio on new tires, maybe some others. So we knew that we just have to try to, get out of T1 in a good position, avoid fighting between us. And actually, Marcello was coming very close into Lisboa on the outside, but luckily I was just able to outbrake him and keep the place. Yeah, all to play for tomorrow. Great job to the team, to Ferrari, and let's see tomorrow how we do.
To play for indeed. Well done.
So good job done by Ye Yifei. Alessio Picariello And the third placed driver in Porsche will be making his way to the podium as well. Trying to get from one side of the paddock to the other.
It's not easy.
It's absolutely not the work at the moment. Everybody wants a word, everybody wants a photograph. There's Antonio Fuoco celebrating with the AF Corsa team. The Macau Grand Prix officials trying to shepherd the drivers through all the cameras, all the crew, and all the photographers. AF Corsa and Marco Ferrari's team is very much the go-to Ferrari squad and has had massive success over the last decade or so. Marco, no mean driver himself, a good 4 decades ago. To the podium goes Antonio Fuoco, Yeye and Alessio Picariello. Ferrari, Porsche, BMW, Audi, Porsche, the order. Yeyefei's arrival at the podium is delayed because the Harmony Racing team want umpteen photographs.
So often the way here at Macau, you've got to go from one side of the paddock to the other, and although that picture that we see there, it isn't the best of ways of showing just how busy that paddock is. It's absolutely rammed all day long, and it is the hustle and bustle of the paddock and the marshals with their whistles getting you out of the way for when the cars need to be threading their way through. But this is not an easy ride from one side of the paddock to the other. I think they're doing a pretty good job.
I will go along with that. And Yeye, who's not really been a Macau driver before, he's not been exposed to the Macau way of doing things, goes from one side of the paddock to the other, ready for the podium, which will be the other side of that big permanent building you see on the left on the pit straight, which of course is public roads. Let's have another look at the start of the race. On board here at the back with Eduardo Mortara. So coming down towards our bend, the other side of which on the left is the everyday traffic. Now the pin is pulled, the cars accelerate up towards the line. You can see on the gantry the lights change. We're in business then. They accelerate down towards Reservoir and 3 wide. Which way do you go if you're Eduardo Mortara? Well, he tried the inside, and look at that. Laurin Heinrich fired it up the inside, danced off the side of the car ahead. They got away with that. We didn't see that from the outside.
Hadn't seen that before.
That was very close indeed. Laurin Heinrich on a mission. Out of Mandarin. Heinrich ahead. Absolutely flat to the boards. They're down through the gears, 3rd gear, 2nd gear, but he couldn't get the car slowed down, and Mortara has to go up the escape road. And look, in the mirror, you see the spinning McLaren of Benji Goethe arrive on the scene that thankfully didn't collect him, but it was close. Antonio Fuoco wins the qualification race for the FIA GT World Cup from Yeye and Alessio Picariello. He rounds out the podium. BMW taking 4th, courtesy of Raffaele Marciello, and Audi 5th, Joel Eriksson, with Ian Schenguven ahead of Luca Engschler, who fended off Laurin Heinrich, Dorian Boccolacci, and Andy Deng round out the top 10. 11th going to Laurence Fantor from Adley Fong, and then Sheldon van der Linde, Benji Goethe after a lap 1 spin. 14th, Christopher Hasse having headbutted the tyres at Lisboa on lap 1. 15th, and Eduardo Mortara also having gone up the escape road down in 16th place. That is about the calmest the pit straight has been now for the last hour or so.
Yes, you're right. What a thrill that was. Absolutely superb. Podium coming up, and the fact that the door is open at the side of the podium, I think it means the podium presenter is preparing and soon will be on their way, as indeed are the trophy queens.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's time for the prize presentation at the podium for the Macau GT Cup FIA GT World Cup qualification race. First of all, let's welcome our winning drivers. Second runner-up, number 911, Alessio Picariello from Belgium. And the first runner-up, number 83, Ye Yifei from China. And the winner, number 50, Antonio Fuoco from Italy. Congratulations. And now, please welcome Mr. Dave Sun, Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer of Sense China Limited, Managing Director of Venetian Macau Limited, to present the laurels and trophies. First to our second runner-up, number 911, Alexio Picaliero. And now to our first runner-up, number 83, Ye Yifei from China. And to our winner, number 50, Antonio Focum. Congratulations. And let's gather at the center and look to the front to take a good photo, capturing this glorious moment of our winning drivers. All right, wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Son. And now I would like to invite all of our drivers to move to the top of the podium to take one more good photo, please. All right, again, look to the front, enjoying your glorious moment. Wonderful, thank you. Please remain, and now I'll pass the mic to Chris. We're gonna have an interview section with our winning drivers, please.
Thank you very much. Right, let's start with Alessio. Alessio, well done, great results. You get better and better every time you come to Macau. Does it help, that experience, to have the confidence to drive here?
Yeah, I think it really helps to come every year. Luckily, I have the trust from Porsche and Absolute Racing, and this year Tempo to put me in their car. And it's always a pleasure to come back every year. And like you said, I improve, and now I'm getting closer and closer. So yeah, I'm just enjoying it.
You had to work hard in the first half of the race. You were trying to attack, but also defend from the BMW of Raffaele.
Yeah, I think I will do nightmare of this car. I mean, the gap was pretty big before last corner, and then he was attacking me already before Mandarin with these big yellow lights, so it was a bit scary. But yeah, I mean, we lack a bit of raceability, but the car is very good in the mountain. I think in free air, I could have gone with Antonio, but yeah, I mean, that's racing. We will try to improve this for tomorrow. For sure, the key will be to have a good start, and then we will see.
Great job so far. Well done. And yeah, Ife in second place. Ife, this is the second famous podium you've been on this year. You're having a great 2025.
Yeah, living the dream.
How was the race? Second time for you here at Macau. Did you learn a lot last year?
Yeah, last year on the grid, I didn't really know how to start a car because I haven't driven this car so much. But this year I've gathered some more experiences, and definitely it has helped a lot. And yeah, we have a great race today, and looking forward to tomorrow.
You kept your pace all the way through the race. Your lap times at the end were pretty much as quick as at the beginning of the race. That must give you some confidence for tomorrow.
I mean, knowing that we started on used tires compared to Antonio, who saved a set of tires in the free practice, for sure we knew that in the first few laps we would have a hard time. But yeah, just try to keep calm, try to keep it clean and consistent, because we know the race is tomorrow. So
yeah, well, you're in a great position. Well done. Second place on the front row tomorrow. Antonio, very well done. You got the first Ferrari pole position yesterday in that Super Pole shootout, and you've turned it into a race win. But I guess it's only half the job for you. Tomorrow is what it's all about.
Yeah, I mean, the main race is tomorrow, but for sure we start on a good position. We also saw that the competitors are really strong, so we will try to do our best. We enjoy today, so I hope we can have also a good race tomorrow.
I guess it's quite hard being at the front all the time on your own, because any slight lapse in concentration and you get punished here at Macau, so you have to remain 100% focused.
Yeah, I mean, you need to stay focused also, because during the race, Ife and the people behind, they were coming close, so I try to be 100% focused on the race, try to manage a bit with the wall and everything, and I think everything went well today.
We very much did. Good luck for tomorrow, all three of you. Well done to our top three in the GT Cup race.
Thank you, and congratulations again to all our winning drivers and the races tomorrow. So looking forward, and the best wishes to you for tomorrow. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna keep enjoying the 72nd
That was a thrilling race for our first GT race for the FIA GT World Cup. But the big one is tomorrow. 16 laps around the Macau gear circuit here. And 12:35 local time is when we get the race underway tomorrow.
Okay, welcome to the race winners press conference, the qualification race for the Macau GT Cup, FIA GT World Cup. We have our race winner, Antonio Fuoco, second, Ye Yifei, and third, Alessio Picariello. Congratulations to all three of you.
大家好，歡迎大家嚟到第72屆澳門格蘭披治大賽車澳門 GT 杯國際汽聯 GT 世界盃選拔賽嘅賽後記者會。首先，我哋恭喜台上面嘅3位車手，佢哋分別係第1位嘅富奧、第2位葉一飛同埋第3位嘅皮卡利耶魯。Before everything, Furo, can you please put your trophy a bit back to you so that you... Okay.
Antonio, congratulations, a great start, sensational first few laps. You were 4 seconds ahead, I think, after 2 laps, and then the gap stabilised and came down. How are things playing out? Why did that gap fluctuate a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I think I had a really good start, and then I think compared to the others, I had new tires, so I was able to push a bit more and being able to open a bit the gap. And then, I mean, the guys were coming back, but at the end I was able to keep the 2 seconds at the end of the race. The car felt really good today, so as I said, I think we had a really good start, then we managed a bit, and now we need to focus about tomorrow.
剛才排第一嘅富表示咧，佢喺選拔賽嘅起步做得非常之好啦，咁可以用新嘅輪胎，其實比賽開始嘅時候咧已經擦出一個比較好嘅速度㗎啦。咁當然對手喺比賽嘅過程當中都不停向佢施壓啦，但佢開心自己可以抵受到對方嘅壓力，咁好期待聽日嘅賽事。
You've been very confident in the car throughout this weekend. You look very comfortable out in front today, but do you think tomorrow's race will be a different matter, especially with kind of more tyre equalisation?
Yeah, for sure. Tomorrow will be a bit different, especially when you have some car behind that are 10k faster on the straight. It will be not easy to stay in the front until Lisboa. So we will try to do our best, and then we see.
佢亦都補充到咧，佢相信聽日咧將會係一場硬戰啦，因為對手其實都非常之強勁啦，所以佢聽日咧會全力以赴。
Yeah, congratulations on second place. If we can talk about the start of the race, obviously Antonio had got clear, but you faced some big pressure from behind, and Raffaele came very close to getting around the outside. How did that play out?
Yeah, we managed a very good start with Antonio to not lose time and actually to get out of turn 1 with a good position. And then, yeah, as Antonio said, with the car actually was more than like 15 kph faster than us. It was difficult. Actually, I was briefly behind him going through Lisboa, behind Raffaele, but I just managed to brake very, very late and get the place back. From there onwards, obviously having old tires was more difficult in the first few laps, but I knew that important is just to finish the race in a good position and to be able to fight for tomorrow. And thanks to the team, to everyone who provided a perfect car today.
可不可以请您与中文的听众和观众分享一下？
Okay, 好。今天我和我的队友Foco 有一个很好的配合在起步，我们在1号弯的时候顺利保持了位置，然后但之后就像他刚才说的，我们在直道上要比他们可能慢15公里，所以在3号弯之前，我其实短暂的被那个Raffaele Marcello 超过了，但是我通过我很晚的刹车，然后把这个位置夺了回来。之后因为我知道我用的是旧胎，所以说可能在前几圈会比较挣扎，但是我知道明天正赛是在明天。所以说，今天的任务是 安全完赛，然后把赛车带到很好的位置，然后这样明天可以有个好的冲刺冠军的机会。
The gap to Antonio stabilised around 2.5 seconds after the first few laps, but you had big pressure from behind Alessio. That Porsche wasn't being dropped. How much pressure were you feeling? How comfortable were you with the kind of the pace you were doing at that point?
Honestly, in Macau, we are all professional drivers, and unless we make a mistake, which normally we don't, even if you're on the back of someone, there's not really a serious chance. Let's say with cars that are equal kind of top speed. So even if I push more to try to catch Antonio, would have made no sense. Also, vice versa, there was no point because I knew that if I just keep driving cleanly, normally I should be able to keep Alessio behind. So at the end, it was just about to manage the race and to have the car good for tomorrow. Oh, again. What was the question? I know. 因为我知道在澳门的话，其实说实话非常难超车，尤其是我们都是职业的车手，所以呢，如果在前车不犯错的情况下，很难有超车的机会。我知道，即使我可能是冒更多险去追我队友，我Vocal 的话，但其实也没有太大意义，因为。其实我追上了更多的时间，但其实也很难超车。然后我也知道我后面的车手，如果我不犯错的话，我也能把它保持在后面。所以说我知道今天的目标是安全完赛，然后积累数据，然后为明天的正赛做最好的准备。
Alessio, congratulations on third place. I think your race was kind of had two halves. The first half, a lot of pressure from behind Raffaele. How was that playing out, and how difficult was that on the straights when that BMW was coming down quite fast?
Yeah, it was actually very difficult, and for me it was a little bit different than Yifei just explained, is that I was pretty quick at the beginning in the mountain, and that's where I could do the difference compared to the BMW. But I was a bit stuck behind the Ferrari in front, and therefore the BMW was not so close, but close enough to always try to attack me. I mean, that car is so quick in the straight, and therefore for us it's very difficult in the first few laps, especially if you have traffic in front. But then I saw he was struggling a bit with his tires, and I was feeling better and better. Also, Yifei was getting quicker, which helped me to pull the gap to the BMW before the last sector. So. Yeah, a little bit frustrating because I feel like we had a lot of pace, but to overtake here in Macau is very difficult. But yeah, happy about the car. I think we have what it takes now. Let's see tomorrow at the start. For sure, it will be tough to keep Lello behind, but we will try our best.
剛才排第3嘅皮卡里耶路咧表示，其實自己咧喺山路嘅路段咧，其實速度都比較快啦。咁但係因為前車其實佢哋嗰個佢同前車嘅一開始嘅距離都比較近，咁同埋後面有馬些路嘅攻勢，所以其實咧佢可以發揮嘅嗰個空間咧並唔係好大嘅。不過去到隨住賽事嘅後面啦，佢同前車同埋後車咧開始拉開咗個距離之後咧，佢反而有多啲嘅空間可以俾佢即係保持佢嘅速度啦。咁雖然咧佢好想做到一個更加好嘅成績。但係因為剛才賽事其實個路況都好擠擁啦，佢都未能夠可以做到一個更加好嘅名次。咁但係佢覺得自己嘅賽車性能非常之好啦，所以好期待聽日嘅賽事可以做到更加好嘅成績。
Now you know the strengths of your car and how it compares to the Ferrari. How confident are you feeling about tomorrow, and do you think you need to get at least one place off the start if you can have a chance of going for the win?
Yes, I mean, for sure it always helps, but I mean, compared to the Ferrari, I think we are quite close. I think we are maybe a little bit quicker in some places in the mountain. They are a little bit quicker out of the last corner, which helped them also for reversibility, but we are pretty close. So with the Ferrari, let's say it's going to be tight, it's going to be hard, but it can be fair. With the BMW, it's very tough, but they also struggle a lot in the mountain, and the race tomorrow is longer, so they will struggle even more, I guess. So let's see. I think there will be a lot of drama at the start because for sure a lot will try. Do I have to take risk or not? I will see after the lights.
而佢都補充到咧，其實佢覺得自己嘅賽車啦，同埋對手嘅賽車咧喺各 路段唔同嘅路段咧，都有各自嘅優勢同埋劣勢嘅。譬如佢自己嘅賽車咧，其實佢覺得喺山路嘅表現比較好啦。咁但係法拉利嘅賽車咧，可能喺最後一彎嘅速度咧就會比較快嘅。咁佢相信咧，聽日比賽中會非常之刺激啦。而佢本人咧，亦都會思考下聽日應該點樣以一個點樣嘅策略去到攞到更加好嘅名次。
Okay, any questions for our top three?
開放現場提問。
No, we're all good. Congratulations. If you can come together a photograph, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Daigaho, everybody. Hello. Thank you so much for joining us here at the press conference of the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour. Bebu, we start with you. That was an incredible race, very clean start, amazing win. Were you able to do maximum attack, knowing that you were pretty safe, knowing that there was a championship going on behind you, or was it still high risk?
First of all, I would like to congratulate Jan for his third title, well-deserved mate. Also to Mikel for P2, starting from P7, was amazing to see 1-2 from Hyundai in the podium. And to be honest, in Macau, it's all about Sector 1 and Sector 5. It's very difficult in Sector 2, 3, and 4 to make an overtake, and it's very easy to overheat the front tires. So I knew if I saved the tires in those sectors, then I will be able to make the gap. My car was very strong on the straight, so I didn't want to put any risk on Sector 2, 3, and 4. And this was the strategy before also the race, no? To make the setup working in that fast section, let's say. But I was very happy because at the middle of the race I started to feel some vibration, and also 4th to 5th was not engaging. and at one moment I thought, oh, maybe we will not make it, but nevertheless we did it, and I'm so happy for the team because it was a tough season for us. We started in Mexico, not so good. We lost many points with the guys here, and then to finish in the high in that way is very needed. So I congratulate all BRC Squadra Corsa, Hyundai, and I hope we can finish on the high tomorrow as well.
When Mikel was let through into P2, did that bring with it some risk, or was there a degree of orders to protect you as the leader?
No, it was a team order already at the start. We know how to play. And we play smart. I think finish 1-2 was the main goal for the team, and we did it. So there was no reason for me to push. When I saw Mikel, I was happy because making a 1-2 in Macau is very nice for the team. So congratulations for that.
Brilliantly done.
好，歡迎大家嚟到第72屆澳門格蘭披治大賽車澳門東望洋大賽 Kumo 國際汽聯 TCR 世界巡迴賽澳門站第一回合正賽嘅賽後記者會。首先，我哋恭喜台上面嘅3位車手啦，佢哋分別係第一位嘅基奧拿美、第2位斯哥拿同埋第3名嘅艾拿卓嘅。剛才咧，基奧拿美都有同我哋分享啦，其實佢好開心啦，可以嚟澳門作賽啦。首先，佢恭喜艾拿卓啦，成為咗Kumo 國際汽聯 TCR 世界巡迴賽嘅總冠軍嘅。第二咧，佢亦都為 自己嘅車隊感到高興啦，因為第一位同第二位咧其實都係現代嘅車隊嘅車手嚟嘅。咁另外第三咧，佢就話其實嚟到澳門參賽咧，一直都知道可以真係有爭奪嘅 pace 嘅咧，其實都係喺 sector 1同埋 sector 5嘅，而喺賽事嘅中段咧，其實就好難可以超越對手，所以佢就決定喺中段嘅時候咧，保持輪胎嘅呢個穩定性啦，咁同埋佢會盡量保持咗速度啦，然之後不停咁樣擦出快圈，最後咧就攞到依家呢個成績嘅。喺賽事嘅中途咧，其實佢架車都有啲唔穩啦，但係佢開心可以將架車安全帶過終點，亦都對呢個賽果好開心啦。好多謝車隊幫佢準備咗一個咁好嘅賽車，同埋期待聽日嘅正賽嘅。而至於剛才亦都有提問咧，其實對手之後有成功爬到去佢後邊啦，咁佢有冇覺得壓力？其實佢覺得作為一個團隊合作上嚟講咧，其實佢覺得咁樣嘅競爭係冇問題嘅。咁同埋佢再一次強調啦，好開心為車隊爭奪到第一同埋第二嘅位置。
Wow. Mikel Ascona, congratulations. This feels like a really deserved P2 podium here in Macau after your pace yesterday. Just talk us through the race from your perspective.
Yeah, thanks so much. First, congrats Ian for the title and also Bebu for the race win. Yeah, I feel so happy, to be honest. After not a really good qualifying yesterday, touching the wall and then being out of pole chances, I felt so bad. So, to be honest, now to be back on P2, this comeback was an amazing race. It was all about the start, to be honest. I knew that if I do a good jump, good launch, I had small possibilities to overtake. I did it, so after Mandarin also I had the chance to go into the inside. We were 3 wide. I took the chance to go into the inside, which is the best place. So it was very good. And then from this point, already on the podium, so try to manage the tires, long race, it was very hot. And trying to defend from Esteban because he was pushing at the beginning and I didn't want to lose the podium. So in the middle of the race, I felt competitive and I felt how Esteban was kind of losing performance or struggling with the tires. So then I started to push slightly more, but you cannot push much more here because the wall is so close. And then I felt competitive. So yeah, also when I was close to Ian, I realized that he was looking for the title and he was not kind of defending. So happy for this second position. Also good for Hyundai BRC, P1, P2. In Macau is very good and positive for us, no, as a team, as a brand.
Congratulations, Mikel.
而第二位嘅阿斯哥拿咧，亦都表示佢首先好想借呢個機會恭喜艾拿卓成為咗總冠軍啦。另外佢對自己嘅賽果咧都非常之滿意嘅。其實喺尋日嘅比賽裏邊咧，佢就有擦場啦，所以其實佢自己唔係好開心。但係依家咧可以排翻去第二咧，佢覺得自己都做得好好嘅。咁喺賽事過程當中咧，佢有超車啦，咁喺內線成功地排咗去第二位啦。之後佢就覺得自己既然都可以保持到頒獎台位置，咁佢就繼續保持輪胎嘅能力啦，咁同埋繼續保持自己嘅位置，希望唔好俾後車超越。最後好開心啦，可以攞到第二嘅成績，亦都為車隊感到高興，可以攞到第一同埋第二嘅位置。
Jan Erlache, 4 wins, 14 podiums. You've led the championship since round 2. You've been relentlessly consistent. This must feel like a deserved 3rd world title.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, well done to Nestor and Mikel for the 1-2 for Hyundais. It's always good to win a race in Macau. But yeah, for us it was a good season. We've been leading very early in the season, and then we just kept that lead to the end. It was quite a lot of pressure at the end from, let's say, Korea, where Ted started to do a very good job every weekend, scoring podiums basically all races. So it was just about keeping digging, carrying weight since the beginning of the season, almost every weekend between 30 and 40 kilos. So it was quite tough. But I'm very happy about the way the team handled this season. You know, we had like 2 years or even 3 from 22 to now where we struggled to get the driver title. We got the team title, but yeah, the driver title belongs to Hyundai those years, and yeah, we're happy to get those 2 titles this year. And it was not an easy one when you have like 4 competitive drivers in the same team. It's quite easy to maximize the points. So yeah, I'm very happy and proud of the job we did, and about today was just about to survive, doing a good start. I did a bit better start than Nestor, but I could not challenge him with the 30 kilo. It was just about to survive. At some point I thought, okay, maybe I have pace to do something, because winning Macau is still a win in Macau. But following him through the mountain, you overheat the front tires quite a lot, and when Mikel came back, I prefer to let him go because it was too risky for me to start defending. And the last time I got those two guys in front of me, the last race weekend, something could have happened for me to get a win, so I was expecting a bit of spicy stuff, but apparently it was a bit more chill today. So no, overall very happy. I can't wait to finish the season tomorrow. We will have another good race with basically nothing to play for the team or the driver. So we'll be just about enjoying and celebrating everything with the family and the team, and starting to think about 26 from next week.
No rest for the wicked. At what point during the race did you have that moment of, okay, the title is mine?
Well, I think from Lisboa, basically, I was like, okay, well, if nothing happened to the car or if I don't do a stupid mistake, basically nothing can really happen. I saw Ted dropped a little bit, lost some places. So from Lisboa on, I was like, okay, now it's up to me to manage my pace and to deliver a good performance till the end to save what I have to save. But you know, when you lead the championship, you came to the last round, in your mind, you know there is a possibility to win. It's not like I came and it's a surprise for me to win the title this year, even though for sure it was a big pressure because you lose it. When you lead, you can only lose. So it was a big pressure, but it's not like a surprise, even though we are super happy about it.
Incredible result.
Thank you.
Any questions from the audience?
Sorry, before that.
Sorry.
No worries. 剛才排喺第3位，亦都係 TCR 世界巡迴賽總冠軍嘅艾納卓啦，都表示其實自己首先好恭喜第1位同埋第2位嘅車手啦，可以為佢哋嘅車隊爭奪到1、2嘅位置啦。另外總括成個賽季嚟講咧，佢覺得自己嘅表現咧都係唔錯嘅，咁不停可以攞到頒獎台嘅位置啦，咁然後喺成個賽季裏邊咧都可以保持到一個唔錯嘅速度啦、pace 啦，亦都冇犯太多嘅錯誤啦。咁佢咧就其實喺今日嘅賽事裏邊咧，因為賽車油加重嘅問題咧，所以佢嘅目標就係保持好一個好嘅位置啦，做到一個好嘅起步啦，咁同埋將架車安全帶過終點嘅。咁呢幾樣咧，佢都有好成功咁樣做到啦。咁所以佢好期待今日嘅比賽，亦都好期待聽日咧可以喺賽季結束之後咧開始諗下一年可以點樣咯喎。咁而至於佢都有分享到咧，其實佢大概喺最後一圈入到葡京灣之後咧，佢就已經感覺到只要自己保持住架車嘅性能啦，冇犯任何嘅錯誤啦，其實佢應該就可以攞到總冠軍嘅名次㗎啦。
And now,
do you mind, guys, if I ask somebody to join you on the stage? Do you? So I would like to invite Katy Muller, who has raced here in Formula 3 a few years ago, and is Jan's mother. Please.
另外咧，我哋依家邀請艾拿卓嘅媽咪上台啦。其實佢嘅媽咪咧曾經喺澳門參加過比賽嘅，80年代咧曾經有喺澳門參加過 F3 嘅賽事啦。而佢咧亦都係鼎鼎大名嘅穆拿家族嘅其中一員嚟嘅。咁相信佢嘅舅父伊雲梅拿咧，其實大家都唔陌生㗎啦。咁依家台上嘅咧就係艾拿卓嘅媽咪。
Kathy, welcome. It's a real privilege to have you here. Sitting alongside Jan Erlacher, tell me, first of all, when you were here racing around the streets of Macau in Formula 3, did you ever imagine in your wildest dreams that you would now be fast-tracked here?
No.
X number of years later, sitting beside Jan as the winner of the title.
No, I was only 20 and for sure I was not thinking about that, for sure.
Tell us how you feel.
How I feel so much lighter, you know. The last 2 weeks has been really very difficult for us, for me, for for Jan's father, for all the family, because we are a big family and we are all connected. They are connected now also. But it's we are looking we're looking for Macau, and we are full behind Jan, of course, and yeah, it's very difficult, nervously, because you want the best for your kid. Yeah. So, but I must say that Jan did a lot of sacrifice the whole year. He was full focus. He was never so better that this year, and he's getting better all the time. Mm-hmm. And he's incredible. He's incredible because he's so many sacrifice, I can tell you. So he's
incredible result. He's beside you going, "Oh, mum, shush." Merci beaucoup.
No, he will always say, "Yeah, but you are my man. It's normal." No. I look also sometimes on my ex-driver eyes, and he impressed me every race, every laps. He impressed me because he's really strong.
Very special.
我總結一下，剛才艾拿卓嘅媽咪啦，佢有講到其實佢喺依家呢一刻咧，可以話係鬆一口氣嘅。其實喺過去嘅2個禮拜裏邊咧，佢都非常之緊張啦，等個仔緊張啦。咁其實但係又好期待可以嚟澳門參加比賽啦。咁佢好開心咧，艾拿卓可以做到呢個咁好嘅成績。咁佢就認為咧，艾拿卓其實佢覺得佢個仔喺過去嘅呢個賽季裏邊真係犧牲咗好多，成年咧都全程係專注喺比賽當中啦，不停咁樣做出更加好嘅成績，攞到更加好嘅成績，佢都非常之自豪嘅咁。
Any more questions from the audience?
現場開放提問。
多謝大家。
The Macau Grand Prix, the 72nd Macau Grand Prix, here around the streets of Macau. It's called the Gear Circuit, over 6 kilometres of the streets of Macau, and we are about to enjoy our first race for the FIA FR World Cup here at Macau in 2025. It's been a warm day. It's just beginning to cool at the end of the afternoon. 24 degrees, and the humidity is low for this area, 63% humidity. Track temperature 37 degrees. It's been a hot day, and here at the end of the afternoon, the final on-track action. The circuit will become the streets of Macau again at 6 o'clock local time. It's 4 o'clock local time. That gives us plenty of time to enjoy a 10-lap race around the streets of Macau. For the single-seaters, these are stars of the future, and make no mistake, every single one of them wants to experience a victory here at Macau. So many races have become so memorable here at Macau for the Macau Grand Prix, and the Grand Prix is tomorrow at 3:30 in the afternoon. For now, we're about to find out how the grid is going to line up for that Grand Prix tomorrow. And David, we have an incredible entry of talent this year.
Plenty of champions from across the regions where Formula Regional operates, plus a Euro Cup 3 champion. People from Formula 3, 1 or 2 therefore stepping across to Formula Regional cars, FR cars, others stepping up to them. And they are all in the same base car. They're all in a Tatia's T318 with an Auto Technica Alfa Romeo 1800 turbo engine. One driver, Matteo De Paolo, who's recently been signed for the McLaren driver development program, given a 3-place grid drop for impeding another car yesterday. His argument was he'd hit the wall, the car was slow, but if he parked it, he knew that he would therefore bring out a red flag and cause people to, after the session was stopped, not to get their final push lap in, so he thought it was probably safer to limp back to the pit lane. And the steward said, yeah, but there were opportunities to go up an escape road and park it, so nice idea, but he got a 3-place grid drop. Lots of people have been in the wall this weekend. The likes of Jose Garfias, Charlie Wirtz, Oscar Wirtz, Risa Seaworthen, Zenroy Chi, Kanato Lee, Timet Kwarchuk, Hiro Yamakoshi. They've all had incidents. This is Matteo De Paolo from yesterday. Let's see whether this is the lap on which he whacked the wall, and whether or not this is now coming to the grid. Forgive me, this is the driver I was talking about with the grid drop. But Matteo De Paolo making his way down towards Lisboa. And this is the driver who gets the grid drop for today. This is the run from Lisboa up through San Francisco. You climb San Francisco Hill, and at this point, going on to the mountain section, if you like, it gets narrower, it gets twistier, and after the sharp right of maternity, it is really hard to almost remember where you are, because one left blends into another. From here on in, all the way down to the sharp right of police, you kind of lose your bearings.
It all gets a little bit vague, doesn't it? You have to be inch perfect in any kind of car that you drive around the gear circuit here at Macau. And when you're on board in a single-seater, you become very, very aware of just how inch perfect you have to be with the barriers, those iconic yellow and black barriers. You know, any time that you see a motorsport photograph and you see a yellow and black barrier in the background, you know exactly where in the world it is. It is a unique circuit. This is the right that you spoke of at Police. Very short burst up towards the right at Moorish, and then onto the left-hander here at Donna Maria. It goes on and on and on, and finally it's the blast down the hill towards the Melco hairpin. No overtaking here. A permanent yellow flag over the course of the weekend. You couldn't fit 2 cars in, even if you tried. And then you get a flashing green light on the right-hand side, which means the circuit now opens up. It's a high-speed blast down through Black Sands, down towards Fisherman's. That's the right-hander here. Things can go wrong here at Fisherman's because the speed is climbing, ever climbing, weaving the car from side to side to try and get a bit of heat into the tyres before the final turn, our bend, and the completion of a lap of the 6-kilometre gear circuit here at Macau.
135 kilometres an hour, our bend, under race conditions, but when you're coming to the grid, you back it right off. And in the case now of Matteo De Paolo, he will work his way to 12th on the grid. He drives for the R-Ace GP team, along with Enzo Deligny and Jin Nakamura. Enzo Deligny starts 5th, and Jin Nakamura a little bit further back on the grid. In fact, 14th, so the car directly behind this man, Matteo De Paolo. You see the McLaren stickers on the crash helmets and the way that they're going in Formula One this year. Not a bad Formula One team to be affiliated with. You've got Mattia Colnaghi on the grid. You'll see his car that starts 7th in the Red Bull colours. He's part of that junior programme as well. So we have...
Barry Boyer as well has recently been announced as Aston Martin young development driver as well. Correct. Very proudly walking around in that significant green top. Very proud he was.
And the Formula One team's keeping an eye on the talent, and they will continue to do so, no doubt, after this weekend, as more reputations are enhanced, because if you can master Macau, it does your career prospects no harm at all.
So this is a dress rehearsal for everybody, what to expect down on the grid. And down on the grid, very pleased to say, is Alexander Negri.
Theo has done the first part of the hard work to get into this position, but how tricky is it going to be to convert this to a win?
Well, for sure it's going to be really tricky into T3. Try to stay on the line, try to have a really good start, really good jump, and then let's see. The race is a race, so let's see how it goes. Most important race is tomorrow, so yeah, let's take this race for all learning.
Great. Bon chance, Theo.
So Theo Nile, the driver on pole position in the KCMG Enya Pinnacle Motorsport car, and Alex will stride further down the grid, see who else you might be able to find. Number 6 it is, the pole position car, Theo Nile, looking a little bit further along the front of the grid. Freddie Slater, the British driver there in the familiar Prema Racing colours, which also carries the Theodore Racing tag. And Freddie Slater, the champion out of so-called FRECA, Formula Regionale European Championship by Alpine. And the British driver was here last year in Regionale, 2 years ago in F4, and he starts as one of the favourites. Let's hear from Freddie with Alex.
Right, Freddie, you've now got an idea of the pace of Theo. I feel like what comes down to is who's got the biggest kahunas into this first corner. Is that you?
Well, I'd like to hope so. Definitely going to be getting stuck in, but obviously tomorrow's the more important race. So try and get a good start and then see how the race goes from there.
Thank you.
Freddie Slater starting on the outside of the front row of the grid. The British driver, his father, a very handy racer going back quite a few years now in Porsches, Adrian Slater. And there you can see third on the grid, the black car of Evan Gilter. That's the driver who won the Middle East Championship in the winter months. Fourth on the grid, looking down to Taito Kato, number 23. Fourth there, you can see his race number just being held on the grid board. And Kato, last year's French F4 champion. He's been one of the surprises of the weekend because he's consistently been up in the mix. Maybe never the ultimate fastest, but always, to use that phrase, there or thereabouts.
These young drivers might think that this is the hustle and bustle of a grid that they'll experience tomorrow in the build-up to the Macau Grand Prix. It's going to be this and then some tomorrow. They will never have experienced a build-up to a race anywhere near the celebration that we have ahead of the Macau Grand Prix. This a dress rehearsal for tomorrow in more ways than one.
It is indeed. Freddie Slater and Enzo Deligny have been noted for speeding in the pit lane. Let's have a quick look at the grid. Theo Nile starts on pole position from Freddie Slater. Evan Gilter is third and Taito Kato fourth. Enzo Deligny speeding in the pit lane fifth, and sixth on the grid, Marie Boyer ahead of Mattia Colnaghi and Rashid Al-Dahari. Then you've got Noah Stromstead from James Egozzi. Tasanapon in Thrapivasak starts 11th, and Matteo De Paolo is 12th, ahead of Enzo Ye and Jin Nakamura. Jose Garfias comes next, with the Japanese champion, Hiyo Yamakoshi, starting 16th. 17th, Charlie Wirtz, who had an accident yesterday. And then the Euro Formula Open champion, the Polish driver, Timek Kwarczuk, who had an accident yesterday. Yuki Sano is ahead of Koyoshi Umagaki. Owen Tangavulu is next from Kanato Lee, who crashed on Thursday. Charles Leung starts 23rd, double Grand Prix winner in F4, ahead of Takayo Suzuki. Risa Seaworthen in Formula Regionale machinery for the first time. Then Cheese Henry and Oscar Wirtz, one of many who's been in the wall this weekend, starting at the back of the grid. That is Freddie Slater then. Well, he just proved he's quick in the pit lane. Needs to be quick on track as well. Theo Nale lining up alongside. This is the pole position driver. And Theo Nale has been driving in Formula 3 rather than Formula Regional this year. He did a few Middle East races at the start of the year, and the best result that he had in FIA F3, where he drove for Van Amersfoort, second at Silverstone. 8th in the championship. That is Taito Kato, starting 4th on the grid. The grid for this, incidentally, the better time you set out of the qualifying session on Thursday and a qualifying session on Friday. Not aggregated, but you took your better time. There is the car of Evan Gilter. He starts 3rd on this grid, the Middle East champion. And Evan Gilter, the driver who was French F4 champion 2 years ago, did race in Europe this year, 5th with a race win. Enzo Deligny, whose father used to race Volkswagens in China, drove to 3rd in the European Championship and 4 victories in the course of the European Championship this season. Born in China and a French-Chinese racer. There, Alan, is the aforementioned Murray Boyer with the Aston Martin decals proudly on the visor.
Yeah, it's a proud thing, isn't it, when you're picked for a Formula One team's development, young driver development programme. And Murray Boyer, yeah, as you rightly say, just with the sunscreen on the visor of the helmet for Murray Boyer, qualifies on the outside of the 3rd row of the grid. Just Murray Boyer.
That's Rashid Al-Dakhiri in another of the Prema Theodore Racing cars. The driver who was 3rd 2 years ago here in the F4 race at Macau. Last year did the Grand Prix but was excluded. So he's eager for a slightly easier run this season. 25 is Noah Stromstead, his Macau debut, having been racing in Formula 3 this year. He's a member of the Mercedes junior team.
And a bit of experience around the streets of Macau is worth an awful lot in whatever form of single-seater you might have had previous experience. It all adds up to give a slight advantage around the circuit. Tanazapal into Prusiak there on the grid in car number 26 on the 6th row of the grid, the inside of the 6th row of the grid, formerly racing in the UK in the British F4 Championship. Alongside the number 2 car we just rode on board with Matteo De Paolo, qualifies a little way further down on the grid than where we would expect. But once again, a proud young driver in a driver development programme and therefore carrying a very recognisable colour on that car this weekend.
Enzo Ye aboard number 20, who was very successful in China in karts going back a few years, but has moved on to race in Southeast Asia in F4, in Italy in Formula 4, and has sort of mixed and matched his season in Formula Regional and the Euro Formula Open, which are for the same chassis but a different spec, different power output. As you see there, number 21, Jose Garfias. Last time we saw that car, it was nearly in 2, wasn't it? He had a big whack into the wall up near Eternity yesterday.
Certainly was, yeah, and you have to put those sort of behind you over the course of a Macau weekend if you want to succeed, and this is a really important race, make no mistake about it. Good grid position tomorrow. Go forward, that's exactly what they need to do, because a good grid position for the start of the Grand Prix is going to be absolutely vital.
That is Hiro Yamakoshi talking about going forward, and he will do so, no question. So another driver who's been racing in the European Championship. Get set, good to go. The grid is now being cleared. They will have, of course, 1 formation lap and 10 laps for this qualifying race. Alan's made the point that this sets the grid for tomorrow, so a lot of it is really about keeping out of trouble.
Yeah, you can't really be a hero in the Saturday race. You can have a good race, and that's really good news. It sets you up nicely for the Grand Prix. But you can be, for want of a better phrase, a bit of a zero. If you hurt the car and you therefore start at the back of the grid and the team have to work to prepare the car overnight, then that really upsets, that destroys the whole of the weekend. So keep it neat, keep it tidy, keep out of trouble. And if it's a question of discretion being the better part of valour and giving a place away, then you know what, on a Saturday I would do that.
Is there a bit of a concern at the back of the grid? Mechanic there sprinting down to one car, and hopefully now off the track as the green flag is waved, but that mechanic still on the circuit at the green flag might come back to bite the team. Everybody released then, chance to get some warmth into the Pirelli tyre. That takes you through Reservoir, the first corner, and then the speed builds all the way down here through Mandarin, which, if you look at a map of the circuit, looks a bit like a kink, but it is a full-on corner, and these cars on warm tyres at race pace will be doing almost 250 kilometres an hour through here.
It's a quite incredible thought, isn't it? Not only racing, if you were in isolation, that would be a bit of a challenge, but with all these other young, hungry drivers keen to impress, keen to make their mark on this event this year, well, we're about to see how it all pans out. Weaving the cars from side to side, absolutely vital. Cold tyres, not a good thing. Really high track temperature, 37 degrees it was shown on the graphic ahead of this formation of the grid. And that's all very, very helpful to get the car tyres, everything about the cars, brakes, engine up to temperature. That's an important part of it.
It is indeed, and anybody that's got experience of Formula Regional chassis around here is going to be in a slightly more advantageous position. The team's now making their way back down the pit lane. They hope their work is done, but in one or two cases they might have a long night, because make a mistake here, you're in the wall, there's a lot of damage to be repaired. The Grand Prix tomorrow, which is the Formula Regional World Cup, is at 3:30 in the afternoon. It is the focal point, of course, of the weekend, as it carries the Grand Prix tag. It is where the drivers are introduced to the dignitaries. There's the big build-up, the lion dance, all very much part of the culture. And although you know you're in a different part of the world for a race meeting, it's only really when you get to that part with the lion dance, with all the build-up to a single-seater race, that you really appreciate how it's done in Macau.
Absolutely love it. Looking back at Mary Boyer, starting on the outside of the third row of the grid, the young development driver for Aston Martin. And so many drivers with so much talent here at Macau. And you also have to have quite a nerve around the streets of Macau in a single-seater. It could all go wrong today, and it could all go incredibly right.
Well, there is the Prema Run car, Ronnie Rossin's team, operating so many different programs these days. They've always been mainstays of international Formula 3, but Formula 4, Formula Regional, into sports car racing and LMP2, into American racing as well. There's not much that Prema hasn't touched successfully over the years. And they're the red and white car of the British driver, Freddie Slater, who has not had a lot of luck at Macau. If you go back 2 years in the F4 race, he was battling with Arvin Lindblad, and his car developed some weird problem that sapped the power going up San Francisco Hill, and he fell way back into the top 10. He made a last lap move last year. It didn't work, ended up in the wall, but as he said, I had to try something. It's Macau, and nobody remembers who was second or third. I had to have a go. Is this going to be his year? Third time lucky? We'll find out. But even today only gives you half the story. The grid is formed. Really
swinging the cars to get that last little bit of heat into the tyres. And that bit could go wrong as well when you're applying that much power just to get the car to swing from side to side. Well, they've all done it exceptionally well. The maximum amount of temperature is now in the tyres, and hopefully the front row of the grid won't have to wait too long before we see a green flag at the back of the field. That means all of the cars are lined up for our qualification race. 10 laps around the gear circuit here at Macau. The last few cars slot into their grid positions. We wait for the marshal at the back. Come on, he says, encourages them to take up the final places, and that's when we'll see the green flag waved. The lights will come on and we'll get the race underway. The engine notes rise. 4 lights, 5 lights, they go out, and the race is underway.
Good getaway by Slater, and it's a better start, I think, than Teo Nail. They're going to be toe-to-toe down towards Reservoir. Slater on the inside, Evan Gilter in third, and Nail is run out wide, so Slater leads, but Gilter tries to come up on the outside line, down towards Mandarin. Good getaway by Slater. Look back, that's Teo Nail. Murray Boyer also trying to work his way up the order. Murray Boyer from 6th on the grid as they accelerate their way down now towards Mandarin, and then Lisboa for the first time. Everybody trying to break the slipstream effect of the car behind. Are they all going to survive Lisboa? This is the first pinch point. Slater leads the way. Evan Gilter is second. Boyer third. Nail on the outside of him. The leaders turn into Lisboa. Lisboa. So far, so good. They've all done it, they've all done it, they've all done it, safely through.
Breathe again. What an amazing feat to get everyone through cleanly down at that first pinch point down at Lisboa. And you know what? Freddie Slater has done this absolutely perfectly. He's got away cleanly. He needs to get through that first corner. He was able to do so. Didn't really need to worry about what everyone else was doing just behind, because he was at the front of the field, and that's where you need to be. Front row start. He's already shown a clean pair of heels.
He has indeed. Enzo Ye was away late, I think, in number 20, and Slater, has absolutely nailed that start. Theo nailed a bad getaway, and he has now dropped down the pack as the leaders turn their way through the mountain section of the circuit up the hill, and Freddie Slater getting away early on with two absolute bests. Let's have another look on board with Slater. Perfect launch, look at that.
Already alongside as they head down towards the first turn down at turn 1 at Reservoir. Packed grandstands either side, enjoying the start of this race. That was absolutely what he needed to do. He nailed the start.
Totally did. Freddie Slater then, Theo Nail on the pole position slot, already down to 4th.
Was there a little puff of tyre smoke between the front wing of Theo Nail there?
Maybe, certainly close. And then as they came down towards Lisboa, Evan Gilter in the wheel tracks, everybody hugging that inside line. You can see the two Pinnacle cars in the background go side by side, but it was Boyer that was able to turn through ahead. Look at the way, though, that Slater comes out of Lisboa with a much bigger gap. And we've had one car go wide at Melco. That's dropped back. We'll come to that in a moment. Slater is away and gone, isn't he? A dominant first lap. Second is Gilter, third is Boyer, fourth from pole is Nail, in fifth it is Carto, and sixth Enzo Deligny as they come across the line.
So the advantage at the end of lap 1, take a deep breath about this, 1.6 seconds the advantage for Freddie Slater at the end of lap number 1. That is impressive.
It is indeed, and the battle is on for second place, because Evan Gilter is under attack now from Murray Boyer, who's going to have a go on the outside as they go down towards Lisboa. He's got his nose in front, I think, has Murray Boyer, but he's on the wrong line for the corner. Evan Gilter braves it out with him and claims the place again on the inside. Boyer thinks about the inside. Gilter defends on the run to San Francisco.
Super racing as they go through San Francisco. Up the hill they go and on towards the tight and twisty section up towards Maternity. That's the right-hander and the narrowest part of the circuit now, the mountain section as we sometimes call it here on the gear circuit of Macau, and then into Maternity towards Teddy, the wall on the left-hand side through Teddy onto the Solitude S's, the change of direction that they get now.
This was the opening lap at Melco. You can see the cars diving through, and whoops, a bit of a traffic jam and a bit of a coming together, which has eliminated one of the Wurtzes by the look of it. And we think it might be Oscar Wurtz, who was rather driven into, so he limps off the road. But the good thing is, straight up the escape road, no need to neutralise the race.
Very professional driving that, because natural disappointments are coming together. A car that is stricken, but keeps the car going and keeps it moving up towards that escape road. And that's what the escape road is there for.
Yeah, good man. So sadly, Oscar Wurtz's miserable weekend gets no better. But Freddie Slater, as you say, not only with that amazing lap at the end of the opener, is still building it, because he's doing absolute best. He's in clear air, doesn't have to think about attacking anybody nor defending from anybody. He's just driving his own race. Evan Gilter, though, has got away again from Murray Boyer, hasn't he, here?
And we talked about experience here at Macau and what it counts for. And Freddie Slater has been here before. He knows the various pitfalls that could befall you here at Macau, and knew exactly what he needed to do in this qualification race. Needs to start at the front of the grid, and even better if he starts on pole, and even better if he sampled the top step of the podium today in the qualification race. Once again, a fastest lap of the race for Freddie Slater, the race leader, 2:17.320 around the gear circuit here at Macau, and that equates to 2.5 seconds ahead of Evan Gilter in second place.
So the margin continues to grow, nearly 2.6 seconds. Slater to Gilter, Boyer in third, Nail in fourth, Carto fifth against Enzo Deligny, and Deligny here looking the white and black car to the outside line. The French driver tries to get up alongside Carto and then dives to the inside, but it's all too late. He has to stand on the anchors to make the corner. Mathieu Colnaghi behind in seventh, eighth is James Igotzi, ninth is Noah Stromstead, and 10th is Rashid Al-Nahari.
They all head up San Francisco Hill now.
They do, but the second and third cars, Gilter and Boyer, fractionally quicker in sector 1 than Freddie Slater. So maybe Slater was really good out of the blocks on cold tyres. Perhaps now, as the others feel a bit more confident on the Pirelli rubber, they might be able to do something about the margin. We'll see.
With almost a 2.6 second advantage at the end of lap 2, one of the really important things for Freddie Slater now is not to make any kind of tiny little error. He's got that little cushion, and that's really good news. Gilter and Boyer very close together between the two of them for second and third places. And yet again, Freddie Slater in clean air at the front of the field, able to put in the overall best sectors, sector 2, sector 3. He's got the best lap of the race as well. So far, so good for Freddie Slater.
So Slater leading, Gilter second, and here on his own is Freddie Slater. You're looking back and trying to find anybody behind him. This is what 2.5 seconds looks like out of the Macau hairpin. Freddie Slater now in total control of this race. But as Alan rightly says, he's still got to make sure he makes not one single slip. Murray Boyer, in the contrast, is staring at the back of Evan Gilter, and he's not close enough to make a move. We'll see whether the gap comes down, though, as the cars now turn their way through Fisherman's Bend, down towards our bend, the last corner on the lap. You're riding with Boyer. The gap is a little reduced, I would offer you.
Let's have a look what happens over the course of this race. We are only completing now 3 laps, and Freddie Slater has once again nailed the sectors. Fastest in sector 2, fastest in sector 3, fastest in sector 4 and sector 5. That now gives him an advantage over Evan Gilter in second place of 3.3 seconds. A fastest lap of the race, 2:16. 7.03 for Freddie Slater. Wow, oh wow, what an advantage, what a cushion.
And Boyer is going to have a go at Gilter on the way to Lisboa. Look, he's got his nose in front on the outside. He tried it last time and it didn't work. He tries to brave it out on the outside, but he needs the undercut coming off the corner and he can't do it. And while they're squabbling, this is playing right into the hands of Freddie Slater, driving off into the distance. But Murray Boyer doing everything he possibly can on the outside line there to have a go and try and gain that place. Great battle between those two, but still the advantage is to Evan Gilter.
And you don't need to try anything desperate, do you, on this race? You can be quite happy with a good starting position for tomorrow's Grand Prix. Cars 9 and 31 noted, causing a collision down there at turn 19. Freddie Slater now with 3 laps completed, an overall fastest lap, and yet again putting in the purples on sectors 2 and 3.
And looking unstoppable right now, especially if Gilter and Boyer are still going to battle. I really would be fascinated to see what Boyer could do were he to get past Gilter, but at the moment the Middle East champion Evan Gilter is being able to fend him off, make sure he can't find a way through. Gilter only took 1 win in the European Championship, but he got 5th by being a good, consistent point scorer. The win came at Misano, which is a very open, very flat circuit. Total contrast on this, and he's really wide into the Macau hairpin that time, and that might give Murray Boyer a chance again, because he'll be even nearer coming through Black Sands.
So down through Black Sands, we quicken up on the run down towards Fisherman's. The circuit opens up. It's the widest part of the circuit ahead of them, and then down towards the pinch point, the overtaking place down at Lisboa, named after the hotel, the Grand Lisboa, which is on the outside of the corner. This the battle for second place. Murray Boyer all over the back of second place Evan Gilter. How close will they be? They complete now 4 laps in the book. Across the line they go. Half a second between the two of them as they cross the beam and already down towards Lisboa. You can see him there in the red and white car. That's the leader. Freddie Slater once again putting in the purple sectors of 4 of the 5 sectors, and this is the run for second place. They absolutely mirror each other. They go side by side on the run down towards Lisboa, on board with Murray Boyer, and through, goodness me, that was close between the two of them on the run down towards Lisboa.
Impressive stuff by Boyer to do it with the advantage of a toe. Impressive that he got the car slowed down for the corner as well, so he's done it. Now Murray Boyer has spent the last 3 laps trying to do that at Lisboa. Straight away he's ahead of Gilter. Don't forget, Murray Boyer started 6th on the grid here, so you can overtake around the Macau circuit. You can make progress on the Macau circuit, and the next target is Freddie Slater. Now Slater has just done another absolute best within sector 2, but Boyer, with clear road ahead of him, might be able to reduce the margin before the end of the race, and this was the move. He got a toe, he came to the outside and was able to go through and cut across the front, claim the line for the corner and get the car slowed down. Boyer does have Macau experience, but that was a very good effort. Now, we're being told that Slater will be investigated after the race for speeding in the pit lane. So although he's leading comfortably, the story is not over.
And that was before the race started,
Correct,
wasn't it?
absolutely,
When
coming to
the
the
pit
grid.
lane was open to do these reconnaissance laps around the circuit, come through pit lane, and then ultimately to take your place up on the grid. That would be incredibly disappointing if there was some kind of penalty. You take the top step of the podium and then you get a penalty for something that happened before the race even started. Can you imagine the disappointment?
I can, but there is a rule book.
Rules are rules.
Now, Mary Boyer getting away from Evan Gilter. His sector times are personal best in 3 and 4. Now that he has been able to break away, doesn't have to think about defending. Impressive pace, this. And there's also going to be post-race Oscar Wirtz being investigated with Charles Leung. It was Leung that made contact with him at the Melco hairpin. That's the other incident we saw early on. Slater's just going to cross the line as you ride with Boyer. And he comes up now out of our bend with the margin between them being 5.4 seconds. Even though Murray Boyer has just done his own best lap of the race, Slater's done yet another fastest lap of the race and stretched the gap 5.4 seconds.
With 3 out of a possible 5 overall, 2 out of a possible 5 overall best sectors. Every single lap, Freddie Slater is nailing this lap around the gear circuit here in Macau, helped along by the fact that he has that advantage, 5.4 seconds. He can pick exactly where he needs to be.
Talking about Nail, Theo Nail gets back ahead then of Evan Gilter. He was ahead on the grid, he's ahead on the track now after his duff start. So that is both of the Pinnacle Motorsport cars getting ahead of Evan Gilter, who's fallen back into 4th place. So Boyer second, Nail now third, Gilter, Carto, Deligny to round out the top 6. And in Sector 1 this time, 2/10 pulled back by Boyer on Slater. In Sector 2 this time, 2/10 lost by Boyer. So what he gained, he's given away.
Into the second half of the race already. It's a 10-lap race, this, the qualification race for the Macau Grand Prix tomorrow. And the race tomorrow, 15 laps in prospect. They really are equipping themselves up very nicely indeed. Halfway through, Freddie Slater once again in Sector 2 puts in the overall best time in Sector number 2. Nothing particularly to be a headline in Sector 3, although Mary Boyer has just put in an overall best in Sector 3.
Just seen Mathieu Colnaghi there going up the escape road. He tried to get past Enzo Deligny and couldn't stop in time, so exit stage left, and that's going to drop Colnaghi down the order as you look at Theo Nile edging ever closer to Mary Boyer. It does kind of illustrate a good start by Evan Gilter, but also the fact that that car's not as rapid as those that he jumped ahead of on the start, because he's falling now further back in the queue, isn't he, and dropping away. So Slater in the 3rd sector of the lap was caught by Boyer fractionally, who did an absolute best, and then the margin stretched out again in Sector 4. You're looking almost here as though different drivers have their strengths and weaknesses on different sections of the circuit, and the gap last time was 5.4 seconds. We'll see in a moment or 3 whether it's gone up or gone down, because Slater has just broken the beam and doesn't do an improved lap time for the first time in memory. Behind him goes Murray Boyer, and the gap is up 5.7 seconds as Theo Nile, 3rd, does the best lap of the race.
Yeah, and I think Freddie Slater can be very grateful to Evan Gilter for being the cork in the bottle for a good few laps. It's given him that advantage, 5.7 seconds over Murray Boyer in 2nd place, and Freddie Slater was really able to make the most of it. The clear air in front and a big gap behind, which was built every single lap. Will it now come down between Murray Boyer and Freddie Slater? 5.7 seconds at the end of lap number 6. They're on lap number 7. This is only a 10-lap qualification race.
It is indeed, as the cars come to Lisboa. There's Matteo De Palo, who's having a understated time in 12th place, not really making any progress, as we see the gap down in Sector 1 again between Slater and Boyer. But even though it's coming down by the odd 10th here and there, to try and recoup nearly 6 seconds is a pretty Herculean task that faces Murray Boyer. What he does need to be is on the front row of the grid tomorrow, because he will start, if he finishes 2nd, where Slater started today on the inside. That would therefore give him a good opportunity into Reservoir Bend. There, the Theodore Racing Garage. David Kennedy standing in there as well. It's a regular here with the Theodore Racing team. Now, I thought I'd just seen Theo Nail brush the barrier. He got away with it if he did brush it.
You can't really afford to do that too much here on the gear circuit at Macau. If you get away with it, you are very lucky indeed, and don't do it again.
Yeah, exactly right. So there in the background is Gilles Terre fourth, Taito Kato is still fifth, then Zodelini, who's also got that Damocletian investigation post-race for speeding in the pit lane, he's sixth. And then to round out the top 10, Matthew Kolnagi, James Egotsin, Stromstead and Rashid Al-Daheri. 11th is Tisanapol Puvasak, and Matteo De Paolo is 12th.
So second and third make their way through the Macau hairpin, down through Black Sands, on towards Fisherman's Bend, and the final turn on the circuit down at our Bend. Car number 30 is being looked at as well for the starting procedure. Something possibly didn't go quite according to plan for the number 30 car. That will be investigated, and we'll see what the result of that is, which will be shown on the timing screen. But meanwhile, we've got just 3 laps to go, because the race leader has been through 7 laps completed now by the top 5. The advantage 5.4 seconds, and car 30 is going to have a 10-second stop and go penalty for an infringement at the start, and that will is the car of Newman Chi in car number 30. So a disappointment there. And meanwhile, the race leader has 2.5 laps to go. And a margin of 5.4 seconds. So Freddie Slater just has to bring it home, really, now, doesn't he? It's going to be very, very hard for anybody to catch up that amount of time. So it is Slater from Boyer, Nail from Gilles Terre, then Kato and Deligny to round out the top 6. Matteo De Paolo here comes through, battling with Noah Somstred as the cars turn out of Lisboa. Teo Nail trying to make amends for that not great start, not great first lap, but he's back up into 3rd place, but he'll be 1 row further back on the grid for the Grand Prix than he was today for the qualification race. That's Murray Boyer still hustling on and still being able to find personal best sectors. Trouble is, Freddie Slater is just away and gone up the road, and also, I know it's only the 2nd year we've had Formula Regional cars here, but Prema has so much experience of operating a car around Macau that also helps no end. Oh, this is a treat on board with, well, a treat that didn't last for very long, did it? The onboard camera letting us down a little bit there, but I'm sure we'll rejoin Freddie Slater around the streets of Macau with clean air in front. We've had so many great shots, haven't we, from Freddie over the course of yesterday and on Thursday here at Macau. Absolutely superb shots, and when you're out front and you've got an advantage of 5.4 seconds, it's always a bit disorientating when you're riding on board looking back from one of these cars when they go around the Melco hairpin. You get to realise just what a change of direction that is. Last lap through, Murray Boyer did the fastest lap of the race, so it illustrates that he's got the pace, and as the cars now accelerate down towards our bend, this is the race leader, the dominant Freddie Slater, who did so much of the hard work early on to get away on coldish tyres whilst the battle for second was stuck around Evan Gilles Terre. He now does the fastest lap of the race as the tyres get fully up to temperature, the fuel load comes down. He did a 2:16.064, and 3,000ths quicker has just gone Murray Boyer. The gap is still 5.4 seconds, but Boyer saying, I can match your pace, assuming I can get off the line at the same time as you tomorrow and I don't have to get through traffic. And that's a tantalising prospect, isn't it, with the two of them starting potentially on the front row of the grid. If they're matched on times and they're together on the front row of the grid, can't wait for the Grand Prix here at Macau tomorrow. 15 laps. This is a 10-lap qualification race, and Freddie Slater continues to lead. 1.5 laps remain. Freddie Slater with a best lap of the race of a 2:16.064, 2:16.061 for Murray Boyer. I think that means they're doing pretty even lap times around the gear circuit here at Macau. So much of tomorrow is going to come down to the start, as Newman Chi has just pitted for his stop-go, incidentally, for doing whatever it was on the grid. I think that is to do with the mechanic, wasn't it, who was still on the track? Yes. Yes. And because the mechanic was there after the 1-minute board, that's where the penalty comes. So when I said it might bite the team, it has, and it's bitten the driver as well. So Slater leading, Boyer second, Nail third, Gilles Terre, Kato, Deli need to round out the top 6. But much better that the mechanic was there and got the car started, I reckon, because if it had stalled, then it might have required outside assistance to get going. So you have to make these decisions in a split second, don't you? Yeah, it almost looked like he ran to make sure something was okay. I don't think he needed to do any work. Right. But anyway, as you say, it might have been that he was needed. So the net result is the car was towards the rear anyway, and it's lost time rather than track position. There is Freddie Slater, very deep into Melco, and stands on the anchors, gets the car hustled round the corner. Murray Boyer likewise going deep, and
that little bit of yellow arm coat that sticks around the hairpin, the final part of the barrier, that was clipped by the right rear wheel of a car in the Formula 4 race early on the very last lap. He was just a whisker too tight on the corner. It's very, very rare that we've seen anything like that, but it can still attack you, can that barrier, if you're not careful.
Freddie Slater is very soon going to start his final lap in this qualification race here in the early evening sunshine at Macau. It looks beautiful. Very soon the lights of Macau are going to come on and celebrations will happen for Freddie Slater, because he's got to hold it together for one more lap. 9 laps are in the book, one more lap to go. Now, we've seen earlier on here in single-seaters, things do need to be kept very neat and tidy on the final lap of the race. You can almost smell the alcohol-free fizz on the podium. And as you make your way around the circuit on this final lap, keep it neat, keep it tidy. You don't need to put in a fastest lap of the race. Teo Nile is in 3rd place and has just put in a 2:15.999 emergency. There we go. What a fastest lap time to have with Teo Nile on the 3rd step of the podium. Freddie Slater is within sight.
It's going to be a qualifying race win for him at a circuit that has not been kind to Freddie over the years. Teo Nile then has done the fastest lap of the race in 3rd position, illustrating those Pinnacle Motorsport cars have got pace. But so much of Slater's success in this was down at the start. He absolutely launched the car off the line and got a good getaway for the inside into turn 1, pole position on the outside and a length ahead. But Teo Nile will kick himself for a sluggish start. Good drive by Mary Boyer to be 2nd. He had to work hard to get through the traffic to get past Evan Gilter. Nale did the same thing. What Boyer has proved is that he's got pace. He's not been able to reduce the gap to Freddie Slater, but if he can match him off the start down to Lisboa tomorrow, it is going to be a really fascinating Grand Prix. The final lap of a race that has gone drama-free, dare one say. Freddie Slater comes to the Melco hairpin at the end of a really impressive drive. It may only be to set the grid for tomorrow, but he has certainly proved just how good he is around Macau.
And he'll be able to sample the top step of the podium as well, and maybe get an idea of what it might feel like to win the Grand Prix here over 15 laps of Macau tomorrow. But this has been perfect for Freddie Slater, up towards the final turn of the circuit and started on the front row of the grid. The win in the qualification race is going to go the way the checkered flag goes for Freddie Slater. He takes the win and his advantage. You can hear the crowd absolutely loving this grandstand finish for 2nd place. Mary Boyer 5.1 seconds behind in 2nd place, and Teo Nile, the pole sitter, with another fastest lap of the race. Boy, oh boy, 2:15.561 on that final lap.
I do love the enthusiasm, not just of the crowd, but the man with the checkered flag as well, because not only is it almost launched at the drivers, but he also indicates to the winner that you are P1 and cheers them over the line. All part of the great character of this event. But you're right, Teo Nile on that last lap doing a very impressive lap time, 2:15.5, and those Pinnacle Motorsport cars proving they've got the pace. And without an Evan Gilter-shaped cork for tomorrow's race, it's going to be game on, isn't it?
It certainly is. Quite rightly, they celebrate down in pit lane. That was a great race from Freddie Slater.
Just seen his dad as well in the black T-shirt, Adrian, former Porsche racer, as I said earlier on, omnipresent by Freddie's side. There's another one on the way in Ginetta Juniors, so the Slater dynasty continues. So we might be talking about Slaters for years to come at Macau. Freddie Slater from Murray Boyer and Teo Nile, the top 3 in the qualifying race for the FIA FR World Cup. The grid set then, provisionally, for the Macau Grand Prix, the 72nd Macau Grand Prix.
Enjoyed that. Wow, I think he did it as well. Freddie Slater drove an impeccable race, a pluperfect performance today. That is 2/3 of the distance that we'll enjoy for tomorrow's Grand Prix here at Macau. And maybe we can reflect on what has been a super day here, because the amount of interruptions to the racing that we've had for touring cars, for single-seaters and for GT cars have been very, very few. If you think about the last couple of days of free practice and qualifying that have been challenging for the course workers, for the marshals. And that really is testimony to the fact that we have pro drivers at the top of their game competing on a very challenging circuit. So it's been a great day of racing here at Macau.
2 years ago we had a British winner. That was Luke Browning in the last year of Formula 3 as the Macau Grand Prix category. Can Freddie Slater be this year's victor? The second time that we've had these Formula 3 style but Formula Regional titled cars. Well, it's going to be a good fight certainly between him and Murray Boyer and Theo Nail tomorrow. They're the top three provisionally on the grid. The cars making their way back round to the pit lane. The drivers will then go to the podium. The Grand Prix tomorrow, 3:30 local time, prior to which there is the line dance. And a day of racing kicked off with GT cars, GT4, then F4, then touring cars, then GT3 cars. And then after the special event and the line dance, we have the Formula Regional World Cup, the Macau Grand Prix at 3:30 local time.
Into pit lane comes our race winner for the FIFR World Cup, the Macau Grand Prix. And Freddie Slater makes his way slowly down into pit lane. Oh yeah, I'd forgotten about that. Slowly down into pit lane.
Well,
there's
yes.
still a question mark looming, isn't there?
Yeah,
I forgot that.
Speeding in the pit lane.
Yeah.
So
before the race.
Yeah, on pit exit. They were allowed to drive through the pits, remember, onto the grid. So at some stage, he has been down or been noted for speeding in the pit lane. So the car comes to a halt, and for now, Freddie Slater, on track at least, has done everything that's been asked of him.
And at some stage, I guess he'll be told about that, but not at the moment, because for now, he's going to get out of the car, and no doubt, sample. Oh, hang on, calm, he says, calm. It's the qualification race. Stands on the front of the car and just encourages everybody just to take a step back and be a little bit thoughtful about this. So, congratulations, come. And so too they will for Murray Boyer and Theo Nile as well down in Park Fairmate. Murray Boyer just talking about the exploits of 10 laps around the circuit. I can see Alex down there in the background, and she is lurking with a microphone, so we can be hopeful maybe that we might hear after the drivers have been weighed, might be able to hear from Freddie, maybe Theo and Murray as well. That was a cracking fastest lap of the race, wasn't it, on the final lap for Theo Nile.
Which sort of illustrates more the fact that had he not made that not great start, it could have been a different race. Well, there is Freddie Slater, somewhat dominant victor. Let's hear from the British driver. Alex Legui is down there to talk to our winner.
Freddie, 2024 wasn't your year, but 2025 certainly looks like it might be after what was a stunning qualification race.
Yeah, that was good fun. Obviously, I got a good start, and I said on the grid that was the key factor at that point. And then, yeah, managed to lead going into T3, and then just try and get a read on balance for tomorrow. So we've got an extra 5 laps tomorrow. So we need to know what we need to do overnight to make it even better. But yeah, no, a strong race, and we look forward to tomorrow.
Car obviously feels like it has pace. It certainly looks like it.
Yeah, it's had pace all weekend, and you know the track's getting faster and faster now. The times are coming down with the race runs, and yeah, the track's getting grippy. So it's good fun out there.
Good job, well done. Thank you very much. Let's try and get Murray. We can go with Theo. Murray, let's grab. Yeah. Well done. Good race. P6 to P2. Congratulations.
Yeah, really happy. I knew we had a really good pace from tomorrow. It was a shame because I make a big mistake on my last lap. We were coming super fast. It is true that today has been the first day we have done many laps in a row, and I think for tomorrow we understood what we need to fight for more. The start was really good, so let's focus, and this is not over yet.
Certainly looks like you're in a position that you'll be able to fight. Theo, a frustrating start, but you managed to claw your way back up again. Still puts you in good stead for tomorrow.
Yeah, to be honest, I prefer second row for tomorrow. With the slipstream, it will help a lot. I need to work on the start for tomorrow. I will see what happens, but yeah, it's seen so many times that I didn't drive this car, so the first start is always a bit tricky. But yeah, quite happy. Fastest lap in the race as well, so yeah, positive for tomorrow.
Yeah, certainly have the pace. Best of luck.
Quite a few things to unpack out of all of that. Theo Nell making the point that he doesn't race these cars regularly, and what Murray Boyer said, absolutely right. They've just done 10 laps in a row. That's the longest uninterrupted running they've had all weekend.
Yes.
So Freddie Slater, the provisional winner of the qualifying race from Murray Boyer and Theo Nail. 4th, Evangeline Taito Kato. 5th, and Enzo Deligny in 6th. It's Mathieu Kolnagi 7th from James Egotzi, Noah Stromsted. And the top 10 completed by Rashid Al-Daheri. Matteo De Paolo being able to fend off Jose Garfias in their battle for 11th place, ahead of Tasanapol and Thrupuvasek. Jin Nakamura 14th from Kanato Lee and Hio Yamakoshi. Tokiya Suzuki was ahead of Yuki Sano, and Charlie Wirtz was 19th from Owen Tangabelu. Fastest lap of the race to Theo Nail, the 3rd place driver. It was Kiyoshi Umagaki in 21st, ahead of Reza Seaworthen and Charles Lung. Timet Kwarczek 24th from Enzo Ye, who was late off the grid. Newman Chi had a stop-go. Oscar Wirtz, the one retirement on that opening lap, and the race went without a safety car, without a stoppage, without an interruption. Hooray!
What a joy that was. We have had a treat of racing today, haven't we?
Totally.
If we've added up the amount of interruptions over the last couple of days, it has been exactly the opposite of those that we've enjoyed today, because we have had proper races, a chance to have a look back at that start as well. And this was so important, wasn't it, for Freddie Slater? And he knew exactly what he had to do. This was all about where you're going to start for the Grand Prix tomorrow. And he nailed this.
He did indeed. Enzo Ye was the one left on the grid in the background. Everybody scattered around him, and good getaway by Murray Boyer as well, because as they came through Reservoir, that's, I think, kind of where Nail came unstuck. He was forced out wide, and it was a bit dirty there. So for the next part of the circuit, he wasn't totally confident, but Murray Boyer was absolutely on it, wasn't he? Trying to squeeze up past Evan Gilter. Had he been able to do it, I think he would have been able to then take the fight to Slater, but Gilter was able to keep him at bay on that run down towards Lisboa, and Freddie Slater hugging the inside line and able to stay ahead. The podium awaits. The drivers will be whisked there shortly, and they will have the trophy presentation. We might be able to hear from the drivers once again as well, but 3:30 tomorrow can't come soon enough now, can it? It's going to be a great Grand Prix.
Absolutely cannot wait. They've had now just an idea of how much this is going to mean tomorrow. 15 laps tomorrow we've got to look forward to, and it's the headline act. It's the final race of the day, and then just a few minutes after we enjoy the celebrations on the podium tomorrow for the Macau Grand Prix, all of a sudden the streets of Macau become once again for another year the streets of Macau.
Presentation ceremony for the Macau Grand Prix FIA World Cup qualifying race. First of all, let's welcome our winning driver to join us on the podium. On the second runner-up, number 6, Théophile Nail from France. On the first runner-up, number 7, Murray Boyer from Spain. And the winner is number 11, Freddie Slater from the UK. Congratulations, drivers. And now may we invite the presenter. Let's give a round of applause to welcome Ms. Oh Lam, Secretary for Social Affairs and Culture of the Macau SAR government and the President of the Macau Grand Prix Organizing Committee, to present the laurel and trophies to the winning drivers. 現在有請澳門特別行政區政府社會文化司司長及澳門格蘭披治大賽車組織委員會主席柯南女士為我哋頒發桂冠及獎杯俾得獎車手。And of course, to the winner, Freddie Slater from the UK. Congratulations! Let's take a group photo together. Please look at the front. Got it? Thank you, and drivers, please remain here. Let's take one more photo. All right, perfect, captured. All right, thank you. Please remain at the current position. And now I'll pass the time to Chris to interview the drivers, please.
Thanks very much. Right, let's get up onto the podium. And we'll start with Theo. Theo, just didn't quite get off the line as you wanted to, and when Freddie got alongside you, looked like you lost a bit of momentum, and it cost you a couple more places.
Yeah, I had to break, but it was fair play, to be honest. Then I had a really good pace the whole race, fastest lap at the last lap, so it seems that it's going all right for tomorrow.
Yeah, fastest 2 laps of the race, the last 2 laps, new lap record. So if you can get a good start tomorrow, you're still in this.
Should be, yeah. I need to work on that and should be good.
Okay, good luck for tomorrow. Let's catch up with Mary in second place. Mary, great job from the 3rd row of the grid. You two were both charging at the second half of the race once you got up there, but Freddie was just a bit too far ahead.
Yeah, first of all, thanks to the whole team. I think we have been doing a really good weekend of adaptation. Yesterday I was a bit frustrated. Felt I had a lot more, but indeed today we got revenge. And the weekend is not over yet. I felt we had a really good pace, and even for tomorrow we can do better steps. I understand better the car, so now we will analyze, and tomorrow we come back stronger.
And you showed last year from the back to, what was it, 7th, that you can overtake here.
Yeah, it is possible. Today we also show it, so yeah, we'll focus on understanding a bit more the car, and tomorrow is a new race.
Okay, good luck. Well done today, Freddie. Well done. What a few years you're having. 3rd time at Macau. This place kind of owes you a podium. You've had a bit of bad luck here in the past, so great effort by you all weekend long.
Yeah, it's going our way a little bit more now, but no, honestly, we're doing an amazing job as a team. You know, the consistency is a lot better. I'm understanding the car after a full season in this category, so it's all to play for tomorrow. Obviously, they're very fast behind as well, but then there's a long straight to C3, which should be good fun tomorrow afternoon, and I look forward to it.
What's the toughest part of this track? Is it the high-speed stuff at the start through Mandarin and down to Lisboa, or is it in the middle of the circuit where you've got the S-bend section?
I think generally it's just not getting complacent when driving around. I think it's quite easy to back off too much and try and then it bites you, you know, and especially with all the GTs and all the other categories going around, the track is quite dirty now, so there's one line, and if you're not on it, you're in the wall. So yeah, it's always good fun driving around Macau, especially when it's like this.
Well, brilliant job. Well done today. Well done, guys. Good luck for tomorrow. Our top 3. Give them a round of applause.
Congratulations once again to all the winning drivers. And with that note, this also concluded today's races. Thank you once again for joining us, and we look forward to seeing everyone tomorrow.
So, great day here at the gear circuit at Macau. Freddie Slater does an exceptional job to win the qualification race for the Macau Grand Prix, the FIA FR World Cup. But the story continues on day 4. We'll see you tomorrow.
再次感谢大家能够出席第72届澳门格兰披治大赛车。今天的星期六的所有的赛事就圆满结束了。再次提醒您，明天是他星期日的比赛，我们的关键词只有2个字，叫做决赛。我们带来的是所有比赛的最后终极对决。早晨的8点钟，首先为您送上的就是大湾区 GT3 GT4 的比赛，总共要进行9圈。在9点15分送上澳门格兰披治4级方程式大赛。模拟今年4级方程式世界杯的比赛总共要跑10圈，这也是。
Welcome to the race winners press conference from the Macau Grand Prix FIA FL World Cup qualification race. We have our top 3 finishers here. Race winner Freddie Slater, second Mary Boyer, and third Teo Nial. Congratulations to all 3 of you.
歡迎大家嚟到第72屆澳門格蘭披治大賽車、澳門格蘭披治大賽國際汽聯 FR 世界盃選拔賽嘅賽後記者會。首先，我哋恭喜台上面嘅3位車手，佢哋分別係第1位史雷特、第2位保亞同埋第3位內爾。
Freddie, congratulations, a dominant performance out there. If we go back to the kind of the critical opening phase of that race, a great start from the front of that rundown. How are you kind of managing that, and did you notice if Mary actually touched you when he came through with that impressive slipstream?
Yeah, like we've all been saying, the start into T3 is the most critical point of the race pretty much. Obviously, I know they managed to pass Evan during the race, but it's not really that normal sometimes. And yeah, the start was crucial. I had a really good start. Yeah, and then from there on, you're trying to manage the slipstream and trying to see where to block people out and make sure they're not getting a too big of a run. And Evan was like obviously alongside me as well, so it was kind of 2 cars in the middle. So at the end of the day, it kind of blocks the people behind out. So it's quite hard for them to attack with the slipstream. But I looked in my mirror, Mary was quite far away. I looked again and he was literally on my rear wing. So yeah, the slipstream is pretty powerful here, and it always makes the racing good fun.
剛才第1位史雷特有分享咧，其實佢認為由起步啦去到第3彎嘅呢一段路咧，其實非常之重要嘅。咁佢喺完成咗呢一部分嘅路段之後咧，咁佢開始保持自己嘅速度啦。咁其實對手嘅攻勢都好強勁。佢見到上一下見到對手其實仲喺好後啦，到之後再望嘅時候，其實對手已經追到好前，所以佢覺得競爭都係好激烈嘅。
You got your head down and built up around a 5-second lead over the first few laps while Mario was up to second. After that, how hard is it kind of managing the pace when you've got a buffer? Because obviously if you back off too much, you actually make a risk of having mistakes and getting it all wrong.
Yeah, I think there's a fine line between not pushing and pushing. When you don't push, there's mistakes definitely going to creep in, especially on a street track like this. So it's important just to maintain the rhythm, you know, keep ticking off the laps, keep ticking off the corners. Like we were saying earlier, is the GTs, and there's a lot of rubber down there now, but then offline it's very dirty. So it's quite a fine line between getting it right and getting it wrong now, which is very interesting, especially for us, and it's always good fun. But yeah, it's just about getting in the rhythm around here and then just keep ticking off the laps.
而佢亦都補充到咧，其實喺東望洋跑道上面作賽咧，佢覺得保持佢作賽嘅嗰個步伐啦，同埋速度咧係非常之重要嘅，因為其實每一個路段佢嘅挑戰都唔一樣啦，所以佢覺得保持翻自己嘅速度係最正確嘅做法。
Mary, congratulations on second. You're obviously a bit frustrated yesterday after qualifying, but a near perfect start. How did that play out, and were you surprised by that slipstream that could have potentially carried you past Freddie if you'd had some space?
Thank you. I'm quite happy, to be honest. It was a good comeback from yesterday. Last afternoon was a bit tough for me. I made a mistake where, well, I was really surprised about the mistake I made. It was a super good lap. But yeah, it's on a strict track, it's Macau, so this is possible. So today I had really clear I wanted a revenge, and since the start I felt I was really on it, this race. I think for tomorrow as well, as a team, we understand a lot about the car. I know what to ask to my engineer to maybe potentially be slightly a bit quicker and being more comfortable on the limit, because today the last laps were a bit tricky for me. But the beginning of the race was really strong. So happy about the race and also the conclusions we take for tomorrow.
咁排第二嘅保亞咧，都對自己喺今日攞到第2位嘅成績表示都幾滿意啦。因為其實佢尋日喺排位賽裏邊咧，都犯咗一個佢自己都冇諗過會犯嘅錯誤嘅。咁今日佢覺得由起步開始咧，感覺已經非常之好，同埋因為自己好了解自己嘅賽車啦，同埋同工程師溝通得都非常之好啦。咁好開心可以攞到第2位嘅。
How hard was it judging the level of risk to take in those opening laps when you're fighting for second place? Because I think twice you're alongside onto the way into Lisboa, but I think you kind of took the cautious route to make sure you could get through before you finally got past.
The thing is that I'm not used to race with these drivers. I'm a bit older than them, so yeah, I don't know really well how to fight with them because I don't know how aggressive they are. So I need to always take a look, like talk on the door, and then see what's next. I knew I had the pace. I was following pretty easy Gilter, so I just see where was my strongest points, and when I see it clear, I went for it. So, yeah, I'm happy about the race, and tomorrow, let's see. Yeah.
而佢亦都補充到咧，其實佢喺賽事嘅過程當中咧，都係保持住一來喺度觀望緊對手嘅狀態啦，二來咧亦都係發掘自己喺賽道上邊嘅強項啦，而且有機會嘅時候咧就發動攻勢嘅。
Well done on third place. The critical moment obviously came at the start. I think slightly slower away than Freddie, and then it appeared you got on the dirt coming round turn 1 and kind of had to back off, and that lost you position. Can you just talk through that moment?
Well, for sure, my start was not ideal. It seems a long time that I didn't drive this car, so to get used to the clutch was a bit hard, to be honest, this weekend, but should be good for tomorrow. I will work on it. I will check the data. And yeah, for sure, I was on the outside 41, so it didn't help. I had to brake, but then the pace during the whole race was really good. Was able to improve the 2 last laps, even the track record, I think. So yeah, car is feeling good, and I'm positive for tomorrow.
第3位嘅內爾咧就表示，其實佢嘅起步咧係做得未如理想嘅，因為佢已經有一段時間冇駕駛過一架 FR 嘅賽車啦，咁所以都喺適應當中。咁但係縱觀成個比賽嚟講咧，佢覺得自己嘅步伐都好好啦，咁係好期待聽日嘅賽事嘅。
It's a longer race tomorrow, and time management's going to come into it. How do you feel, and how different is the race going to play out tomorrow?
Well, I think there is lack of bite in the brakes as well. For sure, there is the tires who will need to manage, but I think that I have a good approach for tomorrow on that. I know what to improve on the car as well, like Mary with my engineer. So let's see tomorrow how it goes. But yeah, if we see the pace of today, should be fine.
佢亦都補充到咧，佢相信聽日嘅賽事應該係一場硬仗啦。咁但係佢覺得自己應該係有一個唔錯嘅策略，同埋同自己嘅工程師嘅溝通都非常之好。只要佢可以保持到今日嘅攻勢嘅話咧，佢相信聽日嘅賽事應該都冇問題嘅。
Okay, any questions for our top 3?
開放現場提問。
Michael Butterworth, Xinhua. To all 3 drivers briefly, the list of Macau Grand Prix winners is long and illustrious with many names who've done great things in motorsport. What would it mean for you guys on an individual level and for your future career progression to be able to say that you're a Macau Grand Prix winner?
Yeah, you know, you look at the history of who has won this race is incredible. You know, those people have gone on to do amazing things, and to hopefully be one of them drivers in that list would be a dream come true. It's always been a race that I've looked up to. Even 5-7 years ago when I was younger, you know, watching the Macau Grand Prix was one of the greatest things to watch at the end of the year. So honestly, I just love being here. I want to be back again next year in something, and yeah, it's just a great race to be a part of, and hopefully we can get the job done tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, we love to win, as everyone. I mean, we come here for this. This place is just amazing. Everyone knows how difficult it is to be fast in here. You need to be precise, always fast and in control of the car. I feel it's the most important thing a driver needs to have nowadays, and people are looking this. So for that, it's really important, this race, and I know tomorrow I will push to my best to win it.
Well, and for me, for sure, this track is one of the hardest ones so far. I think if you are able to be quick here, you can be quick everywhere in the world. So, yeah, for sure, Grand Prix on Sunday, it's always something special for all the drivers. So let's see how it goes, and if we can be on the top step of the podium, can be amazing.
Any more questions?
Yeah, thanks. It's Michael Milker from Feeder Series. Question for all three of you. You've had now 3 days at this circuit. What are the biggest things that you can take away as you approach street circuits in your main campaigns next year, F3, F2, or wherever that may be?
Hard to say, because this one's very, very different to everywhere else, especially, well, I haven't driven Monaco yet, but I don't think anywhere can compare like this, but I think it's more the approach. I think to have that balance between pushing on entry compared to exit, that sort of approach and how you drive a street track is completely different. And it's also how you build through the weekend. It's not like you can go out in FP1 and go full guns blazing. You have to take your time. You need to get the confidence in yourself and in the car. However, if you go to a track that's open, normal tracks, that you can then push a lot harder earlier on. So I think it's really good lessons for my future and all the future of the drivers in the race this weekend.
Yeah, I feel the most important thing I take from this weekend is all the experience. It is a weekend that we drive the most. We drive the most, and it's a good way to learn and try different approaches. So, yeah, I mean, all the kilometers we have done this weekend are a lot compared to a normal, let's see, F3 weekend. Yeah.
Well, yeah, this track you have to push yourself to the wall. You have to be in the limit, on the limit every time, especially on braking. That's where you can find some time. So just lap after lap, you are getting confidence, and you could push more and more every lap. So yeah, like Mary said, we had a lot of mileage this weekend compared to an F3 weekend. So I think it's really helpful for a driver, and yeah.
Okay, any more questions? No? Good. Thank you very much. Congratulations. And if you can pose for a photograph, that'll be fantastic. Thank you.
Burgos.
Welcome to the press conference for the 57th Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. In third place for Racing for Inclusion by RVS, Erno Costomo. Second place for Zico BMW Motorrad, Peter Hickman. And in first place, now a two-time Macau Grand Prix winner for Zico BMW Motorrad, Davey Todd. Davey, well done. How was that for you?
Yeah, it was great. It was actually borderline a little bit of a boring race. I was really looking forward to a nice battle with my teammate there, and I knew Erno would be fast in the race as well. I just got away on the first lap. I tried to get my head down. I know we had some strong pace in qualifying, but the race is always a different thing. also I knew Pete would be strong towards the end of the race. I know he likes the tyres that he's on, and he always comes strong. But just tried to get my head down from the beginning and put in a couple of half-decent laps, but got that gap pretty much straight away, and then just basically manage it for the rest of the race. The only thing I'm disappointed about is I didn't realise we'd get so close to the lap record. I felt like I was riding way off the lap record, so because we were so close, I'm disappointed. I wish I knew the lap time, and then I'd have pushed a little bit more maybe to get the lap record. But hey, it's we're not here for lap records. We're here to win races, and we did just that. So really proud of mine and Pete's whole 810 racing team by Zico here at Macau, and there's so many people that go into getting us here, and we're really appreciative of all of our sponsors to get us out here. So thanks to all them, and this is for them.
好，歡迎大家嚟到第72屆澳門格蘭披治大賽車、澳門格蘭披治電單車第57屆大賽正賽嘅賽後記者會。我哋台上面呢有前3位車手啦，分別係冠軍得主陶德、第2位嘅克爾文啦，同埋第3位嗰個達摩嘅。咁剛才陶德咧都同我哋分享，佢好開心啦，可以攞到比賽嘅冠軍啦。佢喺比賽嘅第一圈咧，其實佢覺得做得都好好嘅。咁之後就開始專注喺同後車拉開個距離啦，尤其是係佢知道克爾文其實係喺比賽嘅越去到後面咧，佢嘅攻勢咧都會越強勁嘅。咁佢知道自己其實個圈速咧同東望洋跑道電單車嘅圈速紀錄係非常之接近啦，但係好可惜未能夠打破。但係佢都係對今次攞到冠軍咧表示非常之開心嘅。佢好多謝車隊啦同埋贊助商。
Peter, early on it looked like it was going to be a great battle with Erno, but then it became quite a lonely second place for you today.
Yeah, a little lonely second place in the end. Do you know what? I made a really good start. I was actually second into turn 1, which I was really happy with. And then had a really small, weird technical issue with the bike where it wouldn't shift properly in the first kind of lap or so. It cleared itself after that. It was absolutely fine. But for the first lap, I kept having to roll the throttle to actually change gear, which obviously I wasn't expecting. And Erno managed to... Yeah, maybe. Yeah, just my big, clumsy hands and feet, maybe. But yeah, so Erno managed to obviously drag me to turn 2. And then, to be honest, I got a little bit scared behind Erno. He was, I like Erno a lot. He's a great rider, and unfortunately, he was a little bit excited in the first 2 laps. Made a lot of really big mistakes, and really fortunate he's got away with it. But it really kind of scared me more than anything, and I rolled right back off because if round here we have no room, and obviously if he'd gone down, I was going down with him. So I backed off a little bit, and. Fortunately for me, he stayed on, but he went straight on at Lisboa, and that gave me a clear track. But by which point, I think Davey was already probably 4 seconds up the road or something. He was a long, long way away. But I got my head down, felt really good and comfortable. I'm really happy to have done a 24.0, a lot faster than qualifying. I've shown that I've actually still got the pace. I need to work on myself now over this winter period to get the stamina back. I've got the strength, I just haven't got the stamina. So I can do the good laps for 1 or 2 laps, but that's about it. So I need to work on myself a lot over this winter to get myself back to where I should be. But to echo what Davey said, fantastic for the Zico BMW Motorrad team. Obviously, we have BMW here as well. Monster Energy, Wolf Oil, Appleby as well. They have the local Hong Kong depot. It's been brilliant for all them guys and girls to be here, and for us to give them a 1-2 is absolutely fantastic. And a big thanks to Dunlop Tyres as well, who helped me out a lot for this weekend. So it's been big thanks all round, and really, really happy that we have a 1-2 for the team.
好，咁亞軍得主克爾文
Good luck remembering that.
亦都表示咧，佢覺得自己喺比賽嘅時候咧，佢嘅起步係做得非常之好啦。去到第1號彎嘅時候咧，其實已經係喺第2位㗎啦。咁但係因為之後遇到一啲技術上嘅問題咧，咁導致佢喺第1圈咧，尤其是係需要作出一啲調整嘅。咁對手都非常之強勁啦。咁喺成個比賽過程當中咧，佢都覺得非常之刺激同埋激烈嘅。咁佢好開心自己可以喺正賽裏邊刷出2分24.072嘅圈速啦。好多謝車隊同埋贊助商啦，亦都好高興咧，可以為車隊咧同陶德一齊攞到1-2嘅成績嘅。
No, coming to you, 3rd place today. Congratulations. But it sounds like you had quite an eventful early part of that race?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, 2-3 laps is the race. We pushing hard and behind Peter, and yeah, stupid mistake is breaking point Lisboa, and race is the lost. But it's now very happy to results, and very happy, and me best lap record for me.
而第三位嘅哥達摩咧都表示，其實佢喺賽事前嘅2-3圈咧做出嘅圈速都唔錯啦，都可以好努力咁樣追上陶德嘅速度啦。咁就好可惜自己喺之後喺葡京灣嗰度有少少嘅失誤啦，導致就失去咗呢個競爭嘅位置啦。咁但係最後咧攞到第3都非常之開心嘅。
And finally, Davey, a great way to end 2025. A fantastic Macau Grand Prix win. Back next year, that just a tenth of a second on that throttle.
Yeah, I'm honestly already looking forward to getting back out there. I almost wish we had a couple of races, you know. It'd be nice to get a few more sessions here. We come halfway around the world to get like 3 sessions. So we did practice, qualifying, and a race, and that's it. So it'd be nice to do a few more laps. I know the fans love the bikes and stuff. I hope we all put on a great show for everybody. And yeah, as I say, I'm looking forward to getting back next year. Obviously, depends on a lot of factors, on sponsors and everything else. But I think me and Pete both want to be back, and he's probably looking for a bit of redemption. So I think we'll be looking forward to a good battle next year.
而最後陶德亦都表示咧，佢都好期待，如果下年可以有機會嘅話咧，都可以重新嚟到澳門啦，繼續參賽啦，同埋好希望咧下年可以有更加多嘅比賽嘅時間啦，令佢可以喺賽場上邊咧繼續發揮嘅。
Well, congratulations to our top 3. In 3rd place, racing for inclusion by RVS, Erno Costomo. 2nd, for Zico BMW Motorrad, Peter Hickman. And now a 2 times Macau Grand Prix winner for Zico BMW Motorrad, Davey Todd.
再次恭喜3位車手。好，歡迎大家嚟到第72屆澳門格蘭披治大賽車澳門路車挑戰賽正賽嘅賽後記者會。Welcome to the post-race press conference of the 72nd Macau Grand Prix Macau Roadsport Challenge。首先我恭喜台上面嘅3位車手啦，佢哋分別係第1名嘅盧卓賢、第2名嘅巴達華高同埋第3名嘅梁景希。We have with us on stage today the top 3 winners. They are finishing first. We have Lo Chak-in, Balimo Badarako, and we have third 梁景希。我哋想問一問盧卓賢先啦。其實見到比賽過程當中有黃旗出事啦，其實都前方都比較混亂嘅。見到你咧都 hold 得住個 pace 啦，可以 keep 住嗰個進度啦，咁同埋避開晒所有事故，最後可以攞到冠軍。想問一問你嘅參賽嘅呢個過程同埋心情。
咁我今日比賽之前係一啲都唔緊張嘅，因為我就係諗緊今晚點交功課呢個教授。係嘅，咁最主要係起步起得比較好，跟住守住後邊嗰部6號嘅車嘅，跟住就保守啲入東方灣，跟住早啲剎車入呢個葡京灣，因為葡京灣比較危險嘅地方啦，因為好多車手都想爭位置啦。咁去到第一個圈咧，就真係好似2-3部車撞咗出去，跟住我就排咗喺好似11號車後邊，我好似上咗去第3名，跟住就安全車，跟住我就見到咦前面好似冇乜車咯喎，應該都有機會守得住喎。同埋今場比賽得9個圈，所以個圈數唔係好多。 咁去到 restart 嗰時啊，中國希同埋前邊頭車就好似有啲失控啦。我去到最尾嗰隻彎就過咗佢哋頭，跟住就一直 keep 住喺呢個位置嘅。咁去到好似最尾第4定第3個圈，就有 restart， 跟住我就預測會鬥到尾嘅，但係估唔到就有嚟一次嘅accident， 咁就安全車帶到尾嘅，咁都係咁場車都係靠運氣，係同埋自己上路都冇出錯，只不過可能少少甩尾咯，有啲彎就係，同埋我去到臨入交叉彎都擦到嘅頭崩白嘅，睇到太多位嘅，係啊。
好，咁我哋都想問一問第2同埋第3位嘅兩位車手啦。其實咧，你哋喺起步嘅時候都係喺賽事比較中段嘅位置起步嘅，最後咧可以上到頒獎台啦。都想問下你哋嘅感受。
其實因為 qualify 咧就做得唔係咁好啦，俾啲車頂住咗啦，就做唔到一個好啲嘅時間，所以個排位就排到都17位啦，都算後嘅。不過我一直都冇放棄咯，因為我相信澳門跑道咧，即係澳門東望洋跑道咧，就個變化會好大。咁最緊要自己好清晰睇前邊發生咩事，亦都好保守擋住後邊啲車，即係要102% 去投入去呢場車。咁另外都係睇運氣㗎啦，即係點快都好，你冇運氣嘅咧，你始終都上唔到頒獎台。唔該。
咁我就同巴拿華哥都差唔多位置起步啦，一起步佢又過咗我嘅，咁我一直跟住前輩後邊，佢又好似幫我開路咁咯，咁一直都好穩定，咁跟住佢就無啦啦就第一次安全車就覺得，咦點解自己好似上到好前嘅位置啊？之後再起步又見到有好多意外，之後無啦啦就變咗第3名啦，咁就一直好穩定咁完賽，同埋我哋澳門車手得10個唔到對抗香港8個好似係咪？咁多車手，而最後頒獎台係我哋3個澳門人，我覺得我哋係好犀利嘅。多謝大家。
Okay, a quick summary of what our winners have just shared. Starting with our winner, Lo Check-in. The goal of his goal is to finish the race, of course, so he didn't feel too nervous to begin with. So starting from the start of the race, he did a pretty good one, and he could hold the position and also the cars behind him. Then as the race got interrupted with several safety cars, he also got up and promoted into the front row. And then towards the last 2 laps, there's a restart, so he kind of expected to have fierce competition during that period. But also, unfortunately, the safety car got the race finally ended with the safety car. He's very happy with his results. And then we have Badarako. He said he didn't do too good in the qualifying session, so he started from the 17th. But of course, because you're on the Macau gear circuit, anything can happen. So he didn't give up, and he kept his pace, stayed focused, fully concentrated, and of course, with a bit of luck, so he finished 2nd, and he's very happy with his result as well. 3rd, we have Leung King Hei. He said he's very happy that he could follow the cars in front and with his pace. And the 1st and 2nd safety car, he got to the front row step by step, and he's also very happy and would like to emphasize that this is actually a podium with all racing drivers from Macau. So congratulations to everyone. Now we open the floor for questions. 而家開放現場提問。好。If we don't have any questions, then this is the end of the press conference. Again, congratulations to our winners. Can we please stand up for a group photo, please? Thank you.